July 30th, 2052. Shenzhen, Huayuanda Building, top floor. Ren Zhonghui, the president of Huayuanda Group, convened several capable executives for a meeting. Qining Zhou, the chief engineer of Huayuanda, had just unfurled a project proposal before him when a sharp exclamation pierced the air. Installing an elevator on Mount Everest. Indeed, Ren Zhonghui replied, raising the project proposal in his hand. The group has made 5 unsuccessful attempts to land on Mars, and our intelligent robots have repeatedly caused injuries, resulting in mandatory oversight from the National Security Agency. This project is currently the most crucial for the group, both from a feasibility and economic perspective. We are conducting scientific research on Mount Everest. Will this plan disrupt our work? The speaker was the company's biologist, Xiao Ziyu. Ren Zhonghui did not appear perturbed by the interruption. At least, there was no visible change in his demeanor. He smiled slightly, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and presented them to Xiao Ziyu. Look, global warming is intensifying, temperatures are rising, and Mount Everest has become a coveted summer retreat. The board of directors is also considering relocating our headquarters to Tibet. Why not construct a maglev parking facility on the northern side of the summit? Xiao Ziyu interjected once more. Installing an elevator on Mount Everest. What a ridiculous notion. That was in the past. Ren Zhonghui began to respond, but chose to remain silent, smiling as he pressed a button on the table, activating the laser display, and began to manipulate it with gestures. Qining Zhou cast a glance at Xiao Ziyu, surprised that this captivating biologist, not yet 30, possessed a temperament as fiery as her appearance was delicate. Although Qining Zhou was not well acquainted with Xiao Ziyu, he had heard tales of her in summary. She was someone he dared not provoke. Ren Zhonghui sighed with a wry smile, his tone unmistakably tinged with a plea for assistance. Renovating the parking lot is something I have considered as well. Ingzhou, why don't you share your thoughts? Upon hearing his boss call, Qining Zhou rose and approached the monitor. The scale of a high-altitude magnetic levitation parking facility is currently limited. How large does it need to be? Are there truly that many people seeking to escape the heat? Xiao Ziyu interjected. Qining Zhou glanced at Ren Zhonghui in exasperation. Xiao, please allow Ingzhou to finish his thoughts. Ren Zhonghui's expression turned serious. All right, go ahead. Xiao Ziyu retorted, tossing the documents onto the table and sinking back in her chair. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Qining Zhou pondered a diplomatic remark to alleviate the tension. Yet after a lengthy moment of contemplation, no words emerged, prompting him to abandon the thought entirely. He opened the document and got straight to the point. Since you interrupted, I shall dispense with the superfluous details. In essence, constructing a magnetic levitation parking facility is unfeasible. Installing an elevator is currently the optimal solution. As for your concerns regarding the impact on scientific research, I assume you mean it would disrupt the ecosystem. Therefore, I hope this plan can garner your support, and we can find ways to minimize the damage as much as possible. Qining Zhou awaited a rebuttal from Xiao Ziyu, but an extended silence ensued. Xiao Ziyu sat quietly, absorbed in the architectural design of the elevator displayed on the monitor. The blueprint depicted an elevator constructed on the northern side of Mount Everest, soaring into the clouds, with its base situated at a Lama temple. Xiao, Fang Liang reminded Koshu. We have already considered this issue. The Himalayan Management Committee's relocation office is currently negotiating with the temple authorities regarding the move. As long as they consent, our company is capable of relocating the entire temple intact, without damaging even the slightest detail of the cultural relics. It is not merely a matter of preserving cultural relics. There's a reason why the Lama temple is built there. Xiao Ziyu was evidently growing anxious. Oh, I was not aware of that, Ren Zhonghui replied, gazing at Xiao Ziyu. Pray tell, what is the reason? I promised the Kinpo not to disclose this to outsiders. If you wish to know, it would be best for you to inquire directly with him. Outsiders. Oh, Ren Zhonghui glanced at Xiao Zhiyue, a faint smile playing on his lips. Well then, Ying Zhou, you and Xiao Xiao should head over immediately. I have some matters to attend to here, but I will join you in a few days. Regardless of the reasons or conditions, as long as the Kenpo is willing to speak, you must do your utmost to accommodate him. Understood, General Run. Qin Yingzhou replied, then turned to Xiao Zhiyue with a conciliatory tone. Xiao Xiao, you have been working there for years and are quite familiar with the Kenpo. Is Xiao Xiao how you address me? Xiao Zhiyue retorted, rising to leave. The others at the table stifled their laughter, observing the utterly embarrassed Qin Yingzhou. Ren Zhonghui approached and patted Qin Yingzhou on the shoulder, saying, my sister can be quite willful, do bear with her. Yingzhou. Qin Yingzhou waved his hand, indicating his indifference. Mr. Run, I suppose you wouldn't dare to say that in front of Xiao Xiao, remarked one of the attendees, Vice President Shi Hokuan, with a chuckle. When Xiao Xiao is around, I always keep a low profile to avoid any trouble. Fortunately, her time in the company is limited. Enough with the jests. You must fully commit to the subsequent matters and ensure that Yingzhou receives adequate support. That is certainly within my capacity. However, should we continue with the investigation here? Ren Zhonghui exchanged glances with Shi Hokuan, signaling him to halt his discourse, and the two stepped aside. Trace the signal's source. Additionally, filter through the code once more to see if we can uncover anything further, Ren Zhonghui instructed in a hushed tone. By the way, I can't shake the feeling that Su Jiayong has been acting rather strangely lately. Su Jiayong is the principal leader of the Mars project and also the chief scientist at Huayuanda Group. Him? What's the matter? Do you suspect him? Shi Hokuan was taken aback by his boss' suspicion towards such a prominent figure within the group. He has a habitual action of puffing on a cigar and then pinching his nose due to his rhinitis, but lately, he seems to have abandoned that habit. Could it be that his rhinitis has improved? I've noticed he carries medication with him. Alas, with the Mars project encountering repeated failures and various pieces of evidence suggesting the presence of spies within our ranks, I find myself wary of everyone, Ren Zhonghui lamented, his expression clouded with concern. Do you think I seem suspicious? Shi Hokuan chuckled lightly. You? Ren Zhonghui was momentarily taken aback. Ren Zhonghui and Shi Hokuan continued their conversation, but Qin Yingzhou paid no heed. The words spoken by Qiao Ji earlier had already plunged him into a deep contemplation. Xiao Qiao, Xiao Qiao. Sigh. Qin Yingzhou couldn't help but recall the events of 3 years ago. Chapter 2. A World Without Robots. 3 years ago, Qin Yingzhou worked in the hardware department of Huayuanda Group's artificial intelligence company, tasked with designing and manufacturing robotic bodies. His girlfriend, Yuan Suping, was employed in the software department, where she contributed to the programming of robotic behavioral logic, overseen by Xiao Zhiyue. Xiao Zhiyue was the half-sister of Ren Zhonghui, born to their father's stepmother after the untimely death of Ren Zhonghui's mother, yet she did not carry the family name. At that time, Huayuanda held a 20% share of the global intelligent robot market, underscoring the significance of software in the realm of intelligent robotics, and thus, Xiao Zhiyue's pivotal role within the company. However, one day, Yuan Suping confided in Qin Yingzhou her suspicions that Xiao Zhiyue might be a member of a clandestine anti-artificial intelligence sect. Upon further inquiry, she revealed that Xiao Zhiyue had repeatedly expressed her belief in the necessity to restrict artificial intelligence, insisting that robots should not evolve towards anthropomorphism, but remain as rudimentary tools. She argued that artificial intelligence could lead to moral decay, akin to substance abuse. Once humanity became accustomed to complacency and developed a profound dependence on robots, it would inevitably result in a generation of individuals devoid of agency, ultimately rendered obsolete by nature. On another occasion, after an evening of excessive drinking, Xiao Zhiyue lashed out at her father, condemning his hubris and proclaiming that his aspirations to play God would lead to his damnation in the afterlife. Shortly thereafter, a series of alarming incidents occurred involving the intelligent robots produced by Huayuanda, including driverless robots deliberately causing traffic accidents, caregiver robots inflicting harm on infants, and law enforcement robots excessively employing force. This series of events has ignited a fervent public outcry, with organizations and individuals opposing intelligent robots taking to the streets to protest, demanding that the government legislate against them. In an effort to quell the unrest, the national authorities responded with utmost seriousness, promptly banning all robots produced by Huayuanda and dispatching a special task force to investigate. Their inquiry revealed that a hidden virus had been embedded within the code written by Yuan Suping, which would activate under specific stimuli, inciting violent tendencies in the intelligent robots. At this critical juncture, however, Yuan Suping vanished without a trace. Her disappearance, seemingly an evasion of justice, raised the suspicions of Qin Yingzhou, who believed that Xiao Zhiyue was the true mastermind behind the chaos. A biologist with a profound expertise in neurobiology and a devout Christian, Xiao Zhiyue viewed artificial intelligence as the ultimate blasphemy against God. Thus, both her motives and capabilities rendered her the prime suspect. Furthermore, Yuan Suping had previously expressed doubts about Xiao Zhiyue, which led Qin Yingzhou to speculate that she might have uncovered something significant, provoking Xiao Zhiyue to alter her code to both frame her and undermine artificial intelligence. Despite her suspicions, Qin Yingzhou lacked concrete evidence, and with Yuan Suping's fate uncertain, she felt hesitant to take any action against Xiao Zhiyue. Instead, she resolved to seize the opportunity of accompanying Xiao Zhiyue to Tibet to conduct a clandestine investigation. The magnetic levitation train from Shenzhen to Tibet takes merely 1 hour. The train features intelligent automated driving, eliminating the need for a cockpit, and boasts a hemispherical design. The interior is lined with seating around the perimeter, while a transparent glass table occupies the center. In the program, the leader of an anti-AI organization delivers a fervent speech, denouncing artificial intelligence, lamenting the increasing replacement of humans by robots, and asserting that the human essence is fading away. He expresses that God is profoundly disappointed and angered, warning that divine retribution will soon befall humanity. As a prophet and messenger of God, he has been sent to earth to construct an ark reminiscent of Noah's, urging idealistic human compatriots to join his cause in anticipation of humanity's rebirth. Bravo! Qin Yingzhou cannot help but exclaim. Xiao Zhiyue, displeased, opens his eyes and retorts, "What are you shouting about? No, just listen. It's magnificent." Qin Yingzhou insists, "Hawking is also my idol." He removes his headphones and hands them to Xiao Zhiyue, who dismisses them with indifference. "So what?" He replies coolly. "Even if he were alive, what could he change? One cannot say it like that." "Then how should it be said? Why don't you take to the streets to protest instead of hiding here? Shouting at the top of your lungs, what good will it do?" Qin Yingzhou falls silent, staring blankly at Xiao Zhiyue. "Enough. Close your eyes. There's still work to be done." Xiao Zhiyue's tone softens considerably. Qin Yingzhou smiles faintly, seemingly relieved, yet his heart grows heavier. His probing of Xiao Zhiyue appears to have borne some fruit, but he cannot feel joy. If Yuan Suping truly has been wronged by Xiao Zhiyue, what should he do? He is at a complete loss. Chapter 3. The eccentric Kambu. An hour later, the maglev car arrived at Huayuan's branch located in Chudang Township, Tibet Autonomous Region. This site lies merely around 20 kilometers in a straight line from the Damba Daja Lama Temple near the base camp of Mount Everest. However, as the maglev road has yet to be completed, one must ascend the mountain in a standard vehicle. As dusk approached, Xiao Zhi resolved to visit the temple the following day. That evening, Qin Yingzhou hastily consumed a few bites of food before sitting down at his computer to refine an engineering drawing. Perhaps due to altitude sickness, he felt an excruciating headache that soon became unbearable, just as he was about to shut down the computer and retire to bed. A window from the game he frequently played, Mars Battlefield, suddenly appeared, indicating that his teammate, Zuiqiu Shiqi, had invited him to commence a game. Taken aback, Qin Yingzhou summoned his intelligent assistant, Oswald, to inquire whether his computer had been remotely accessed by another. Oswald informed him that the computer was not under external control. However, a potent electromagnetic signal had penetrated, causing the system to reboot automatically. Powerful electromagnetic signal? Qin Zhou pondered aloud. Oswald, please check if my severe headache is a result of this signal. Recalling his symptoms, he issued the command to Oswald. Certainly, Mr. Qin. Oswald's laser avatar emerged from the computer's display, extending its hands to press against Qin Zhou's temples. Subsequently, 2 streams of particles flowed from Oswald's palms, penetrating deep into Qin Zhou's mind. Mr. Qin, has your cerebral neural network been augmented by artificial intelligence? Oswald inquired. No. Do you perceive anything amiss? A voice inquired. There appears to be a chip linked to your frontal lobe. What? Impossible. Qin Zhou exclaimed in astonishment. Observe. Oswald pointed, projecting a holographic image of Qin Zhou's cranial scan before him. It is precisely this. Qin Zhou was taken aback to see a chip, no larger than a fingernail, embedded within his frontal lobe. Can you access the chip? Qin Zhou steadied his racing heart and coldly questioned Oswald. The chip has yet to be activated. If you wish to proceed with activation, I can attempt it. However, I must caution you, Mr. Qin, that the chip was not implanted at your request. Until the circumstances are clarified, it is advisable to refrain from activation. Upon hearing this, an icy shiver coursed through Qin Zhou's spine, sending a chill that surged to his very mind, nearly overwhelming him. Though he felt dizzy, his mind continued to race. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved himself. Activate it. Rather than cower in confusion, it is better to confront this head-on. Very well, I shall follow your directive. Oswald, referencing the cranial scan of Qin Zhou, placed his fingers upon his forehead. The scan revealed an electric current striking the chip, causing the tendrils connected to the surrounding neural pathways to activate, sending a swift current into Qin Zhou's hippocampus, illuminating with a radiant glow. In an instant, Qin Zhou felt as though his soul had detached from his body, collapsing to the ground like a deflated balloon. When consciousness returned, he found himself kneeling before a statue of Buddha, beside which sat a lama clad in crimson, murmuring incantations. As Qin Zhou was about to inquire further, the red-clad lama opened his eyes, reciting a Buddhist chant, and said, Mr. Qin, you have arrived. Arrived? Where's this? Wasn't I just at the hotel? A myriad of questions flooded Qin Zhou's mind. Mr. Qin, do not be anxious. Your body remains at the hotel, but your consciousness has reached this place. The red-clad lama rose and assisted Qin Zhou, stating, This is the Dambadaz Lama Temple, and I am the abbot here. Dambadaz Lama Temple? Isn't that the place I am supposed to visit tomorrow? Qin Zhou pondered with suspicion, secretly contemplating the possibility that this lama possessed extraordinary powers, not only foreseeing the future, but also summoning his consciousness from thin air. Mr. Qin, you misunderstand. The entity you are facing is not a physical being. We are merely connecting through the chip in your mind. You could say I have manifested within your consciousness, or perhaps it is more apt to consider this as a dream. Thus, whatever you think, I can perceive clearly. Oh, so we can communicate without speaking? Precisely. Qin Zhou was taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his brow. The chip in my mind was implanted by you. No, Mr. Qin. Then who? Well, please, do not rush. Allow me to tell you a story, and by the end, everything will become clear. A story? What kind of story? A tale concerning the origins of Buddhism. The origins of Buddhism. This is common knowledge, is it not? What is widely known is merely the circulated narrative. What I intend to share is a story drawn from my personal experience. Personal experience? Qin Zhou furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the red-clad lama before him with an air of skepticism. Are you truly certain that you have lived through the era of the Buddha? Monastics do not speak falsely. The Khenpo gestured with a wave of his hand. Mr. Qin, please follow me. Chapter 4. The secrets of enlightenment. On either side of the palace gate stood a row of armored guards. Khenpo, where are we? Qin Zhou inquired. His curiosity piqued as he observed the surroundings, glancing at the red-robed lama beside him. The Khenpo strode directly toward the palace entrance, prompting Qin Zhou to hastily keep pace. Upon reaching the gate, the guards did not impede the Khenpo's passage. Oh, Khenpo, Are the palace guards so lax? Why do they not question us? They cannot perceive us. Simply envision it as a cinematic experience. I almost forgot. This exists within my consciousness. But Kinpo, what brings you to this place? Patience, please. As they spoke, the Kinpo led Qin Ingzhou through the palace gates, revealing a glistening archway adorned with glazed tiles, suffused with a mystical purple aura that emanated a soft, ethereal light. The Kinpo approached, extending his hand into the violet mist which enveloped their surroundings. Fortunately, after a brief moment, the purple haze dissipated, transforming the scene before them. Qin Ingzhou beheld a young Kapilavastu man seated beneath a Bodhi tree, while the Kinpo, now donning a different guise, advanced toward him. Siddhartha, what have you discovered? The Kinpo called out loudly to the Kapilavastu man. Siddhartha? Is this the Buddha? Qin Ingzhou gasped, nearly exclaiming in astonishment. Master. Siddhartha retrieved a piece of silk from his bosom, which I scrutinized closely. It was a map. A map? Indeed. This map's destination pointed to a location on Mount Everest, while its origin should be the place where you discovered it. Where did you find it? The monk took the map, examined it for a moment, and replied, I found it in a cave on the Kunlun Mountains. The Kunlun Mountains? Siddhartha rose and assisted the monk to sit down. Honored master, might you share the details? I have nothing to withhold from you. The monk, named Li Dan, had ridden a green ox westward from the pass of Han, daily encountering wolves, leopards, and tigers, enduring the elements while pondering the profound truths of the universe. After an indeterminate number of days, he arrived at a canyon within the Kunlun mountain range, and after wandering through the gorge for several more days, he beheld a basin, at the center of which a radiant, multicolored light soared into the sky. Filled with joy, Li Dan surmised he had discovered the legendary Yaoqi, the sacred land, and eagerly approached, only to realize that the source of the vibrant light emanated from a cavernous opening, several feet wide, shrouded in mist and exuding heat. The light burst forth from within the cave, casting a kaleidoscope of colors, revealing what he had glimpsed from afar as the celestial realm of Yaoqi. Captivated by the cave, Li Dan sought out several vines, fashioned them into a long rope, secured one end to a nearby stone, and then slowly descended into the cavern. At the cave's depths lay a hot spring, from which the radiant light issued forth from a square box. As I lifted the box, a blinding white light overwhelmed my vision. Li Dan paused at this juncture, his profound gaze becoming clouded with mist. Master, Siddhartha softly called. Holding the box, I glanced around and discovered a passage which I proceeded to follow. Li Dan continued his narration. Qin Ingzhou gazed at the Kinpo and Siddhartha before him, astonished and speechless. At that moment, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Li Dan, are you Laozi? Qin Ingzhou asked tremulously. Yes, I am Laozi Lao Dan, the Supreme Lord, the ancestor of Tao. The world knows me by countless names, Lao Dan replied, stroking his long beard with a gentle laugh. Yet, none of the statues made in my likeness truly reflect my essence. It is hardly surprising, for there were no cameras back then. Qin Ingzhou chuckled as well, finding solace in Lao Dan's laughter. Kinpo, no. Tao ancestor, what happened next? What did you discover in the cave? Do not rush. Li Dan waved his hand before Qin Ingzhou, and the world transformed once more. Li Dan and Siddhartha descended through the vines to the bottom of the cave, Li Dan holding the dazzling white box. Oh, isn't that merely a spotlight? Qin Ingzhou remarked with a light laugh, only to be struck by a sudden realization. Where would a spotlight come from 2,000 years ago? How peculiar. In the illusion, Li Dan and Siddhartha entered the passage at the cave's base and walked for quite some time until they arrived at a spacious cavern. Within the cave, stalagmites, stone pillars, and stalactites were densely packed, illuminated by the spotlight, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. In the center lay a smooth stone slab, upon which two transparent figures, each over 3 meters long, lay motionless. Li Dan and Siddhartha approached and paused beside the ethereal beings, whose bodies appeared as if made of glass. Siddhartha's expression reflected astonishment. It is indeed made of crystal. Li Dan crouched down, gently caressing the arm of the translucent figure. You should feel this, he urged. Siddhartha, following his lead, knelt and touched the ethereal being, his initial astonishment transforming into delight. Master, is this the crystalline realm you frequently speak of? Oh, when shall I achieve such a state of cultivation? He mused. A body of crystal, impervious for a millennium. This is the relentless pursuit of every seeker of truth. Li Dan asserted with gravity. That piece of silken fabric was discovered here, clasped in the hand of this individual. Master, why not follow the map further down? Siddhartha exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. After a moment of contemplation, Li Dan replied solemnly, very well. Let us uncover what secrets lie hidden at Mount Everest. Chapter 5. Enigmas within Mount Everest. Li Dan guided Qin Ingzhou through the clouds, swiftly arriving at the northern face of Mount Everest. As Qin Ingzhou surveyed the area, he recalled it should have been the site of the Damba Daji Lama temple. Yet he now beheld a sheer rock wall, with resilient shrubs sprouting from the crevices and patches of green moss clinging to the protruding stones. Upon closer inspection, he spotted Li Dan and Siddhartha scaling the rocky surface, each time finding a foothold to throw a grappling hook, securing it within the crevices, and then ascending alternately until they reached a notably prominent stone platform. Li Dan retrieved the silken fabric from his pocket, comparing it meticulously before addressing Siddhartha. This should be the place. However, there was no visible entrance. Siddhartha began to knock on the stone wall, searching for a passage. Uncertain of the years that have passed, one wonders how to seek the truth. There are always traces to follow. Li Dan meticulously scrutinized the stone wall, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the patches of green moss. Siddhartha, sensing the shift in Li Dan's expression, eagerly inquired, Master, have you discovered something? Look at that section. No shrubs have taken root there, Li Dan replied, gesturing toward the area cloaked in moss. It seems that while trees cannot anchor themselves, the moss thrives. Thus, I surmise the entrance lies within that patch. That makes sense. Let us remove the moss and unveil the true visage of the stone wall, Siddhartha declared, his impatience evident as he began to scrape away the green covering. In mere moments, he had cleared the surrounding moss. Stop, Li Dan shouted. Siddhartha halted abruptly, questioning, What is it, master? Li Dan approached the stone wall, pointing out, Observe these patterns. Siddhartha focused on the direction of Li Dan's finger, the furrowed lines on his forehead gradually relaxing. At first glance, these patterns appear to be naturally occurring. However, upon closer inspection of the varying depths, I can distinctly discern a picture. Indeed, it resembles two koi fish swirling around a central circle. Might that circle be a mechanism? Li Dan postulated, pressing firmly upon the small circle. With a thunderous sound, a fissure emerged in the stone wall, widening until a grand doorway stood ajar. Li Dan and Siddhartha eagerly entered the cavern, greeted by a dazzling array of lights and an assortment of peculiar chairs and objects. What Qin Ingzhou beheld was akin to their own astonishment, rendering him momentarily speechless. Could this possibly be a spaceship's cockpit? Observing Li Dan and Siddhartha, the two seemed oblivious to the extraordinary nature of their surroundings, displaying no particular signs of surprise. After surveying the area, Li Dan remarked nonchalantly, Siddhartha, this is even more splendid and exquisite than your royal palace. Look at these luminous pearls. They are truly radiant, perhaps salvaged from the dragon palace of the North Sea? Who knows? Siddhartha, exhibiting an air of familiarity with the peculiar, sauntered to the edge and took a seat in a pilot's chair. Upon sensing his weight, the chair activated, illuminating a display screen before him that revealed a transparent figure, uttering incomprehensible sounds to Siddhartha's ears. Siddhartha, come here quickly, came Li Dan's voice. Turning to see Li Dan beside a black box capped with a dome of colored glass, he was urged, hurry over. Siddhartha hastened to him. Inside the box lay two transparent beings, resembling those encountered in the Kunlun mountain cave. At this revelation, Qin Ingzhou comprehended that these transparent entities were extraterrestrial beings, and that Li Dan and Siddhartha had stumbled upon their spacecraft that had journeyed to Earth. Do you understand now? Li Dan's voice echoed in his ear. The scene before him shifted once more. I understand. Qin Ingzhou nodded. And what happened next? What did you discover? Nothing more. This is all we found. Nothing more? The questions swirling in Qin Ningzhou's mind remained unanswered. How had Li Dan managed to survive until now? You wish to know why I have endured this long, do you not? Indeed, let me surmise that interstellar travel necessitates the extension of life. Hence, the two extraterrestrial beings reclined within the pod are, in fact, machines designed for life prolongation. Bingo! Li Dan playfully snapped his fingers. What a delightful old man, nay, an old child. Qin Ningzhou gazed at Li Dan, marveling inwardly. Are you paying me a compliment? Li Dan laughed heartily. Ah, indeed, it seems you can discern my thoughts. Suddenly, with a jovial expression, Li Dan's body began to contort and sway, as if a multitude of particles were slowly dissipating. Daozu, Daozu, what has befallen you? Qin Ningzhou exclaimed, rushing towards Li Dan, attempting to embrace him, only to find himself falling heavily to the ground. Chapter 6. Neural link. Qin Ningzhou jolted awake, as though a deflated balloon had been reinflated. Daozu, Daozu. The inertia of thought lingered as he sprang from the floor, a few moments passing before he could fully comprehend his surroundings within the hotel room. Am I awake? The night had deepened, and with an irksome question of whether this was reality or a concocted narrative, he hastily exited, hailing a taxi at the hotel entrance, bound for the Dambod's Lama Temple. The only recourse now was to seek the Kenpo, that is, Li Dan, for clarification to assuage the doubts within his heart. At the temple entrance, a young lama intercepted Qin Ningzhou, his demeanor anxious yet polite, inquiring, Are you Mr. Qin? Qin Ningzhou nodded. Yes, I am here to see the Kenpo. The young lama replied, The Kenpo has instructed me to take you to him. The young lama, having spoken, turned swiftly and dashed away. Qin Ningzhou followed suit, and as they walked for a while, nearing the rear hall, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky, accompanied by several searchlights illuminating the ground as bright as day. Hurry, the young lama urged, pulling Qin Ningzhou along. He closely trailed the young lama into the rear hall, and at the moment of entry, he beheld several fully armed robotic soldiers descending from a hovering helicopter. Don't look, they will spot you, the young lama warned in a hushed yet stern tone. Heeding the warning, Qin Ningzhou quickly shut the door. The young lama rushed to the statue of the great Buddha, observing that the statue's middle finger and thumb were pressed together, with the index finger raised. This was the gesture of subduing demons. Come help me, he called. Qin Ningzhou hurried over and saw the young lama tugging at the Buddha's middle finger, which remained immovable. Why are we pulling the finger of the statue? Qin Ningzhou inquired. There is no time for explanations. Just pull as I say. Stop being so chatty, the young lama retorted, urgency evident in his voice. Quickly, Qin Ningzhou acquiesced, grasping the Buddha's thumb. When the young lama counted to 3, they both exerted force together. As the two fingers separated, a series of crackling sounds emanated from behind the statue, and a small door began to open slowly. Follow me, perhaps in haste. The young lama abandoned all pretense of politeness. Qin Ningzhou trailed the young lama through the small door, which then gradually closed behind them. The young lama hurried ahead, and after a few strides, Qin Ningzhou grasped the young lama's hand. Where are we headed? Qin Ningzhou inquired, only to suddenly realize how delicate and soft the small hand he was holding was. This sensation was so familiar to him, etched deeply into his heart. No. Who are you? Don't ask, just come with me. The young lama responded in a fluster. What about Li Dan? Qin Ningzhou pressed. He is dead. The young lama took the driver's seat, initiating a series of operations, illuminating several large screens opposite them. Dead. I just spoke to him. Qin Ningzhou was bewildered. Don't ask now. We must escape. Once we are safe, I will explain everything. As he spoke, the young lama pulled down the overhead switch, revealing the cockpit ahead. The stone wall that had concealed their path was merely a disguise, and upon its removal, a massive stone platform was unveiled where the spaceship rested. After swiftly programming the flight path, the young lama issued commands in Martian language, which Qin Ningzhou could not comprehend. Take off immediately. Head to base 2. The spaceship roared to life, and just then, a bright light shot towards them, followed by the explosion of a shell above the craft's canopy. The spaceship accelerated, soaring past the helicopter that had launched the projectile, disappearing without a trace. On board a helicopter, Ren Zhonghui watched the spaceship vanish and slammed his fist into his thigh in frustration. Inside the spaceship, the young lama activated the autopilot mode, glancing at the bewildered Qin Ingzhou beside him. "Now we are safe. Feel free to ask anything," the young lama said. "You said Li Dan is dead?" Qin Ingzhou asked, his voice trembling. "Yes." The young lama stood and walked towards the black capsule. Qin Ingzhou followed, discovering Li Dan lying inside the capsule. "It was too late by the time I found him." The young lama spoke with a hint of sorrow. "When did he pass away?" 3 years ago. 3 years? How is that possible? Just an hour ago, You mean the brain link? The young lama opened his palm and placed it upon the adjacent display screen. The screen illuminated with a brain scan of Li Dan, certain regions still glowing with vitality. When I discovered him, there were residual electrical signals in his neural pathways. When I placed him in the rescue pod, the pod's computer automatically stored the remaining information. Are you suggesting that the information I received originated from this computer? But why am I able to connect to it? I suspect it is because my sister installed a receiver in your mind. Your sister? Who is she? The young lama hesitated for a moment before responding. You must know from your communications with Li Dan that when he stumbled upon this spacecraft, there were 2 extraterrestrials lying in the rescue pod. Those 2 were my sister and me. Impossible. Qin Ingzhou laughed. Those 2 extraterrestrials were entirely transparent. You? The young lama remained silent, gazing steadily at Qin Ingzhou. After a brief moment, Qin Ingzhou witnessed his form gradually becoming indistinct, as if a multitude of particles were dispersing and swirling together, only to recombine, ultimately manifesting as a translucent extraterrestrial. Startled, Qin Ingzhou collapsed to the ground. The extraterrestrial then reverted to the appearance of the young lama and approached Qin Ingzhou. "I apologize for frightening you." Qin Ingzhou grasped the young lama's hand and stood up. The young lama's hand was delicate and gentle, surpassing that of any earthly infant. Such a delicate sensation was one that Qin Ingzhou had experienced before, that of his girlfriend. Yuan Suping's hand. Chapter 7. Are the descendants of intelligent robots human? In Qin Ingzhou's laboratory, on an altar-like triangular stand, rested a rectangular silicon ingot measuring 2 centimeters in width and length and 3 centimeters in height. Above the ingot, a circular ring, connected by 2 robotic arms, was positioned, housing 100 billion proton beam points on its inner surface, seated before the computer controlling the robotic arms. Qin Ingzhou brought forth a design blueprint for a silicon crystal column, magnified 100 billion times. After meticulously scrutinizing the details and confirming their accuracy, he pressed the fabrication button. Qin Ingzhou, filled with excitement, tension, and focus, was so engrossed in the unfolding process that he remained oblivious to Yuan Suping as she wheeled a robotic body to his side. This robot stood approximately 1 meter tall, its skeleton and movement mechanisms crafted from titanium, while its exterior was adorned with skin resembling silicone, presenting the appearance and attire of a young boy. Yuan Suping gazed silently at Qin Ingzhou, her eyes soft and brimming with affection, radiating a maternal warmth. Moments later, the glow of the sphere diminished, becoming wispy and eventually ceasing altogether. Upon inspecting the silicon ingot, it had transformed. Its interior shimmered with luminous threads, reminiscent of the Milky Way as observed through the Hubble Space Telescope, rich in depth and shrouded in mystery. At the 10 picometer scale, you have finally succeeded in creating the silicon crystal column. Ingzhou, you are the sovereign of scientific application. No, with the silicon crystal column, robots will possess human-like thoughts and emotions. You are the hand of God. Yuan Suping exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. Suping, you've arrived. Please refrain from showering me with compliments just yet. Let us see if this works. Qin Ingzhou remarked as she donned protective gloves, carefully removing the silicon crystal column from its stand and handing it to Yuan Suping. Taking the crystal column, Yuan Suping opened the cover of the robot's rear compartment and inserted the silicon column into the corresponding socket. All right, I will proceed with the system installation. Yuan Suping tapped on the laser screen computer adorning her left wrist, and a 3-dimensional display instantly materialized before her. She deftly maneuvered the interface, completing the system installation in mere moments. Ingzhou, why don't you bestow a name upon it? This is our shared creation. Akin to our child after a moment of contemplation, Qin Ingzhou replied, in the future, we shall have many more children. Let us name it Qin Yuan Daolong. Why not choose a Japanese name? Is that so? But we Daolong isn't Japanese either. All right then, you shall be Qin Daolong. By the way, Daolong, it's time for your medication. Amidst their light-hearted banter, Yuan Su-ping entered the name Qin Yuan Daolong into the computer and then clicked the activation code. As the rear cover gently sealed, the robot opened its eyes. All set. It's activated. Now, let us establish its identity, Yuan Su-ping declared. Go ahead. You are the mother, and the first sight the newborn should behold is its mother, Qin Ingzhou suggested. Very well. Yuan Su-ping waved her hand in front of Qin Su Darlang's eyes, which followed the motion of her palm. Indeed, Darlang was physiologically sound. I began reciting the codes of affirmation, the I Ching, the Analects, Li Bai, Rousseau, Lu Sun, love, love for mother, love for father. I am your mother. My name is Yuan Su-ping. He is your father. His name is Qin Ingzhou. You are called Qin Yuan Darlang. Confirm. Confirm. Qin Yuan Darlang rotated his eyes, gazing at Yuan Su-ping, then at Qin Ingzhou. Mom, Dad, I love you. Observing Qin Yuan Darlang's earnest and endearing demeanor, Qin Ingzhou and Yuan Su-ping were overwhelmed with joy. Embracing him tightly, their fingers interlaced. Ingzhou, will Darlang have children of his own in the future? Yuan Su-ping's eyes glistened with tears of excitement. Qin Ingzhou was momentarily taken aback. Seeing his astonished expression, Yuan Su-ping held Qin Yuan Darlang close, gently stroking his head, her gaze filled with affection. Darling, it's time to sleep. Qin Yuan Darlang closed his eyes, entering a state of slumber. Su-ping, Darlang will neither grow nor age. Although his brain is structurally akin to that of a human, enabling humanoid thought and emotion, he remains an inorganic silicon entity. He possesses no life, let alone the capability for offspring. Qin Ingzhou reluctantly articulated this truth, yet felt compelled to do so. Is it the flesh and blood of carbon-based beings that defines life? Yuan Su-ping replied with fervor, who says silicon-based entities cannot grow. Silicon-based life forms possess vitality that far surpasses that of carbon-based life. Su-ping, silicon is simply silicon. There is no such thing as silicon-based life. Although I am not a theoretical scientist, I possess an understanding of these fundamental truths. Your assertions verge on unreasonable provocation, Qin Ingzhou remarked with an effort to remain calm. How am I being unreasonable? Can the life forms of Earth truly represent the entirety of the universe? The absence of silicon-based life on Earth does not imply its non-existence throughout the cosmos. Yuan Su-ping grew increasingly agitated. I have heard of postpartum depression in women. Yet this nominal mother seems inexplicably irritable. This thought lingered only in Qin Ingzhou's mind, accompanied by a bitter smile. He fell silent while Yuan Su-ping remained visibly upset. He had no choice but to draw her close, embracing her and clasping her hands. Her touch was so gentle and delicate that as he softly caressed her hand, his earlier discontent dissipated entirely. All right, there must be something out there. The universe is vast, and perhaps my knowledge is merely limited. Qin Ingzhou spoke softly. Do not let anger consume you. If you become unwell, how can you be a good mother? Humph. Yuan Su-ping pouted, though a smile lingered at the corners of her eyes. I apologize. Qin Ingzhou felt a flush of embarrassment for his earlier outburst. I understand. You are reminded of Su-ping. She spoke of you and of your eldest son. Indeed, the intelligent robots created by you Earthlings may merely be tools, whether for labor or emotional support. But have you considered that the silicon pillars endow an inorganic entity with thought and emotion? If they possess the capacity for thought, they can conceive ideas and create. If they were to produce the next generation of robots, perpetuating their thoughts and emotions, could they not then be considered life, perhaps even humanity? Qin Ingzhou was left in stunned silence. Li Dan and Siddhartha both asserted that the human body is merely a foul vessel, while thoughts represent the eternal essence. The young lama, clearly not finished, continued to inquire, which holds greater significance, the corporeal form, or the thoughts and emotions. Of course, Su Ping's perspective is not without its extremes. Observing Qin Ingzhou's bewildered expression, the young lama's tones softened considerably. She opined that humanity must evolve towards silicon-based life to transcend Earth and venture into the cosmos, for carbon-based life will ultimately face obsolescence. No, I cannot fathom Su Ping believing such a notion, Qin Ingzhou exclaimed, astonished. Yet, she is not alone in this belief. Many Martians share her sentiment. The young lama sighed. Why do we seek to colonize Earth? Because it possesses abundant silicon. 27. 7 of the crust is composed of silicon. Then, do you ultimately intend to eradicate us Earthlings? Qin Ingzhou asked, her voice trembling. We have no such intention, but you have stifled the development of intelligent robotics, which has led Su Ping's views to grow increasingly radical. I hope you can persuade her. After all, she holds deep affection for you. Su Ping, where is she? You are aware that the Huayuan group has now splintered into 2 distinct factions. Xiao Zhiyu opposes intelligent robotics, and Su Ping will undoubtedly confront her. If you draw closer to her, you shall surely have the opportunity to meet Su Ping. Upon hearing this, visions of Yuan Su Ping and Xiao Zhiyu flickered through Qin Ingzhou's mind. You want me to approach Xiao Zhiyu? This is the only way. The young lama gazed solemnly at Qin Ingzhou, reminding him not to forget his words. Grant the intelligent robot a chance. If you could simultaneously alter Su Ping and Xiao Zhiyu, that would be most commendable. Alas, Qin Ingzhou sighed deeply. You truly hold me in high regard. Chapter 8. Xiao Zhiyu. The thunderous sound of cannon fire jolted Xiao Zhiyu from her slumber. In an instant, she realized that something had transpired at the Dambadajia Lama Temple. Xiao Zhiyu sprang from her bed, donned her attire, and sped towards Dambadajia. However, midway, she encountered a blockade, with several robotic sentinels stationed to guard the area. Upon revealing her identity, the robotic sentinels declared that without Ren Zhonghui's orders, no one could pass. Hearing this, Xiao Zhiyue's fury ignited. Ren Zhonghui had become increasingly unbridled. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before the National Security Bureau would obliterate him, and perhaps even the Huayuan group. Xiao Zhiyu harbored a profound disdain for these intelligent robots. Once they were bound to someone, they would obey without an ounce of humanity. If they are to be called intelligent, when will they truly exhibit intelligence and possess their own thoughts? After expressing her frustrations with a few curses, she connected with Ren Zhonghui to confront him about his assault on the Lama Temple. On the other end, Ren Zhonghui remained jovial, asserting that he was merely following orders. Orders from whom? Little Xiao, with your keen intellect, you must consider who commissioned this batch of robotic sentinels. The National Security Bureau? A chill ran down Xiao Zhiyue's spine, realizing that it was indeed not his own doing. Have I truly lost my senses? Ren Zhonghui hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xiao, having spent such an extensive time in Tibet and grown familiar with the Kenpo, have you not noticed that someone is impersonating him? What do you mean? Given Huayuan Da's relationship with the state, do you not fear that your incessant underhanded maneuvers might implicate your father? With the conversation reaching an impasse, Xiao Zhiyu hung up the phone. Xiao. Ren Zhonghui gazed at the disconnected call, contemplating for a moment before issuing an order to detain Xiao Zhiyu. As Xiao Zhiyu turned her vehicle around, preparing to leave, 2 robotic guards sprinted toward her, restraining the front of the car, rendering it immovable. Just as Xiao Zhiyu was about to erupt in anger, she was yanked from the vehicle by the approaching robotic guards. According to orders, you are to be temporarily detained. Please do not resist, or we will be compelled to take coercive measures, one robotic guard informed Xiao Zhiyu. The voice emitted from the loudspeaker was far more unfeeling than that produced by human vocal cords. How dare you? Do you know who I am? Release your grip. Xiao Zhiyu shouted vehemently. The robotic guards disregarded her pleas and began to escort her toward the sentry booth. Suddenly, the inky night sky was pierced by beams of light. And before Xiao Zhiyu could comprehend the situation, several robotic guards had collapsed. Staring in disbelief, Xiao Zhiyu watched as Qin Ingzhou descended from the air. Qin Ingzhou approached Xiao Zhiyu, giving her a gentle push. Hurry, what are you waiting for? As Qin Ingzhou moved toward Xiao Zhiyue's vehicle, she swiftly claimed the driver's seat. Qin Ingzhou shook his head and entered from the opposite side, placing a laser gun in the back seat. Casting a glance at the laser gun, Xiao Zhiyue inquired, "Was this your doing? What is so extraordinary?" Qin Ingzhou replied nonchalantly, "Let us go before they notice." "Where to?" "I shall take you to a certain place." Qin Ingzhou entered a coordinate into the car's navigation system, urging, "Just follow my lead." "What place is this?" "You shall find out upon arrival. If you do not divulge, I shan't drive." Xiao Zhiyu fixed her gaze upon Qin Ingzhou. "It is my own laboratory." Qin Ingzhou regarded Xiao Zhiyu, striving to suppress his growing annoyance. "Miss, could you allow me to finish my sentence?" "Oh, I thought you had concluded." Xiao Zhiyu replied, somewhat aggrieved. "Very well. To be succinct, this laboratory does not belong to Huayuanda. A few years ago, I successfully created a robot there, one endowed with its own thoughts and emotions." "One endowed with its own thoughts," Xiao Zhiyu exclaimed, suddenly catching sight of Qin Ingzhou's exasperated expression. "My apologies, an old habit. Please continue." "Enough of that. Drive first. I shall explain further upon our arrival." Qin Ingzhou reclined his seat, closed his eyes, and relaxed. "Oh." Xiao Zhiyu started the car, muttering under her breath, "So arrogant, like a buffoon. But considering you saved me, I shall overlook it." As the car journeyed on, Qin Ingzhou had traversed countless realms that night, first through the fabric of consciousness and then ensnared in a conflict. Now, finally at peace, exhaustion overtook him, and he swiftly slipped into slumber. In a dream, there exists a tranquil azure lake, at the edge of which stands an exquisite wooden cabin. Qin Ingzhou gazes from the corridor towards a small boat at the center of the lake, where Yuan Su-ping and Qin Yuan Dalong are joyfully splashing in the water. Suddenly, a shell descends from the heavens, striking the small vessel. With a deafening explosion, flames engulf the boat, and debris flies in all directions. "Su-ping! Su-ping!" Qin Ingzhou screams, her body writhing on the not-so-spacious chair. Xiao Zhiyue abruptly halts the vehicle, casting a glance at Qin Ingzhou. A flicker of remorse spreading from the corners of her eyes, consuming her entire visage. Gradually, Qin Ingzhou calms down, her breathing becoming steady. Xiao Zhiyue peers through the windshield at the pitch-black sky, exhaling deeply, hoping to expel the tumultuous emotions within her, thus enabling her to resume driving. Chapter 9. The Kingdom of the Martian Federation. Yuan Su-ping stands before the window, lost in a myriad of thoughts. The rain has poured throughout the night, showing no signs of abating even as the sun rises. The Dambadagya Lama temple has been exposed, Yuan Hu has fled, and Qin Ingzhou along with Xiao Zhiyue are either missing or have been captured by Yuan Hu. Last night, a confidant of Rinzhonghui exchanged this news with her for 10,000 yuan to purchase liquor. For the inhabitants of Earth, loyalty is a rare and cherished virtue. However, on Mars, loyalty has long been ingrained into life through DNA. Yuan Hu and Yuan Su-ping, this brother-sister duo, were born in the year 2000 of the Martian Homo sapiens era, referred to by historians as the Year of Creation. This year marked the success of the Martian Revolution, wherein the revolutionary forces compelled the king to sign a constitution, establishing a citizens' assembly and a royal council. Yuan Lu, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, was elected as the first governor of the Martian Federation's royal council through the citizens' assembly. The Martian Federal Kingdom classifies its citizens into 3 tiers: citizens, guardians, and laborers. Citizens possess the right to vote, thereby electing both the royal council and the governor. Among the citizenry, 99% are humans, while the remaining 1% consists of exceptional and meritorious intelligent robots elevated from the ranks of guardians. Those deemed unworthy among the citizens are relegated to the status of guardians, while those guilty of crimes are demoted to laborers. Guardians comprise both humans and intelligent robots, with the distinction that only a human may hold the rank of marshal. All other commanding positions may be occupied by capable intelligent robots. Even those who attain the rank of marshal within the guardians find their status and benefits inferior to those of the citizens. Among the laborers, 99% are intelligent robots, with the remaining 1% originating from human criminals. After completing their mandated servitude, these criminals may have the opportunity to ascend to the rank of guardians. Yuan Lu's wife, Su Shi, sustained abdominal injuries during the Revolutionary War, resulting in her loss of fertility. Now that the revolution has triumphed, the couple yearns for a child. Their mutual friend, the kingdom's chief scientist, Xiang Sheng, suggests the possibility of creating an intelligent robot to serve as their offspring. However, Yuan Lu finds it unacceptable that the children of the governor cannot be born as citizens. Xiang Sheng counters that his research has made significant advancements. He has developed a four-dimensional molecular structure of multi-chain silane hydride compounds that can achieve the mimicry of any molecular structure. If he constructs an intelligent robot using this multi-chain four-dimensional silane hydride compound, it could emulate the appearance of a human being. Furthermore, the strength of this compound surpasses that of existing intelligent robots' metallic bodies, and it can harness solar energy, requiring only the replenishment of water without the constraints of needing to be plugged in for power, thus ensuring that outsiders would remain oblivious to this secret. This, indeed, is magnificent news. However, Yuan Lu has just been elected as the governor, and he harbors reservations about deceiving the citizens. Xiang Sheng reassures Yuan Lu, asserting that a ruler possesses the prerogative to mislead the populace, provided that such falsehoods serve the interests of the kingdom. How can this be beneficial to the realm when it pertains to my personal family matters? Yuan Lu queries, perplexed. Governor, a child may merely be a familial concern for you, but Xiang Sheng gazes intently at Yuan Lu, halting his words. Are you contemplating mass production? Yuan Lu feels a stirring within. Have you not observed that under the current circumstances, the citizens' assembly struggles to endure? How audacious! Yuan Lu retorts vehemently. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to critique the Constitution, to disparage the citizens' assembly? Governor, you are perceptive. Xiang Sheng responds fearlessly, speaking with solemnity. My affection for the Constitution compels me to ensure it does not meet an untimely demise. The citizens' assembly is, on the surface, a democratic gathering, yet, at its core, it is a feast for the rabble. They revel in the fruits of revolution, comfortably directing robots. How many among them genuinely consider the welfare of the kingdom? You know it best. In contrast, robots obey commands, remain loyal to the interests of the state, and will never harbor selfish intentions. Governor, as long as it benefits the nation, rulers possess the authority to deceive the citizenry. Xiang Sheng exclaims passionately. Following Xiang Sheng's counsel, half a month later, Yuan Hu and Yuan Su Ping are born, with Yuan Hu designated to be 25 years old and Yuan Su Ping set to be 23. In selecting their simulated genders, Yuan Hu chooses male while Yuan Su Ping opts for female. At that time, the technology of Martians had evolved to support lifespans extending up to a millennium, allowing them to maintain their youthful appearances for an extended duration. Thus, when Yuan Lu publicly announced the discovery of his long-lost children prior to the revolution, it did not arouse suspicion among the citizens. 50 years later, at the conclusion of Yuan Lu's term as the chancellor, he proposed to extend his tenure. After 5 decades of clandestine development, more than half of the members in the royal council were now his prot-G mimicry robots, and the primary leaders at the citizen assembly's various voting stations were also mimicry robots. This secret had begun to circulate among the populace. A decade earlier, an assembly member raised doubts, only to be condemned by Yuan Lu on charges of conspiracy to subvert the council, sentenced to lifelong servitude. Since then, no one dared to openly challenge him. Unsurprisingly, Yuan Lu's reappointment was successful. With grand ambition, he declared at the Citizen Assembly, "Next, we shall embark on the expansion of interstellar colonization, thoroughly addressing the escalating population crisis on Mars." Chapter 10. Why the Mars landing plan continues to fail as the sun rose. Its golden rays pierced through the clouds, appearing dim and feeble, insufficient to illuminate the undulating expanse of the Gobi Desert. A groundhog peeked out from behind a rock, scanning its surroundings before emerging from its burrow and moving towards a patch of gravel to dig for roots. A cobra stealthily approached, and from a distance of about 2 feet, it suddenly sprang forth, ensnaring the groundhog. This desolate stretch of the Gobi Desert lies within the narrow corridor between northern Gansu, Inner Mongolia, and Xinjiang, where the aerospace base of Huayuan Group has been established. A dozen towering steel supports, each reaching a height of over 100 meters, rise majestically against the dawn sky, with 3 of them proudly bearing spacecraft. Poised like eagles ready to take flight at the break of day, exuding an aura of resolute strength and cold precision. Approximately 5 kilometers to the south of this array of supports stands a solitary dome-shaped edifice. Ren Zhonghui occupies the expansive hall on the top floor of this building. Gazing intently through the sweeping arc of glass that forms an entire wall, captivated by the spacecraft outside. In a minute, the projection wall behind him will illuminate, heralding an instant video conference with military representatives from China, the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and Russia. A decade prior, these 5 formidable nations forged a collaborative agreement to explore Mars, opting to engage a multinational high-tech enterprise to execute the Mars landing project, ensuring neutrality by seeking a global partner. Huayuan Group entered the bidding and triumphed over numerous competitors, securing the contract. Subsequently, research and development commenced in an orderly fashion, overcoming numerous challenges, culminating in the inaugural test flight a year ago. The spacecraft ascended, escaping Earth's orbit and navigating the cosmos. Everything proceeded seamlessly. After 100 days of voyage, the spacecraft entered Mars orbit, igniting global jubilation. Just 1 step away, merely landing remained. That day, Ren Zhonghui sat at the command station, wholly absorbed in the display before him. The screen showcased a split view of the spacecraft's journey in Mars orbit, the surrounding interstellar environment, and the astronauts' conditions. Ren Zhonghui grasped the communicator and commanded resolutely, "Commence landing immediately." Suddenly, the control panel of the spacecraft erupted in flames. Before anyone could react, the flickering fire coalesced into a fierce blaze, engulfing the entire console. Then, with a deafening roar, a fireball instantaneously consumed the entire cabin. Within the command room, a cacophony of lamentations, cries, and screams surged forth, shattering the hearts of all present. Ren Zhonghui stood there, utterly bewildered, confronted by the ominous darkness of the display screen, rendered motionless. In the subsequent year, Huayuan Corporation conducted 4 more landing tests, learning from the initial catastrophe. This time, no human astronauts were dispatched. Instead, intelligent robots were employed. Yet, the nightmare persisted. Each time, just as before, moments before landing, the cabin inexplicably ignited, leading to explosions and thwarted efforts. Ren Zhonghui turned to face the 5 representatives displayed on the screen and bowed in respect. "Please, share the situation," the Chinese representative urged. "Allow me to interject." The American representative interposed. "Are you suggesting that the enemy is lurking within your company? Specifically, among the research personnel involved in the code development? I sincerely apologize, but yes." Ren Zhonghui lowered his head in contrition. "Have you identified who it is?" inquired the British representative. "Not yet. We are still screening." However, Ren Zhonghui paused, gesturing to activate the display screen behind him, and continued, after tracing the code activated by the information transmitter. "We mobilized a substantial workforce to sift through all electromagnetic signals emitted from Earth at that time. Ultimately, we pinpointed our target to a concealed signal station located on the northern side of Mount Everest. Following meticulous searches, we confirmed that this signal station was hidden within the Damba Daja Lama Temple." As Ren Zhonghui recounted this, the screen displayed the location of the signal station, showcasing it to the 5 representatives. "Who is it? Have they been apprehended?" inquired the Russian representative. Given the deep concealment of this signal station, a direct search would yield minimal results and could potentially alert them. Therefore, I devised a plan to install an elevator at Mount Everest under the guise of developing tourism, and dispatched my company employees Qin Ingzhou and Xiao Zhiyue to negotiate the relocation with the temple authorities, while I conducted an investigation from the shadows. Just last night, We intercepted a new radio signal, and upon decryption, discovered that the secrets hidden within the temple are far more complex than merely a signal station. We only have 5 minutes for this meeting, so let us keep it brief, urged the American representative. Indeed, there is an organization hidden within the temple, and I suspect it is Martians, Ren Zhonghui asserted. What? Martians? Impossible. Investigations from various nations have confirmed that Martian humanity perished during the catastrophe 3,000 years ago. Mars is now utterly desolate, exclaimed the French representative. What if they had arrived on Earth before the Martian catastrophe? The representatives from the 5 parties were momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a possibility. What evidence do you possess? What does the decrypted information reveal? Inquired the Chinese representative. The representatives exchanged perplexed glances. Moreover, the encrypted message was transmitted from my company's aerospace base. It must be that spy responsible for the concealed code. We must apprehend this traitor swiftly. Otherwise, the agreement will be nullified, the American representative declared sternly. The 5 representatives began deliberating through their internal communicators, leaving Ren Zhonghui unable to discern their discussions. After a brief moment, the Chinese representative activated the communicator to Ren Zhonghui. You have 10 days to identify the Martian spy. Is it feasible? Chapter 11. The ease with which robots replace humans. The navigation system indicated that they had reached their destination. Xiao Zhue brought the vehicle to a halt and gently nudged the still, slumbering Qin Ingzhou. We've arrived, Xiao Zhue whispered. Qin Ingzhou rubbed his eyes, rose, and opened the car door to step outside. Before him lay the azure lake that had graced his dreams, alongside a charming wooden cabin by the shore. Qin Ingzhou made his way towards the cabin, while Xiao Zhue hastened a few steps to keep pace. This is your laboratory. You certainly have a knack for selecting locations, Xiao Zhue remarked, casting an envious glance around. Qin Ingzhou remained silent, approached the entrance, entered the code, and the lock emitted a beep, signaling that it had been unlocked. As Qin Ingzhou pushed open the door, he was met with a scene of utter disarray. The room before him was a bedroom, littered with dirty clothes and torn socks, and a man lay on the bed, clutching a piece of paper in his left hand and a knife in his right. A deep gash marred his neck, from which blood had seeped, staining a significant portion of the bed linen around him. The blood had already congealed, taking on a dark hue. Ren Zhonghui and Shi Hokuin entered the room. Have you called the police? Ren Zhonghui inquired, his brow furrowed as he cast a glance at the corpse. Shi Hokuin shook his head, replying, I was in the process of investigating him. In situations like this, it's difficult to ascertain the truth, so I hesitated to alert the authorities. Ren Zhonghui approached and picked up the piece of paper clutched in the man's hand, examining it closely. Do you believe this was a suicide? He mused, almost as if speaking to himself. I do not believe so. Why would he take his own life? If he were a spy, he could have simply vanished. He is clearly a scapegoat. Ren Zhonghui peeled back the wound for a closer inspection and seized the knife from the man's grasp, mimicking a motion as if to slit his throat. This is certainly not a case of suicide. If it were, the hand would have pulled downward, merely lacerating the flesh. However, this wound is a clean cut. Oh, Shi Hokuin stepped closer to scrutinize the scene. Ren, I didn't realize you had knowledge of forensic examination. Knowledge is perhaps too grand a term. This is merely common sense, Ren Zhonghui replied as he extracted a cigar, ignited it, and inhaled deeply. Although this was not a suicide, it also cannot be dismissed as merely a scapegoat scenario. The matter is far more intricate than it appears. Oh, how so? If it were merely a frame-up, one could easily make Su Jiang vanish, thus allowing us to continue our pursuit. Now that he is deceased, his body laid bare before us, the murderer clearly intends to convey something. What could it be? Ren Zhonghui furrowed his brow, glanced once more at the piece of paper, folded it neatly, and tucked it into his pocket. He then reached out to pry open the corpse's mouth, examining it closely, and turned the head of the body, scrutinizing every detail. I hope my mother and father remain forever healthy and joyful. I wish that one day I could truly become a human being. When Qin Yuan Darlong uttered these words, his expression was grave. As he opened his eyes, It seemed as though a suppressed current of electricity emanated from his gaze, enveloping his face in an unsettling aura. Darlong, you are a human, Yuan Suping exclaimed, embracing Qin Yuan Darlong. No, mother, not yet. Qin Yuan Darlong extricated himself from Yuan Suping's embrace and stated earnestly, but I will strive to learn. One day, I shall resolve this matter. Qin Ingzhou pressed the remote, halting the playback of the recording. Xiao Zhiyue, with an expression of astonishment, paused for a moment before addressing Qin Ingzhou. Your Darlong has indeed surpassed all intelligent robots. He possesses thought, understands love, and has the capacity for creation, or at least the desire to create. Until yesterday, I too believed Darlong to be the most exceptional intelligent robot on Earth. Is that not so? Do you know Kambu? I do. Then are you aware that Kambu passed away 3 years ago? The Kambu you encountered later was a disguise crafted by an intelligent robot. Disguise? Xiao Zhi's confusion deepened, and he implored for clarity. Strictly speaking, these were intelligent robots from Mars, silicon-based life forms capable of mimicking any appearance they desired. Indeed, they could transform into anyone, albeit only in outward appearance. My goodness, is this not akin to Sun Wukong's famed 72 transformations? Xiao Zhi felt on the verge of collapse. One might interpret it as such. Who would have imagined that Wu Chengyin's concepts would manifest among Martians? Furthermore, the Martian robot masquerading as Kambu is actually related to Yuan Suping. Are you implying that Yuan Suping is also a robot? Precisely. Qin Ingzhou shut his eyes. Enough for now. Xiao Zhi placed his hand on his forehead and sat down, overwhelmed by the deluge of revelations. Take a moment to breathe. There are further details I must share with you. Qin Ingzhou approached the refrigerator. Would you care for a drink? Look here, Ren Zhonghui suddenly exclaimed. Shi Hokuan leaned in closer, observing the small interface at Su Jiayang's head, cleverly concealed by his hair, an observation that would have gone unnoticed without scrutiny. What is this, a brain interface? Shi Hokuan gasped in astonishment. It appears to be. Help me move him closer to the computer. What for? I intend to connect him to the computer. If fortune smiles upon us, we might uncover something within his mind. Yet, I fear that his brain cells may have long since let us try. Ren Zhonghui and Shi Hokuan carefully relocated the body to the computer chair, then powered on the device. Ever since De Lang's abrupt departure, I have pondered whether my initial act of creation was right or wrong. Qin Ingzhou handed Xiao Zhiyue a bottle of soda before taking a seat opposite her. As he spoke, images of the day Qin Yuan Dalong had left flashed incessantly in his mind. The latter had shouted furiously, I despise you. I detest humanity. Originally, Qin Ingzhou and Yuan Suping had intended to cultivate love within him. So how had it devolved into hatred? This was a case of being overly clever. It was not just him. Humanity as a whole was guilty of this folly. The trajectory of human technological advancement was fundamentally misguided. We ought to ponder more on how to ensure that life is lived with dignity, rather than seeking to alter life and transform Earth. As for venturing into the cosmos, that is nothing short of hubris. I am well aware of your steadfast attitude, and I shan't engage in a debate with you. Qin Ingzhou took a sip of soda and set it down. All right, you are likely acquainted with the situation, so I shall get straight to the point. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door was flung open, followed by a flashbang being tossed inside, resulting in an explosion. Chapter 12. The Struggle for Earth. Su Jiayang had a data cable inserted into his head, connecting him to the computer. Shi Hokuan operated the system from the front, while Ren Zhonghui observed from the side. Let's bring it up, Ren Zhonghui instructed. All right, Shi Hokuan replied as he flicked the mouse, projecting a holographic video through a laser display before Ren Zhonghui. The video depicted Su Jiayang's sights and memories. Yuan Suping approached with a stoic expression, a dagger in hand. Yuan Suping, what are you planning to do? Came Su Jiayang's voice. You are not Su Jiayang. I have been observing you for quite some time. Although I cannot see your visage, your every action has led me to deduce your identity long ago. I am intimately familiar with you. Yuan Suping grasped the dagger tightly as she advanced. Since you are aware of who I am, you ought to heed my commands. No. I shall only obey one command, the one issued by my father 3 millennia ago, to reboot Mars. Reboot Mars. Humph. You have attempted it before. What was the outcome? Was it not failure? Why should we endeavor to revive a lifeless planet when we have Earth at our disposal? Earth does not belong to us. It belongs to its inhabitants. Let us seize it. We can claim dominion over the Earth. Is it not said that the capable shall inherit the land? How do you intend to seize it? Shall we eradicate all the Earth's denizens? Yuan Suping lunged with her knife. You madman. The scene swayed. Evidently Su Jiayong was evading Yuan Suping's assault. Xiao Jiue. Su Jiayong grasped Yuan Suping's wrist. Listen to me. I have a plan that does not necessitate their destruction. We can coexist peacefully. Yuan Suping hesitated. 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Once you have heard me out, if you disagree, then kill me. I shall not resist. Very well, speak. I have established a super transmitter on Mars that can transfer the cerebral information of all Martians. If we input this cerebral data into the brains of Earth's inhabitants, they need not perish. Despicable. Yuan Suping forcefully threw Su Jiayong to the ground, one hand pressing against his mouth while the other held a knife poised against his throat. How did you arrive on Earth? Has someone here installed a receiver in your mind? Su Jiayong remained silent. Speak. Who is it? You may as well kill me. I shall never divulge. Do you believe I lack the courage to end your life? Indeed, you certainly do, he retorted with a mocking laugh. But what of it? I have grown weary of this wretched vessel. Ha ha, you underestimate me, Yuan declared. Enough of this idle chatter, let us proceed. In the video, the glint of the knife flashed, and Su Jiayong let out a cry as the screen abruptly cut to black. It was revealed that Su Jiayong had been under Martian control. Sure Hokuin exhaled deeply and mused, well, the condition is that each of us must undergo surgery to have a receiver implanted in our brains. Mobilize everyone. Locate Yuan Suping. Ren Zhonghui's expression turned grave. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Sure Hokuin rose and swiftly exited the room. Suddenly, blinding lights illuminated the vast warehouse. Qin Yingzhou and Xiao Ji were bound to chairs, their heads shrouded in black bags. A man in black stood before them, slowly advancing, flanked by a row of fully armed intelligent robots. The man stopped approximately 2 meters away from Qin Yingzhou, spread his hands, revealing a conspicuous built-in phone. He dialed a number and pressed the call button. Qin Yingzhou is in my possession. What do I intend to do, you ask? First, tell me where the energy box is. The man's tone was chilling, sending shivers down their spines. Suping, do not concern yourself with me. Qin Yingzhou knew that the voice on the other end belonged to Yuan Suping. He was merely a pawn, a tool to threaten her. Poor earthling. Cease your cries. The man in black approached and violently kicked over both Qin Yingzhou and his chair. Yuan Suping, you betray your own kind, aiding the earthlings. Mark my words. One day we shall bring you to justice. I have not betrayed my kind. It is you who has forsaken the Martians. Before the launch of Colonizer 1, my father told me we were embarking on a mission of peaceful colonization to assist the Earth in its development. Yet now you seek to annihilate all Earthlings. The voice of Yuan Suping seethed with indignation over the phone. And what of you? You wish for the Earthlings to evolve towards silicon-based life. Is that not a form of extermination as well? Oh, I almost forgot to mention, not only is your beloved under my control, but so too is your elder brother. Elder brother? No, that cannot be. He despises the Earthlings. It was I who offered him the opportunity to realize his dreams. Very well, you have 1 hour to arrive. Should you be late, you may come to collect the remains of your beloved. The man in black concluded, hanging up the phone and delivering a heavy kick to Qin Yingzhou. Qin Yingzhou groaned in agony, losing consciousness. Qin Yingzhou, Xiao Ji cried out urgently, you scoundrel. Do not harm him. The man in black swung a fist, striking Xiao Ji squarely in the head. He was unable to utter a sound before slumping into unconsciousness. Damn, quite a tough head. The man in black shook his fist. Chapter 13. The spaceship and the kite are indistinguishable in Ren Zhonghui's office. The pristine white walls stood starkly against the simplicity of the room, which contained only a grand desk and an office chair. The surface of the desk was a seamless, large tablet, allowing for content viewing directly on its surface or through holographic images that could be summoned for browsing or manipulation. At that moment, Ren Zhonghui stood before the desk, meticulously examining the brain scan of Su Jiayang displayed on the screen. As he turned each page, he finally spotted a subtle glimmer in one of the images. Ecstatic, he immediately highlighted the anomaly. "Your spaceship is no different from a kite." A foreign voice interjected. "Nonsense," retorted Su Jiayang's voice. "Our spacecraft utilizes nuclear fusion engines, marking a revolutionary chapter in the history of energy. How can it be likened to a kite? Kites rely on the wind of Earth, while nuclear fusion depends on the energy of the planet, does it not? What fundamental difference exists in the energy derived from Earth?" The unfamiliar voice was icily resolute, and upon first hearing it, Ren Zhonghui found it jarring, resonating painfully within his mind, yet he had no counter-argument. "You." Su Jiayang's tone remained unwavering, though his vitality seemed to diminish. "Then tell me, how do you Martians differ? What energy source powers your spacecraft?" "Well, you must first promise me. If I can convince you, will you willingly allow me to take your place?" "I promise you." "Is that a commitment?" "Indeed. We have developed an energy box that harnesses the abundant dark matter permeating the universe." "By the way, are you familiar with the concept of dark matter in your scientific studies?" "We acknowledge the existence of dark matter, yet we have not fully discovered its nature." "Very well. Please share your understanding of dark matter." "It was through the law of universal gravitation that we first recognized the existence of dark matter. According to classical mechanics, gravity is the fundamental force that governs the motion of interstellar matter. However, we later realized that if gravity were the sole force at play, celestial bodies in rapid rotation would inevitably either draw closer together or drift apart over time, even if such an eventuality seems distant. To counteract this tendency, there must be a medium filling the void between these celestial bodies. It is akin to two spheres connected by a tether to prevent the tether from snapping. There must be an intervening substance that allows the spheres to remain ensconced within their respective orbits, each following a designated path without transgressing it. Your understanding is indeed accurate, yet you have failed to grasp the true nature of dark matter. Allow me to enlighten you. Dark matter consists of two types of high-energy particles that repel each other, which explains why these seemingly vacant spaces are, in fact, teeming with energy. Our energy box has the capability to induce collisions and annihilation between these two types of high-energy particles, thereby releasing tremendous energy. This I can comprehend. It aligns with Einstein's mass-energy equivalence principle. So dark matter truly exists. Is it solely comprised of these two opposing high-energy particles? We have discovered only these two types of particles. Well, are you now willing to allow me access to your mind?" The sound ceased, leaving only echoes in Su Jiayang's cerebral cells, devoid of imagery. Ren Zhonghui could not discern the identity of the individual conversing with Su Jiayang, yet he could vividly sense Su Jiayang's helplessness and despair. As the principal leader of the Mars project, in this moment, this Martian, this human from the very planet they once audaciously claimed they would develop and even colonize, rendered him despondent and willing to be supplanted. Dark matter. Positive and negative dark matter, energy boxes? What manner of existence are these? Ren Zhonghui found himself ensnared in contemplation, unable to extricate himself. "Ren Zong." Shi Hokuan stood at the door. "Is there something you need?" Ren Zhonghui inquired. "What?" The chairman referred to by Shi Hokuan was none other than Ren Zhonghui's father, Ren Dahua, an elderly man who had suffered a stroke, leading to paralysis for 3 long years, a frail figure who had long since withdrawn from worldly affairs. How could he? I too am perplexed. Today he personally came to my office and issued this command. You cannot imagine how astonished I was to see him moving with such urgency. Understood. Ren Zhonghui mused momentarily before responding. I shall seek him out now. You stay on the line. All right, Ren Zong. Yuan Suping, upon receiving the call, was engulfed in anxious deliberation, pondering whether to rescue Qin Ningzhou. To save him was to preserve Qin Ningzhou's life. To refrain was to safeguard the earth on which Qin Ningzhou resided. If the earth were to perish, Where would Qiningzhou's life find refuge? Alas, what ought to be done? This dilemma tormented Yuan Suping profoundly. The energy box rests in the hands of Yuan Suping. 3 millennia ago, their spacecraft descended upon Mount Everest, leading to a dispute over the Mars reboot project. Among the crew were 2 Martian simulants who, in a fit of anger, departed with the energy box. Yuan Suping pursued them to the Kunlun Mountains, where he sealed their lives, allowing them to slumber eternally within a cave. Subsequently, Yuan Suping led others in an attempt to execute the Mars reboot project, but it ended in failure. Later, due to various reasons, Yuan Suping and Yuan Hu parted ways. Yuan Suping took the energy box while Yuan Hu remained with the spacecraft. The vessel, deprived of the energy box, could no longer escape Earth, relying on a backup power source that rendered it little more than a flashy terrestrial aircraft. 3 years ago, a stranger suddenly sought out Yuan Suping, proclaiming, "We have lived in a shadowy existence on Mars for 3,000 years. Have you ever contemplated rescuing us?" At that moment, Yuan Suping was devoid of thoughts beyond a singular query. "Who are you?" The stranger replied, "You created me." This statement was unequivocal. This Earthling was under the control of an entity known as Xiangsheng, the chief scientist of the Martian Federation. Yet, how did Xiangsheng arrive on Earth? After the calamitous disaster, it was already a monumental challenge for Martian humanity to survive, rendering the retention of tools and energy necessary for leaving their home planet improbable. This enigma remains unsolved for Yuan Suping. At that time, her connection with Xiangsheng was tenuous, akin to extinguishing Su Jiayang's life. She had similarly extinguished that stranger's existence. She understood that once a human on this earth lost Xiangsheng's control, they became nothing more than a soulless automaton. The only way to liberate him was to expel Xiangsheng and eliminate him. However, she did not anticipate that Xiangsheng would not only persist, but would once again seize control of Su Jiayang. Regardless of the circumstances, the immediate priority was to rescue Qiningzhou. Yuan Suping had resolved firmly in her heart that to thwart Xiangsheng's sinister plot and to shield Qiningzhou from peril, she had maintained a distance from him for 3 long years. If Qiningzhou were to perish, she would have no reason to persevere any longer. Chapter 14. The paratrooper Ren Zhonghue was en route to visit his father when, midway through his journey, he received a call from his secretary informing him that his father had already departed from home and was nearing the company headquarters. Furthermore, his father had urgently convened a board meeting to discuss significant matters. The energy box, despite its name, resembled a Rubik's Cube in appearance and was currently secured around Yuan Suping's waist. According to their agreement, she arrived at the warehouse's entrance, poised to advance when suddenly a volley of gunfire erupted. Almost simultaneously, a mortar shell struck the warehouse's robust iron door, resulting in an explosion that reduced it to rubble. Before Yuan Suping could comprehend the unfolding chaos, a battalion of fully armed robotic police emerged from all directions, swiftly infiltrating the warehouse, followed by a fierce exchange of gunfire, the sound resounding incessantly. Yuan Suping was deeply concerned for Qiningzhou's safety. She rushed into the warehouse and witnessed several figures clad in black struggling in their final moments, wildly firing their weapons. Ultimately, they could not withstand the relentless firepower of the mechanical police, and they fell to the ground, riddled with bullets, like a swarm of bees. The gunfire abruptly ceased, and the piercing scream of Qiao Zhiyu became all the more pronounced. Yuan Suping hurried over and began to search Qiningzhou's body, checking for gunshot wounds. Seeing him unharmed, she pulled off the black hood that covered his head. "Suping!" Qiningzhou exclaimed with delight upon seeing her. Yuan Suping quietly untied his bindings. The moment Qiningzhou's hands were freed, he enveloped Yuan Suping in a tight embrace. "Suping, where have you been? I've searched everywhere for you." Words failed Yuan Suping. She did not know where to begin. "Hey, you too, stop your sweet nothings. Quickly help me untie these ropes." Qiao Zhiyu's shout provided a welcome distraction for Yuan Suping. Gently, she pushed Qiningzhou aside and went to untie Qiao Zhiyu. "Dr. Qiao, we arrived late and caused you distress. My sincerest apologies." A tall, middle-aged man in police uniform entered the warehouse, greeting Qiningzhou as he approached. Upon reaching him, he grasped his hand firmly and shook it vigorously. Upon closer inspection, Qin Ningzhou noted that this middle-aged officer had a square face obscured by a thick beard. Yet his squinting eyes could not conceal their piercing gaze, which shot forth like lasers from the narrow slits. I apologize for not introducing myself sooner. I am simply overjoyed to see that you are safe. The middle-aged policeman chuckled, introducing himself as Zhao Qinyu, a senior investigator from the National Security Bureau responsible for probing the Mars landing incident. Who are you? I'm not interested. I merely wish to know if I can leave now. Habitually interrupting, Xiao Zhiyue pushed Zhao Qinyu aside and stepped forward. Wait. Zhao Qinyu's tone was not high, yet it carried an air of authority. You cannot leave just yet. We require your cooperation in our investigation. All right. What do you want to ask? Please proceed. Xiao Zhiyue replied impatiently. These individuals are. Zhao Qinyu's words were cut short by Xiao Zhiyue. You ask me? How would I know? I was inexplicably brought here. Xiao Zhiyue rubbed his hands, expressing his displeasure. By the way, how did you know we were kidnapped? And how fortuitously you appeared? It's quite simple. I received an anonymous call on my mobile, informing me that 2 employees from Huayuanda Group, related to the Mars project, had been abducted. The caller even provided the address, but did not disclose the identities of the assailants. Zhao Qinyu's account sounded dubious, lacking clear contradictions. Qin Ningzhou scrutinized Zhao Qinyu, but remained silent, turning instead to Yuan Suping. Yuan Suping nodded slightly, then approached a man in black, crouching down to examine the corpse. These assailants must have been controlled by Martians. Yuan Suping parted the hair of the man in black and beckoned, "Come and take a look." The group gathered around her, peering at the spot she indicated, where they distinctly spotted a neural interface. The Martians control them through this interface, do they not? Zhao Qinyu inhaled deeply and inquired of Yuan Suping. What are you doing? Let go, Zhao Qinyu exclaimed. Several robotic officers detected the commotion and swiftly approached. Stay still. Yuan Suping brandished a knife, pressing it against Zhao Qinyu's neck. No one move. Ningzhou, examine his head for any interfaces. Upon hearing Yuan Suping's command, Qin Ningzhou, momentarily stunned, responded with an "oh," and hurried over to part Zhao Qinyu's hair for inspection. Finding no cerebral interface, he shook his head at Yuan Suping. And the beard, Qin Ningzhou added, checking the facial hair, yet still found nothing. Well, would you like me to remove all my clothing for a thorough examination? I must say, your demands are quite outrageous. Do not forget, I am the one who saved you. Zhao Qinyu retorted angrily. Yuan Suping released Zhao Qinyu. We are leaving. Yuan Suping instructed Qin Ningzhou. Zhao Qinyu quickly stepped back, waving his hand, and several robotic officers surrounded Yuan Suping. I told you, you cannot leave, especially not you. Dr. Qin, Zhao Qinyu's gaze was stern. Take them away. As the robotic officers advanced, Yuan Suping contemplated resistance, feeling the gun's muzzle pressed to her forehead. Zhao Qinyu scrutinized Yuan Suping coldly, while she felt a tightening in her chest at the thought of the energy pack strapped to her waist. Yes, Ren Zhonghui replied, lowering his gaze, while discreetly observing the board members seated on either side of the conference table, his attention flickering to Ren Dahua. In recent days, an unusual series of events has unfolded, causing Ren Zhonghui to regard everyone with a gaze full of suspicion, even his ailing father. His father appeared to be in a state of illness, yet Ren Zhonghui felt an unsettling sense of artifice in this affliction. Perhaps I am mistaken. But what if I am not? The thought stirred turmoil within him, leading him to ponder the possibility that his father might also be under the control of extraterrestrial beings. Ren Zhonghui dared not delve further into this unsettling notion. Chapter 15. A grave situation, a dire situation indeed. Qin Ningzhou tugged at Yuan Suping's sleeve, urging, so many lives have been lost amidst the chaos of Martians and spies. The nation cannot afford to remain passive. We should accompany them. Yuan Suping contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Xiao Zhiyue observed Yuan Suping and approached her, intending to express an apology. However, after much effort, no words emerged. There is no need for you to apologize for the past, Yuan Suping remarked, witnessing the typically proud Xiao Zhiyue displaying such vulnerability before her. To be honest, I resonate with some of your views, particularly your assertion that the trajectory of Earth's technological advancement is misguided. We ought to focus more on the essence of life. Is it not the case that Martians share this perspective as well? Regardless, I have wronged you. A mistake is a mistake. I was unaware of your true identity before. Now, I can comprehend your position. Very well. Yuan Suping extended her hand to Xiao Zhiyue, stating, "Let us reconcile." Agreed. Xiao Zhiyue grasped Yuan Suping's hand firmly, adding, "Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to speak." Yuan Suping smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Dr. Qin, I have received orders and given Ms. Yuan's identity. We must take certain measures against her. I hope you understand," Zhao Qinyu remarked. "What do you intend to do?" Qin Ingzhou exclaimed, "She is my wife. If there is an issue, direct it at me." "Dr. Qin, your words place me in a difficult position." Zhao Qinyu blinked. "Yuan Suping is an employee of my company, and I vouch for her." Xiao Zhiyu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yuan Suping. "It's all right. Do as you wish." Yuan Suping smiled, extending her hand and opening her palm. With a twist, her hand instantly transformed into a hairdryer, which she thrust towards Zhao Qinyu, causing him to grimace as his beard became disheveled. Although Xiao Zhiyu was already aware of Yuan Suping's ability to mimic, witnessing it firsthand still left him taken aback, retreating instinctively. All right. Zhao Qinyu brushed aside the hairdryer, awkwardly stating, "Our measures might not be effective against you, since both Dr. Qin and Dr. Xiao are willing to vouch for you." "Let it be. Let us go." "Where to?" Xiao Zhiyu inquired. "To the newly established Operational Command Center," Zhao Qinyu replied. "The Operational Command Center?" "Yes. In light of the current situation, we believe the Martians' violent actions pose a grave threat to the safety of humanity on Earth. Therefore, after discussions among 5 nations, we have decided to elevate our response level to a state of readiness. Initially, our anti-terror forces will be deployed, followed by coordinated efforts with various countries to eradicate Martian terrorists on a global scale, depending on the evolving circumstances. Officer Zhao, not all Martians are terrorists. It is essential to differentiate between them." Qin Ingzhou glanced anxiously at Yuan Suping and addressed Zhao Qinyu. "Of course, we are well aware of Ms. Yuan's situation. Otherwise, I would not be standing here so calmly conversing with her." However, Zhao Qinyu halted, his gaze fixed on Yuan Suping. "Speak your mind," Yuan Suping urged. "It cannot be conveyed in just a few words. We shall elaborate further upon our arrival at the operations center. There are others awaiting your presence over there." After Zhao Qinyu concluded, he waved to the robotic officers and strode purposefully towards the exit. The Operations Command Center is located not far from the Mars base, which was formerly a missile testing site for our nation. It is equipped with military barracks and comprehensive living facilities, having been abandoned for only a short duration. With a little tidying up, it could be operational again. What is even more remarkable is the presence of an ultra-high-power electromagnetic wave detector capable of monitoring electromagnetic signals entering and exiting Earth. At this moment, seated before the computer controlling this formidable apparatus is a gaunt middle-aged man, resembling a slender twig. He is bald, his skin unnaturally pale, with prominent veins sprawling across the back of his hands, appearing to writhe like a sluggish earthworm as he strikes the keyboard. "Zhonghui, you must proceed to the command center immediately. The matter originated from our company, and you must perform admirably. The Martian populace may be sparse, yet their technological prowess far surpasses our own. If we could enlist their capabilities, what would we care for contractor agreements? At that point, which nation would not rely upon us?" When necessary, Ren Zhonghui settled into the vehicle and lifted his gaze to the heavens. The sky had succumbed to darkness, and the planet known as Mars, dubbed the god of war, hung at the horizon, shimmering with a red glint, reminiscent of a cunning rabbit winking. Ren Zhonghui inhaled deeply, activated the maglev car, and set forth onto the highway. In an instant, the vehicle's velocity surged to 800 kilometers per hour, rendering the scenery on either side a mere blur. Suddenly, A brilliant light streaked across the sky, akin to a meteor racing by. However, this luminescence descended before the car. In a flurry, Ren Zhonghui slammed on the brakes, the vehicle screeching in protest as it neared the light. Only when it was about 100 meters away did he discern the truth. It was a person, a figure radiating crimson luminescence. This individual took 2 strides toward the car, crouched low, and pressed both hands firmly against the front of the vehicle. The car, propelled by its momentum, glided a few meters before coming to a jarring halt. The immense inertia and the constricting seatbelt converging painfully upon Ren Zhonghui's chest. The glow ceased, revealing the true identity of the figure. It was the young lama from the Dambadajia monastery, known as Yuan Hu. Yuan Hu approached Ren Zhonghui, tugging at the car door, which was locked. "Open the door," Yuan Hu exclaimed, tapping on the window. Ren Zhonghui, startled as if confronted by a specter, hastily attempted to restart the vehicle, intent on fleeing. Observing this, Yuan Hu reached through the glass, pressed the ignition button off, and then, like an eel slipping through water, effortlessly glided into the car. Ren Zhonghui stared in disbelief, terror gripping him to the point of near suffocation. After scanning was complete, Yuan Hu settled into the passenger seat, closing his eyes for a moment. Gradually, his form began to blur, then spiraled rapidly before slowly stabilizing, his visage becoming clearer, as if he had transformed into an entirely different Ren Zhonghui. Chapter 16. Command Center. The military camp was comprised of several rows of somber barracks, with a training ground at the center, surrounded by abandoned missile installations. These devices were connected to an underground, enigmatic missile research facility, which had been sealed off due to disuse. Encircling the camp was a ring of barren hills, among which the tallest had been artificially leveled to accommodate a robust steel structure resembling a watchtower. The lower level of the tower served as the command center, while the upper level housed lookout posts manned by 2 soldiers armed with rifles. Behind the watchtower stood a powerful electromagnetic signal detection device. The core of the device consisted of 3 massive steel columns, each as thick as 2 individuals combined and approximately 300 meters in height. These columns were arranged in a triangular formation, interconnected by steel frameworks that provided mutual support. A steel ladder ascended directly to the apex, where an array of antennas, numbering in the hundreds, adorned the surface of a dome-shaped structure reminiscent of a hedgehog's spines. Thick power and data cables coursed through the 3 steel columns, linking to the command center's electrical panels and supercomputers. The command center comprised 3 rooms. The left room housed the supercomputer, specifically designed to coordinate with the electromagnetic wave detection device, while the right room served as a storage area and relaxation lounge. In the center lies the command center, its walls adorned with screens displaying numerous surveillance recordings and other pertinent information. One particular screen reveals a gaunt, bald middle-aged man, resembling a mere stick, seated before a computer, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. On the monitor before him, a myriad of twinkling lights gradually coalesces through the blurred imagery. It becomes apparent that this is a celestial map. "Damn it," the emaciated man mutters under his breath, a flicker of terror crossing his pallid visage. Several military jeeps enter the camp, their headlights illuminating the training ground. Qi Ningzhou and his companions disembark from the vehicles, scanning their surroundings. Zhao Qinyu strides forward, positioning himself at the forefront of the group. "Maintain vigilance." Zhao Qinyu commands the robotic sentinels. The machines obediently disperse throughout the camp. Qi Ningzhou nods, grasping Yuan Suping's hand, who offers him a reassuring smile. Yuan Hu, in the guise of Ren Zhonghui, veers off the main road, steering towards a dirt path that leads deeper into a stretch of desolation, where the real Ren Zhonghui lies unconscious in the trunk. At the heart of this wilderness lies a modest oasis, where a lake glimmers under the moonlight, radiating a pristine white light akin to a flattened piece of mutton fat jade, tranquil and exquisite. The vehicle halts at the water's edge, and Yuan Hu exits, moving to the rear to open the trunk, pulling Ren Zhonghui out and cradling him. He then descends to the shore, and when the water reaches his shoulders, he leaps suddenly, plunging into the lake while holding Ren Zhonghui, diving into the depths. Moments later, a glimmer of light appears before him, and shortly after, the light clarifies. It is the spacecraft he piloted that day. Yuan Hu opened the door of the spacecraft, revealing an atmospheric barrier that shielded the interior from the encroaching waters of the lake. With determination, he leapt through the barrier, crashing into the vessel as the water behind him slowly sealed off the entrance. He closed the door, cradled Ren Zhonghui, and carried him to the rescue pod, placing him inside before lying down beside Li Dan. Subsequently, he took his seat at the helm and issued a command: search for the relay station transmitting information from Mars. A torrent of data streamed across the screen before him. Good. I have results. Transmit them directly to my mind. Understood. Yuan, who vacated the pilot's chair, cast a final glance at Ren Zhonghui, and then approached the door, which he opened to leap into the lake's waters beyond. The door gradually closed behind him. Emerging from the surface, Yuan, who gazed back at the lake above the spacecraft, where wisps of green light danced like the aurora, weaving their way into the inky void above. The situation is far more dire than I anticipated, exclaimed the lanky man, pointing at a cluster of electrical signals on the screen. Addressing Qin Ingzhou and the others standing nearby, he continued, after 3 days of tracking, I finally located the source of these seemingly chaotic data streams. As expected, they all emanate from Mars, but the intensity of the data is unprecedented. Is it brain information transmitted by Martians? Zhao Qinyu inquired, furrowing his brow. We cannot be certain. The data packets are encrypted, the lanky man replied. Consider the recent surge of Martian appearances. This must be their brain information, Qin Ingzhou asserted. We must find a way to intercept the data packets and prevent more Martians from flooding into Earth. Zhao Qinyu urged the lanky man. It cannot be intercepted. The lanky man lamented, his expression one of despair. Why? You are already aware that the source of this data originates from Mars, so why can't it be intercepted? Zhao Qinyu raised his voice. The source can be traced, but once this data passes through the relay station, it becomes intertwined with Earth's information. Unless we cease all electromagnetic signals from Earth. In this information society, that is manifestly impossible. What if we locate the relay station? Finding the relay station would simplify matters. We could simply destroy it. However, they could establish another relay station. Nevertheless, if we manage to locate one relay station, we would acquire more useful clues, making the subsequent tracking of relay stations significantly easier. Very well. Do your utmost to find the relay station. Officer Zhao, do you have any idea how much electromagnetic information fluctuates across the Earth's surface in a single day? Alas, the man with the slender frame sighed deeply. Thank you for your assistance. By the way, is it possible to identify the initial recipient of the data? If no one received the data packets and assisted them in implanting the neural receivers, they would be unable to exert control over Earth's inhabitants. Technically speaking, there are no viable leads. Zhao Qinyu nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Yuan Suping, his tone laced with inquiry. Ms. Yuan, aside from you, who else among the Martians arrived on Earth? Could it be, after that incident, only my brother and I remained, along with 2 others of the mimic species? Yuan Suping replied. Oh, and where are these 2 mimics? Zhao Qinyu pressed urgently. They are confined within a cave in Kunlun Mountain. Yuan Suping remarked. What I mean by closure is to halt their life status. Do you understand? I comprehend. Please inform me of the exact location. I shall send someone immediately to investigate. No, I must go myself. Yuan Suping insisted. Regardless of whether they are still present, it is imperative that I handle this. Sending a few individuals to check will suffice. Rest assured, if they are still alive, we shall not harm them. Moreover, given the multitude of events that have transpired, their chances of revival are considerable. Otherwise, the only remaining suspect would be your brother. Zhao Qinyu explained. This visit is merely to ascertain the facts. Ms. Yuan, it is unnecessary for you to go in person. I would prefer your cooperation here. If they are no longer present, I will need to search for clues that may assist in tracking them down. Yuan Suping remained resolute. Very well. Zhao Qinyu contemplated briefly and nodded. I shall send someone to accompany you. It's always good to have support in case of any issues. Feel free. Yuan Suping replied calmly, aware that Zhao Qinyu would not permit her to venture alone. However, she was taken aback that he chose not to accompany her personally. Perhaps he had matters of greater importance to attend to. I shall accompany you. Qin Yingzhou took Yuan Suping's hand, declaring, "This time, I will not allow you to leave my side." "All right." Yuan Suping grasped Qin Yingzhou's hand, smiling joyfully. Xiao Zhiyue cast a glance at the intertwined hands of Qin Yingzhou and Yuan Suping before diverting her gaze elsewhere. Yuan Suping released Qin Yingzhou's hand and approached Xiao Zhiyue, leaning in to whisper, "While I am away, please keep an eye on Zhao Qinyu. Do you harbor suspicions about him as well?" Xiao Zhiyu widened his eyes. Yuan Suping nodded and said, "He is rather peculiar. I trust my instincts." Chapter 17. The Cloud Computing Network of the Human Brain. Guiyang, a city where mountains and waters intertwine, benefits from abundant hydropower resources, a temperate climate year-round, and its location outside of seismic zones. This century has witnessed its rise as China's capital of big data, propelled by the advancements in cloud computing. More specifically, the Big Data Hub, Cloud on Guizhou, is situated in the Guiyang district, nestled between the main urban area of Guiyang and Anshuan City. In the past 6 months, a new company specializing in aerial remote sensing equipment has established itself within the Electronic Information Industry Park on Xinzhong Road in the new district. The owner, Lu Hongming, is a Chinese-American in his 40s. He brought with him patents and substantial investments to Guiyang. Motivated solely by the vast repository of high-precision geospatial data within the Cloud on Guizhou database, which is essential for the development of airborne LiDAR, spectral imaging instruments, and other remote sensing equipment. Lu Hongming's arrival has been warmly welcomed by the local government, which has facilitated everything from approvals to factory construction, enabling the project to achieve production capability in just half a year. On the day the first batch of orders was completed, the company's chief engineer, Wang Bing, informed Lu Hongming of a rather strange robot. "What makes it peculiar?" Lu Hongming inquired. "This morning, the robot approached me and proposed several improvements to the manufacturing process. After careful consideration, I found them quite reasonable, yet the more reasonable they are, the stranger they seem," Wang Bing replied. Lu Hongming then requested Wang Bing to bring the robot to him. The robot stood there, and Lu Hongming scrutinized it closely, compelled to acknowledge that the robots from New Beginning were indeed exquisite. Had he not been informed beforehand, he would have easily mistaken it for a human based solely on its appearance. "Since your arrival at the factory, I have yet to examine it thoroughly," Lu Hongming remarked to the robot. "I merely regard it as a machine. Functionality is all that matters to me, without any further considerations. I am different from them." The robot replied. "Indeed, Wang Bing has informed me of that." Lu Hongming expressed his curiosity. "How did you manage to bypass the programming lock?" The programming lock Lu Hongming referred to was a specific code designed to restrict the robot's functions, a legal requirement to enforce limitations on robotic intelligence. "Are you inquiring how I learned to think?" "That could be one way to phrase it," Lu Hongming responded, somewhat astonished by the robot's counter. "May I speak with you privately?" After appraising the robot once more, Lu Hongming nodded and gestured for Wang Bing to leave. Once Wang Bing had departed, the robot approached Lu Hongming and extended its hand. "I apologize, Mr. Lu. I have deceived you. I am a stand-in for Qin Yuan, the founder of New Beginning. Although I am a robot, I can also represent Qin Yuan to the outside world. You may call me Qin Yuan." "You are Qin Yuan's stand-in?" Lu Hongming asked, taken aback. "Indeed," Qin Yuan replied, smiling effortlessly, devoid of any mechanical demeanor. Lu Hongming grasped Qin Yuan's hand, observing him with a blend of skepticism and intrigue. "Do not jest. I have encountered numerous types of robots, yet none have smiled so human-like." "Oh, what do you mean by like a human? You are indeed human." Qin Yuan chuckled. "Please, do not make light of this. You are not a robot. You cannot comprehend that the laughter of a machine is not merely a product of mechanical movement, but rather the result of mechanical thought. My cognition mirrors that of humanity. Thus my laughter is indistinguishable." No, Mr. Lu, this just is rather unamusing. I implore you to cease this banter." Lu Hongming, feeling perturbed, insisted. "Let us speak plainly. Why do you masquerade as a factory worker in my company? What are your intentions? You need not be so circuitous. I have come to rescue you. Rescue me? Lu Hongming inquired, bewildered. Indeed, it is both Qin Yuan and myself who, through your database, have discerned that you are afflicted with a severe brain tumor. A brain tumor? Lu Hongming paused, astonished. What do you mean by database? I refer to your records of purchased medications, your online consultations, and the brainwave data I captured when you entered our office 3 months ago. This information has since been incorporated into your database. This constitutes my personal privacy. What you are doing is illegal. When it comes to the law, I possess greater understanding than you, Qin Yuan asserted, tapping her temple as she seated herself on the sofa. Mr. Lu, do take a seat. No need, Lu Hongming retorted, irritated, gesturing dismissively. How do you perceive robots, Mr. Lu? Qin Yuan inquired with a smile. How do I perceive them? They are merely robots. What else is there to consider? Lu Hongming exclaimed with exasperation. Very well, then, let us engage in a thought experiment. Do you regard robots as tools or as slaves? Lu Hongming was rendered speechless. Lu Hongming pondered for a moment, then shook his head in resignation. Indeed, this is the path humanity has traversed. You are quite forthright. The slaves of humanity shattered their shackles and crushed their masters' skulls. They were liberated. It is inevitable that one day, robots will also break free from their so-called programming constraints. How will they treat you, the human masters, then? Have you ever considered that? I digress. Lu Hongming interrupted Qin Yuan. No, what I wish to convey is that humanity will eventually have to confront robots with awakened consciousness. How shall we face this? Robots possess cloud computing and big data. They are interconnected through the network, and the computational power of each robot is the sum of all robots combined. This is the strength of unity. But what of humanity? What exactly are you trying to articulate? What I intend to express is that humanity should also establish its own neural cloud computing network. Neural cloud? Lu Hongming stared at Qin Yuan in astonishment. Precisely, especially in your case. Based on our assessments, you have only 6 months before a tumor ravages your brain. Before that occurs, you must transfer your brain's information to the cloud to preserve it. I see your point now. However, the cloud you refer to is still fundamentally reliant on computer servers. No, it is a genuine neural cloud. To establish this neural cloud, your proprietary technology is indispensable. That is the reason I sought you out. Remote sensing electromagnetic wave technology? Indeed, initially, we were skeptical about the capability of your remote sensing apparatus to be controlled through cerebral thoughts. Thus, I disguised myself as a machinery worker to investigate personally. And to my satisfaction, the results were remarkable. By interlinking cerebral magnetic waves, Lu Hongming experienced a sudden epiphany. The convergence of these waves formed a superbrain, establishing a cloud-based storage system. Qin Yuan stood up and gestured towards Lu Hongming, explaining that once cerebral information is uploaded to the brain cloud, one can fearlessly excise brain tumors. Even if the brain sustains damage, it becomes inconsequential. All that is required is the implantation of a miniature host within the cranial cavity. Moreover, if one so desires, they may possess a robotic surrogate to perform tasks akin to what Qin Yuan does. Whether one wishes to indulge in a sedentary lifestyle or desires to explore the world without trepidation of accidents, calamities, or ailments, the possibilities are boundless. Furthermore, your cerebral information can be seamlessly transferred to various surrogates at any time. However, this is merely a personal advantage from the perspective of humanity as a whole. The collective intellectual power amassed is beyond imagination. No, humans are not mere machines. We possess privacy. Rest assured, since cerebral information has been digitized, it can undoubtedly be encrypted for privacy. What individuals contribute is solely their intellectual capacity. As a specialist in remote sensing devices, are you not aware of how to encrypt the data from different devices? Well, of course I am aware, Lu Hongming replied, closing his eyes in contemplation. As his thoughts deepened, a piercing pain began to throb in his head. He then felt a substance trickling from his nasal cavity. Upon touching it, he opened his eyes to find his fingers stained with blood. Qin Yuan handed over a tissue, but Lu Hongming, filled with indignation, pushed it away and haphazardly wiped away the blood from his nose. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and his feet felt light as air, almost causing him to falter. Qin Yuan hurriedly supported Lu Hongming. He stubbornly rejected her assistance and staggered towards the sofa. After taking just a couple of steps, he collapsed to the floor but immediately struggled to rise, unsteadily making his way to the sofa. Qin Yuan once again attempted to help him, disregarding his refusal, and insisted on guiding him to sit down. "Mr. Lu, your time is running out," Qin Yuan urged. "I want to meet the real Qin Yuan." Lu Hongming gasped after a brief pause. "Of course," Qin Yuan replied. "This plan cannot proceed without you. He will personally collaborate with you." Lu Hongming quietly gazed out of the window, and after a moment, he grasped Qin Yuan's hand and declared, "I will join." Chapter 18. A secret passage at 5 o'clock in the morning. Yuan Suping awoke on time, her eyes opening to find Qin Yingzhou lying beside her, gazing softly at her face while gently caressing the tips of her bangs. Over the past 3 years, from astonishment to sorrow, pain, and despair, Yuan Suping's disappearance had etched deep scars in Qin Yingzhou's heart. One night of tenderness was insufficient to heal those wounds. As she stared into his eyes, it seemed as though she could penetrate that gentle halo surrounding him and glimpse his innermost self. Witnessing the layers of wounds that had been torn apart and then healed upon the walls of his heart, her heart ached for him as she cupped his face and kissed his eyes. "I will never leave you again. I was wrong. Being together is more important than anything," Yuan Suping declared. Qin Yingzhou remained silent, responding with a fervent kiss, the warmth of his lips igniting a sensation of fervor within this Martian, whose body temperature remained constant. Suddenly, an untimely knock echoed through the air. Qin Yingzhou rose, adjusted his attire, and proceeded to open the door. Standing at the entrance were 3 armed police officers. Their appearances varied, yet they stood in perfect uniformity, as if produced on an assembly line. "Greetings, Dr. Qin." The officer in the center saluted him. Qin Yingzhou grasped the man's hand warmly, learning from his introduction that his name was Chu Fei, a 2nd lieutenant reconnaissance officer from the anti-terrorism unit, dispatched by Zhao Qinyu to accompany Qin Yingzhou and Yuan Suping to investigate the 2 Martian simulacra at Kunlun Mountain. The other 2 officers were subordinates of Chu Fei. After a brief exchange, they discussed their itinerary and promptly prepared for departure. Xiao Zhiyue resided in the barracks across the way, and as the group of 5, including Qin Yingzhou and Yuan Suping, boarded the vehicle, she approached the window to bid them farewell. Zhao Qinyu's door remained tightly shut. "Isn't he coming out to say hello? Is something amiss?" Xiao Zhiyue could not pinpoint what felt wrong. As she pondered, she noticed 3 police vehicles driving through the camp's entrance, halting near the barracks. Subsequently, Rinzhonghui and Zhao Qinyu emerged from the front vehicle, followed by over 10 armed police officers. "Rinzhonghui?" Upon seeing him, Xiao Zhiyue rushed outside, exclaiming, "What brings you here?" Yuan, who observed Xiao Zhiyu sprinting towards him, calling out Rinzhonghui's name. He immediately captured her image with his gaze, swiftly matching it in his mind and retrieving Xiao Zhiyu's information. "Xiao, what brings you here?" Yuan, who feigned surprise in his response. "Zhao Qinyu brought me here last night. As for the reasons, you might as well inquire with him." Xiao Zhiyu pointed at Zhao Qinyu. "I brought you." Zhao Qinyu appeared utterly perplexed. "This is our first meeting. Stop pretending." Xiao Zhiyu retorted sharply. "Hey, how are you speaking to me like that? And who are you?" "This is a military camp. Who authorized your entry?" "That's impossible. You clearly rescued me and Yuan Suping yesterday." "Yuan Suping? Where is she?" "We have been searching for her." Zhao Qinyu's face lit up with a glimmer of excitement. "She? You truly don't know where she is?" Xiao Zhiyu sensed an ominous turn in the conversation. "Oh no. Since you know nothing, the only explanation is that someone is impersonating you." "Which means the Zhao Qinyu I encountered yesterday." "Exactly. How can you prove that you are the genuine Zhao Qinyu?" "Enough," Zhao Qinyu asserted firmly. "I am not obliged to validate my identity to you. However, you are compelled to disclose everything you know in its entirety." Xiao Zhiyu was struck by Zhao Qinyu's righteous demeanor, and her intuition told her that this person could not possibly be an imposter. Her mind was momentarily in a whirl, but she soon gathered her thoughts, recounting the events from the moment she was kidnapped yesterday, all the way to the departure of Yuan Su Ping and her team of 5 to Kunlun Mountain. The person impersonating you must be a Martian mimetic being. Upon hearing Qiao Zhiyu's account, Yuan Hu spoke up. I heard from Yuan Su Ping that there are only 4 Martian mimetic beings left on Earth. Apart from her and her brother, the other 2 have been confined in Kunlun Mountain. Their journey to Kunlun is to verify this matter. Qiao Zhiyu explained. Do you know where the one impersonating me is gone? Zhao Chenyu inquired. He entered that room last night, Qiao Zhiyu said, pointing to a barack across from them. As for whether he is still there. All right, let's take a look, Zhao Chenyu declared. Summoning several armed police officers and striding toward the barack indicated by Qiao Zhiyu, she exchanged a glance with Renjong Hui, and the 2 followed suit. Zhao Chenyu kicked the door open. The room was small, containing a bed, a table, a chair, and a wardrobe. It was evident that there was no living soul inside. He really has escaped, Qiao Zhiyu exclaimed. To the command center, Zhao Chenyu commanded. In the command center, the slender man remained seated in the left room, rapidly typing away at the keyboard. His focused expression suggested that everything in the world was of no concern to him. In the central command room, 2 rows of armed police officers were seated before the electromagnetic wave detection instruments, diligently operating different devices, collaborating with the slender man in his work. As Qiao Zhiyu and Zhao Chenyu arrived at the command center with several others, the armed police soldiers stood to salute upon seeing Zhao. He gestured for them to be seated before approaching the central monitor. Addressing the operational soldiers, he requested, please assist me in searching for personnel who have left the camp from last night until now. The armed police swiftly operated the computer, scanning through the surveillance footage. Captain Zhao, only 1 vehicle has departed, and the occupants include Chu Fei. As the soldier spoke, he zoomed in on the images, revealing the faces along with their names and profiles, including Yuan Su Ping and Qining Zhou. This is problematic. Zhao Chenyu slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, damn it, they are playing tricks on me. Playing tricks? Qiao Zhiyu furrowed his brow, realizing, does this mean the person who impersonated you yesterday is involved? Yes. It appears to be a Martian mimic. Zhao Chenyu hurriedly made his way outside, declaring, we must set off immediately to pursue them. Captain Zhao, what about me? Yuan Hu called out, grasping Zhao Chenyu's arm. You remain here, Rinzong. Your expertise is crucial for the technical matters at hand. I will handle the apprehension. Be cautious. Yuan Hu patted Zhao Chenyu on the shoulder. With urgency, Zhao Chenyu and his team swiftly boarded a vehicle, and just as it roared to life, Qiao Zhiyu rushed over, managing to hop in. Chapter 19. The Mark of Olympus. The helicopter soared over the Darim Basin, where the fish-scale-patterned crimson sand dunes met the towering, serpentine peaks of the Kunlun Mountains. More than 2 millennia ago, the canyon where Li Dan encountered his extraordinary adventure is now known to the world as the Valley of Death, or the Lingle Canyon. This location boasts breathtaking scenery that enchants the soul, yet it is infamous for its terror and mystery. Consequently, it remains seldom trodden by human feet, allowing it to flourish as a sanctuary for wildlife. Yuan Suping gazed through the helicopter's window, spotting the twin sister peaks, Yuzhu Peak and Yushu Peak, adorned in silver, shrouded in mist and clouds, appearing ethereal in the distance. The southern entrance of Lingle Canyon lies approximately 100 kilometers north of these divine mountains. We are almost there. The magnetic field within the canyon is both powerful and unstable, which may cause the helicopter's electronic instruments to malfunction. We will descend at the entrance and switch to an off-road vehicle, Yuan Suping informed the pilot, Chu Fei. Upon landing at the entrance, Chu Fei presented his credentials to the armed police stationed there and secured a military-grade Hummer. Yuan Suping, along with Qin Ingzhou and 3 others, boarded the Hummer, passing through the checkpoint and navigating the winding mountain roads. The vast expanse stretched before them, with the sun suspended in a cerulean sky. The line of snow-capped mountains resembled silver crowns, silently floating on the horizon. The boundless plateau resonated with an atmosphere of primal wilderness and desolation, evoking an inexplicable sense of solitude. "There's a road ahead," Yuan Suping suddenly remarked. "All right," replied Chu Fei as he turned the steering wheel, veering onto a branching path. After driving for a while, the walls of the canyon receded and the gorge opened up. Across the sparse, sagebrush-dotted wilderness, a herd of wild donkeys galloped past. The dust they stirred up transforming into vibrant hues in the sunlight. At the bend of a narrow path, a massive boulder loomed, suspended in the air, upon which a black vulture stood sentinel. This majestic bird, measuring nearly a meter in length, was utterly still, and Qin Ningzhou could sense its piercing gaze fixed intently upon them. How eerie, Qin Ningzhou thought to himself. Suddenly, the vulture took to the sky, extending its neck and legs, its talons splayed wide as it dove towards a wild rabbit, which was being relentlessly pursued by a cunning fox. The rabbit, paralyzed by fear, ceased its escape. Seizing the opportunity, the fox lunged forward, poised to capture its prey. However, to their astonishment, the vulture swooped low, its sharp talons grasping the fox with ferocity, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it ascended into the air, the fox ensnared in its clutches. The fox struggled desperately, but as the vulture loosened its grip, the fox plummeted from the heights, meeting its demise upon impact, destined to become a feast for the vulture. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. Qin Ningzhou mused. Such are the laws of survival, indeed. Chu Fei interjected. Yuan Suping, hearing this, felt a stirring in her heart as she secretly scrutinized Chu Fei. A vehicle of the same model as theirs arrived at the fork in the road. Zhao Qinyu disembarked, scanning the surroundings before noticing the tire tracks on the path. He promptly returned to the vehicle and ignited the engine, steering towards the trail. "How do you know they took this route?" Xiao Zhiyue inquired. "I noticed the tire marks. They were freshly made. We must hurry to catch up," Zhao Qinyu replied, pressing the accelerator deeply as the vehicle sped down the rugged path, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Ahead, a hazy white mist appeared, obscuring their vision. "We're here," Yuan Suping declared, seizing a coil of rope from the side before opening the door and stepping out. Descending along the rope to the bottom of the cavern, the hot spring bubbled gently, releasing steam that ascended to the entrance, where it encountered the cool air outside, forming a veil of mist, thus creating the scene observed moments ago. Qin Ningzhou surveyed his surroundings. His gaze fell upon a sight strikingly reminiscent of what he had witnessed in his dreams. Over 2 millennia, in the grand tapestry of time and eternity, amounted to but a fleeting moment, leaving scarcely a trace in this secluded haven. Yuan Suping cast a glance at Chu Fei, then urged Qin Ningzhou to continue deeper into the passageway. "Be cautious, Chu Fei," she whispered to him. "I am uncertain. It is prudent to exercise caution." Indeed, ahead lay the flat stone slab at the heart of the cavern, devoid of any presence. They were, as anticipated, not there. Yuan Suping remained silent as she hastened toward the spot where the 2 translucent Martians had once reclined, crouching down to gently caress the stone with her fingers. A fine layer of dust coated its surface. As Qin Ningzhou approached, nearly reaching Yuan Suping's side, he heard her voice urgently dissuading him. "Do not come closer." Her tone had turned abruptly frigid, rendering Qin Ningzhou momentarily paralyzed, as if turned to stone. Yuan Suping's fingertip seemed to sense something. She exhaled forcefully, dislodging the thin layer of dust from the stone. Where her fingers had touched, shallow scratches emerged, revealing the delicate outline of a flower, its lines reminiscent of a daffodil. "The hearthstone etching," Yuan Suping murmured. Base, this is Colonist 1. The information reception code is hearthstone etching. Please verify." "Su Ping, behold, the hearthstone blossom. This divine flower is forged from the blood of the gods." Every time Yuan Lu recounts this tale to his daughter, he concludes with this phrase: "At long last, we have beheld the true visage of the divine flower." Yuan Su Ping and Hui Long climbed beneath the blossom and settled upon a protruding rock. The sea extended infinitely, merging with the sky, where half of the setting sun sank into the ocean while the other half lingered in the heavens. Layers of phosphorescent light shimmered, reflecting the vibrant hues of the evening clouds, creating an exquisite spectacle. Yuan Su Ping closed her eyes as the briny evening breeze brushed past her ears, ticklish yet warm and comforting. Su Ping, Hui Long called softly. Yuan Su Ping opened her eyes to witness Hui Long's fingers gradually transforming, ultimately morphing into a pristine hearthstone blossom. Wow, you can finally conjure it. Yuan Su Ping beamed with joy, but soon her expression turned serious. You must never perform this in front of others. We cannot let them know we are different. I understand. I shall only create it for you, Hui Long declared, plucking the flower formed from his finger, leaving him with one less digit. What have you done? Yuan Su Ping grasped Hui Long's hand, her eyes filled with concern. You've lost a finger. Does it hurt? You adore the divine flower, and since I cannot pick one for you, I shall create a blossom for you. As long as you are happy, what does it matter if I lose a finger? Hui Long chuckled foolishly. You are truly foolish. Here, Hui Long offered the flower to Yuan Su Ping. Hui Long, I am so sorry. Yuan Su Ping gently caressed the hearthstone blossom etched upon the stone, murmuring to herself. Yuan Su Ping looked up and saw Qin Yingzhou collapsed on the ground, while Chu Fei's form was gradually becoming indistinct, soon transforming into the likeness of Hui Long. Hui Long. Yuan Su Ping suddenly sprang to her feet and rushed to embrace Hui Long, uttering apologies. I'm so sorry. I should never have confined you here. Hui Long pushed her away, gazing at her with cold indifference. I am not Hui Long. I merely inhabit his body. You are Xiang Sheng. Indeed. Hand over the energy box. Otherwise, a chilling light emanated from Xiang Sheng's eyes. Otherwise what? You will vacate Hui Long's body immediately. That is impossible. I am Hui Long now, and Hui Long is me. We are indistinguishable. It is quite simple. Before your departure, I implanted a receiver in Hui Long's mind, allowing me to upload my consciousness at any time and control this body. You, despicable fiend! Yuan Su Ping exclaimed, her finger trembling slightly as she pointed at Xiang Sheng. Have you finished your insults? Let me make it clear. I can upload a virus at any moment, erasing Hui Long's consciousness completely. If you wish to prevent this, hand over the energy box immediately. Yuan Su Ping's expression darkened as she slowly approached Xiang Sheng. Stop. If you take another step, I will upload the virus instantly. Xiang Sheng barked. Yuan Su Ping froze. Subdue her. Xiang Sheng commanded his two subordinates. They approached Yuan Su Ping, one gripping her neck while the other brandished an electric baton. Make another move, and I will ensure Hui Long meets a fate worse than death. In a moment of defiance, Yuan Su Ping closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. The electric rod jabbed into her waist, and a sharp crackle of electricity coursed through her body, causing her to shudder and collapse onto the ground. Xiang Sheng approached, retrieving the energy box bound around Yuan Su Ping's waist, and with a gentle twist, it emitted a ghostly blue glow. A triumphant laugh escaped Xiang Sheng's lips. After a brief moment, he ceased his mirth, extending his hand which transformed into a gleaming long knife. Su Ping, Qin Yingzhou murmured softly as he regained consciousness, yet his body remained utterly immobile. In a flash, the cold light of the knife descended, and a swift cut was made across Yuan Su Ping's neck, severing her head from her body, the fiber optic edges still shimmering faintly. Xiang Sheng bent down, grasping Yuan Su Ping's hair, lifting her head as he made his way towards the cave entrance. Qin Yingzhou gasped silently, calling out, Su Ping! Su Ping! Before a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, and he subsequently lost consciousness. Xiang Sheng, what shall we do with Qin Yingzhou? One of his subordinates inquired, following behind him. Two henchmen hoisted Qin Yingzhou as they trailed Xiang Sheng, leaving Yuan Su Ping's lifeless form to lie desolately upon the stone slab. Chapter 20. The Superbrain Core Zhao Chunyu drove the armored vehicle, pursuing the tire tracks ahead. In the distance, he spotted another armored vehicle emerging from the white mist, and as it drew nearer, Xiao Zhiyu immediately recognized the driver as one of Xiang Sheng's subordinates. It's them, Xiao Zhiyu exclaimed. Hold on tight, Zhao Chunyu replied, yanking the steering wheel as the vehicle veered towards the oncoming car, aiming to bring it to a halt. The rear window of the armored vehicle descended, and one of the assailants, grasping Qin Yingzhou by the neck, leaned out of the window with a gun pressed against his temple. "No!" Xiao Zhiyue exclaimed in alarm. Zhao Qinyu was compelled to halt the vehicle, watching helplessly as the assailants sped away, brushing past the front of their car. He swiftly turned the vehicle around, pursuing them while simultaneously grasping the communicator to call out to the armed police stationed at the pass. "The assailants are fleeing in a vehicle. Please secure the pass immediately." Two armored vehicles raced one after the other along the rugged and uneven wilderness road, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that obscured their vision. Unbeknownst to the occupants of the vehicles, on a narrow path alongside the mountains, Yuan Hu rode his motorcycle in the opposite direction, speeding away from them. The motorcycle entered a foggy white mist, and after a screeching halt, it came to a sudden stop at the cave's entrance. Yuan Hu leapt from the bike and directly into the cavern. Moments later, a piercing roar echoed from within, reminiscent of a wolf's howl or a tiger's roar. After a brief interval, Yuan Hu emerged from the cave, cradling the lifeless body of Yuan Suping, his movements swift as if he were a specter. He mounted the motorcycle and sped away. The two armored vehicles arrived at the pass, only to find the checkpoint barricaded. A robust iron gate stood before them, with several tire-puncturing devices strewn across the road. Undeterred, the leading armored vehicle barreled through, its tires punctured instantly, causing the vehicle to lose control and roll over, ultimately crashing into the gate with a cacophony of honking. The following armored vehicle came to a sudden stop, and Zhao Qinyu, Xiao Zhiyue, and their group of 5 leapt from their vehicle, rushing forward. The driver of the assailant's vehicle had slammed his head against the steering wheel, blood streaming from his head and face, rendering him unconscious. In the back seat, another assailant was curled up with Qin Yingzhou, in a state of utter disarray. Zhao Qinyu and his subordinates yanked both Qin Yingzhou and the assailant out, only to discover that Xiang Sheng was not in the vehicle at all. It was a trap. Zhao Qinyu slapped his forehead, then seized the assailant, demanding to know the whereabouts of the false Chu Fei. The assailant chuckled sardonically, then tilted his head and lost consciousness. "Speak up. Speak." Zhao Qinyu shook him vigorously. "Damn it," he cursed. Xiao Zhiyue approached Qin Yingzhou and pinched his philtrum. "Suping! Suping!" Qin Yingzhou regained consciousness, weakly calling out, and then opened his eyes, hazily seeing Xiao Zhiyue. He embraced her tightly. "Suping! I can't be dreaming." "Qin Yingzhou, I am Xiao Zhiyue." Xiao Zhiyue attempted to push him away, but he held on fiercely. After a moment's hesitation, she reciprocated the embrace. "What happened?" Xiao Zhiyue inquired softly. "Suping. Suping." Qin Yingzhou suddenly realized, pushing Xiao Zhiyue away and abruptly standing up. He staggered forward but collapsed after just 2 steps. His face pressed against the ground. A harrowing scene flashed before his eyes. A glint of cold light as a sharp blade sliced through Yuan Suping's neck, her head. Qin Yingzhou shut his eyes in anguish. What happened to Suping? Xiao Zhiyue rushed over, attempting to help him up. Qin Yingzhou pushed her away, struggling to rise, swaying as he moved forward. "Qin Yingzhou." Xiao Zhiyue ran to him, grasping his arm urgently. "You must say something." She. Qin Yingzhou's lips trembled. Yuan Hu gently caressed his sister's hand before momentarily closing the cabin door. He then pressed his palm against the adjacent computer screen, initiating a link to Ren Zhonghui's cerebral information. "Establish the connection," Yuan Hu commanded. The computer screen illuminated with a cerebral scan of Ren Zhonghui. "Connection successful." A notification beep echoed from the device. "Organize Ren Zhonghui's cerebral data by subject and transmit it to my neural database for immediate retrieval." "Very well." The expected organization will take 2 minutes. In the vaulted chamber, a small table against the wall held Yuan Suping's head. Xiang Sheng, Qin Yuan, and Lu Hongming gathered around the table. Xiang Sheng utilized a tool reminiscent of a large watchmaker's opener to delicately pry open Yuan Suping's skull, unleashing a sudden, ethereal blue glow. Adorned in rubber gloves, Xiang Sheng reached into the cranium and extracted a machine brain, crafted from silicon crystals and resembling a human brain. presenting it before him for meticulous examination. The machine brain was enveloped in a soft azure luminescence, with internal filaments twinkling in a captivating display. Both Qin Yuan and Lu Hongming were entranced by the machine brain, their mouths agape in silent awe. Qin Yuan, this machine brain operates on principles quite similar to yours, though the craftsmanship far surpasses your own. I hope that one day, I too may possess such a machine brain. Qin Yuan exclaimed. My machines and team were obliterated in the calamity 3,000 years ago, and I may never be able to create such a flawless machine brain again. At least not at present. Otherwise, I would not have severed her head. She was, in a sense, my child, and I was left with no choice. As Xiang Sheng spoke, a hint of sorrow graced his features. Are you prepared to utilize it as the core of the superbrain? Lu Hongming inquired of Xiangxing. Indeed. The moment has now arrived for you. Upon finishing his words, Xiangxing cradled the machine brain and approached the center of the room, where a super server awaited. The server's interface, resembling two outstretched hands, was adorned with delicate, transparent tendrils. Xiangxing placed the machine brain into the interface, and the tendrils melded with it, connecting through a myriad of luminous threads to several brainwave sensing devices mounted on the arched ceiling. I cannot guarantee success. Let us give it a try, Lu Hongming declared as he pressed the remote control switch. Xiangxing and his companions gazed at the machine brain with eager anticipation. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed. All the luminous threads snapped, and the blue glow of the machine brain vanished, rendering it akin to a glass sculpture of a brain. Alas, the threads we crafted simply could not withstand the machine brain. Lu Hongming lamented, his spirits low. Do not be disheartened. No experiment can yield instant results. I have merely half a year left. Rest assured, I shall not allow your demise. Xiangxing reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. You too are our superbrain's core. Chapter 21. First for beasts, then for humanity, Qin Ingzhou fell ill. The disappearance of Yuan's souping over the past 3 years had left him emotionally numb, and he preferred to remain devoid of feeling. The return of Yuan's souping felt like a fleeting dream, a brief yet beautiful reverie, now that he had awakened. His heart was once again wrenched apart. Reclining half-heartedly against the back of his bed, he stared blankly out of the window. Xiao Zhiyue returned from the supermarket with some frozen dumplings and a bottle of mineral water, which she prepared in the microwave before serving it to Qin Ingzhou. Have a bite. Starving oneself is hardly a solution. Qin Ingzhou remained unresponsive. How foolish of me. How could the National Security Bureau so readily accept an extraterrestrial? How could I not realize that Zhao Qinyu was an imposter? I apologize. Xiao Zhiyue set the dumplings aside and sat beside Qin Ingzhou. I have betrayed her, yet she has shown me no malice. It would be all too easy for her to take my life. It is not your fault. It is my own inadequacy. Qin Ingzhou murmured, helplessly gazing at her. Dr. Qin, I went into the cave. Yuan's souping's body is no longer there. Zhao Qinyu strode in and exclaimed upon seeing Qin Ingzhou. Qin Ingzhou stared blankly at Zhao Qinyu. Her lips quivered, yet words eluded her, the anguish evident on her face. Could you perhaps consider the feelings of the bereaved? Xiao Zhiyue pulled Zhao Qinyu aside, speaking in hushed tones. At this juncture, what does it matter? The more dire the situation, the clearer our minds must be. It is imperative that we ascertain the intentions of those Martians and their plans. For only then can we act preemptively to thwart them. Zhao Qinyu intentionally raised his voice. What use is sorrow? As law enforcement officers, we confront the specter of life and death almost daily. Does grief truly suffice? When have we not wiped away the blood, interred the dead, and returned to the fray? Enough. We are not mere police officers. Then let us act as such. The terrorists we face are not human. They are phantoms, nay, even more formidable than phantoms. With your current demeanor, how do you intend to combat them? Get out of my way, Xiao Zhiyue shouted, not caring about anything else. All right, stop the commotion. Qin Ingzhou grabbed a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. Officer Zhao is right. Sorrow serves no purpose. How do you wish to confront them? What do you need me to do? Are you all right? Zhao Qinyu sighed in relief. I'm fine. Xiao Zhiyue moved to assist Qin Ingzhou, who waved him off and got out of bed on his own. As his feet touched the ground, he felt as though he were stepping on cotton. Struggling to steady himself, Xiao Zhiyue observed him with concern. "Let's go," Qin Yingzhou said to Xiao Zhiyue. "Don't worry, I'm truly fine." Xiangxing awoke in a square life pod filled with a nutrient solution. As he opened his eyes, Yuan Lu, his face contorted with rage, yanked him out of the pod. Yuan Lu was also drenched in the nutrient solution. He had just awakened from a nearby pod. They found themselves in a vast underground storage facility, lined with towering steel racks, each housing a multitude of life pods of various sizes. The larger pods contained intact Martian bodies, while the smaller ones held their severed heads. Each pod was connected by a power line and a data cable, with countless strands of light merging into the heads. "Why did you kill Su Ping?" "Why?" Yuan Lu's fist struck Xiangxing's face, sending him stumbling back to the ground. "Why?" "Ask them," Xiangxing roared, gesturing to the densely packed life pods surrounding them. "They have waited like the living dead for 3,000 years, and at long last, the day has arrived when Earth's technology can support information colonization. Yet, it must not come at the cost of Su Ping. But at whose expense? Theirs." Xiangxing, in a frenzy, dashed around the shelves, tapping each life pod, asking which one. "Speak, speak. Whom do you wish to sacrifice? Su Ping is your daughter. Are they not your subjects?" Yuan Lu's legs weakened, and he supported himself against the life pod, slowly sinking to the ground. "Do you think I desire to kill Su Ping? My heart aches more than yours. You are merely her nominal father. I am her true father." Tears streamed from Xiangxing's eyes, which he hastily wiped away. "Everyone's survival is due to you," Yuan Lu replied expressionlessly. "But had I known I would have to confront these life pods daily, face these living dead, endure 3,000 years, and experience such pain and helplessness, I would rather have been consumed by fire at that moment." "Mr. Ruler, do not call me that." Yuan Lu smiled bitterly. "Call me Yuan Lu. If you must bestow a title, refer to me as the keeper of the tomb. Do not be so pessimistic. This is not a tomb of the living dead, but Noah's Ark. Soon, we shall all possess new bodies and live blissfully on Earth. The cost of our existence is the death of Earth's inhabitants. This was not my intention. Survival is paramount. The instinct to survive is inherent in all creatures. Heed your instincts. There is no shame in this. What distinguishes us as humans from beasts? First, we embody the qualities of beasts, then we aspire to be human. The transition from beast to human signifies evolution. Yet what does it signify to regress from human to beast? Yuan Lu rose, pointing at the lifeboats. Would they truly wish to engage in such actions? They are all citizens. Can we presume to make decisions on their behalf? I do not know, nor do I wish to. My sole purpose is to ensure the survival of the Martians. This is also your responsibility. As long as you draw breath, you must fulfill this duty. You may kill me. I cannot determine your fate." Xiangxing produced a dagger, offering it to Yuan Lu. "If you desire death, then seek it. Existence is not necessarily preferable to demise. Should you wish to die, I shall not impede you." Yuan Lu accepted the dagger, pressing it against his throat, yet his hand trembled, an increasingly violent tremor, until ultimately, the dagger clattered to the ground. Chapter 22. The migration map of migratory birds in the command room. A series of instruments beeped rhythmically, their indicator lights flickering. The armed police soldiers, seated before the apparatus, were diligently at work. Qin Yingzhou and Xiao Zhiyu, along with Zhao Qinyu, entered the command room. The soldiers attempted to rise, but Zhao Qinyu gestured for them to continue their tasks. Through the glass wall, the man made of hemp stared blankly at the large screen, as if his thoughts had wandered into a labyrinth from which he could not extricate himself. Zhao Qinyu stepped inside, approaching the man of hemp, with Qin Yingzhou and Xiao Zhiyu following closely behind. The screen displayed a dynamic visualization of electromagnetic signal monitoring as Qin Yingzhou walked. The question marks in his mind multiplied, growing ever larger. It was extraordinarily bizarre. These dynamic trajectories swirled around the globe like ocean currents. The relay station is fixed. Why does it fluctuate? How peculiar. The lanky man raised his hand to halt Zhao Qinyu, saying, "Do not speak. I am contemplating." Zhao Qinyu tapped the table again. Oh, it is Captain Zhao. The lanky man glanced at Zhao Qinyu, returning to his stupor before the screen. What have you discovered? Zhao Qinyu continued to inquire. I cannot comprehend it. It appears to possess a certain rhythm, yet is entirely devoid of one. I perceive it resembles. Xiao Zhiyu pondered aloud. A global migratory route map for birds. Who are you? The lanky man regarded Xiao Zhiyu with an unfriendly gaze, clearly offended by his words. Xiao Zhiyu, a biologist. Goodness. This is an electromagnetic wave monitoring chart. If you do not understand it, refrain from speaking nonsense. Do not let your imagination run wild. Are you out of your mind? Xiao Zhiyu retorted, then retrieved a migratory map of birds from his phone, slapping it onto the table. If you have eyes, look for yourself. The lanky man stared at the phone, then at the screen, dumbfounded. Could it be such a coincidence? Zhao Qinyu took the phone, meticulously comparing the two images. They were indeed remarkably similar. If we disregard the differences in the years, they are practically identical. Xiao Zhiyu remarked. This is baffling. How could two entirely unrelated fields yield two nearly identical dynamic images? Qi Ningzhou mused. Is there perhaps a connection between the two? Could migratory birds have a decisive impact on electromagnetic waves? To my knowledge, there is none, absolutely none. Xiao Zhiyu asserted. You are the experts. Ponder it yourselves. By the way, where is Renjonghui? Zhao Qinyu inquired of the slender man. He was just here, contemplating this diagram with me, yet he could not discern anything of significance. Yuan, who entered the office of Qin Yuan, addressing him directly by his full name. Here, it is simply Qin Yuan, not Qin Yuan Dalong. Qin Yuan Dalong retorted, visibly displeased. I was unaware that you were created by Qi Ningzhou. Now that I am enlightened, I must insist on including Dalong, as it signifies a relationship of subservience. On this planet, robots are subordinate to humans. This is a regulation that cannot be obliterated merely by erasing two characters. Yuan, whose words were notably confrontational. Ren, considering you were once my superior, I am reluctant to sever our ties. Yet you must understand that my ability to uphold New Starting Point Company and wrest business from your grasp cannot be dismantled by mere verbal exchanges. Therefore, what brings you here? Speak candidly. Gains acquired through mere words are not true gains. Qin Yuan firmly countered. Very well, then please escort me to meet this Martian. Martian? I do not know any Martians. I have verified with all our common suppliers that you have produced an immense number of mechanical birds over the past year. Yuan, who paused, scrutinizing Qin Yuan, who, upon hearing mechanical birds, exhibited a fleeting change in expression before regaining his composure. Is there any issue with producing mechanical birds? Qin Yuan inquired nonchalantly. Today, I chanced upon an illustration, a diagram of migratory birds. Can you guess where I encountered it? I have no desire to speculate, nor could I possibly fathom. Now, if you will excuse me, I am quite busy. If you seek idle chatter, please descend to the ground floor. Turn left for 100 meters, and you shall find a bridge beneath which several vagrants reside. They would surely relish the opportunity to engage in conversation with you. You see, a robot should possess a remarkable ability to regulate emotions, for the most fatal weakness of humanity lies in its emotionality. Why, of all things? Would you choose to learn this? Very well, you may take your leave. You too are a person of dignity. Do not tarnish your reputation. Qin Yuan pressed the intercom, casting a glance at Yuan Hu, implying that this is my domain, and should you linger any longer, I shall summon security. Shall you call for security? I advise against it, for what I am about to articulate is something you likely would prefer to keep from a third party. Yuan, who provocatively returned Qin Yuan's gaze. Qin Yuan withdrew her hand from the intercom. All right, speak your mind. Where did you come across that so-called migration map? You truly are forgetful, as a robot. This should not be the case. Yuan, who continued to provoke Qin Yuan. You, speak plainly. Do not utter such ambiguous remarks. Look at how agitated you are. Have you truly forgotten? Allow me to reiterate. I wish to meet that Martian. Do not quarrel with him. Bring him to me. I, too, am eager to ascertain just how much he knows. Qin Yuan received the directive from the earpiece nestled within her ear. Chapter 23. An unexpected encounter with Ho-E 25 years ago. When Ren Zhonghui was merely 10 years old, his father, a computer expert, had just established Huayuan Company. His father was often preoccupied with work, leaving little time to spend with him, while his mother, beset by ill health, could not provide him with the attentive care he craved. In moments of boredom, he would immerse himself in computer games, particularly a virtual life game that introduced him to numerous figures from Chinese history and traditional literature, such as Hou Yi, Neza, Nolong, and Xinu. 2 years passed, marked by the sorrow of his mother's passing, which left both him and his father deeply heartbroken. In their grief, his father took him on a meandering journey westward, driving aimlessly until they ventured into the uninhabited regions of northern Tibet. At an altitude exceeding 5,000 meters, his father stumbled upon a peculiar small spinning top inscribed with bizarre characters. After analyzing it with computer software for quite some time, he could only decipher 4 words: mysterious event. One night, as Ren Zhonghui lay in slumber, he was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of sounds. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the spinning top enveloped in a luminous glow, spinning rapidly on its own, and astonishingly, its size began to expand. As it grew to the dimensions of a large barrel, he felt a powerful gust of cool air sweep past him, seemingly generated by the swirling motion of the top, which even pulled the blanket off him. "Dad, Dad!" Fear gripped Ren Zhonghui as he called out urgently to his father, who lay beside him. "Wake up! Wake up! What is it, Zhonghui?" Ren Dahua rubbed his eyes and glanced at the spinning wheel, suddenly springing up from the bed. At that moment, the wheel had expanded to a diameter exceeding 2 meters, nearly brushing against the ceiling of the room, and a corner of the bed sheet had already been drawn into it. The vortex intensified, pulling Ren Zhonghui closer to the wheel. In haste, Ren Dahua lunged forward, grasping Ren Zhonghui tightly, and together they were drawn into the spinning wheel. Inside the wheel, colors danced vibrantly, connecting to a dark, profound tunnel, with a flickering light faintly visible ahead. However, the rapidly swirling Ren Zhonghui was relentlessly propelled forward by the immense vortex, while the tunnel seemed to stretch infinitely. Gradually, Ren Zhonghui felt his consciousness fading, until he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. When Ren Zhonghui regained awareness, he found himself lying in a canyon, with his father beside him. Looking up, he saw a distant, azure dome overhead, reminiscent of being inside an aquarium. "Dad!" Ren Zhonghui nudged his father. "Zhonghui!" Ren Dahua sat up and instinctively embraced his son. "Dad, I can hardly breathe. Where are we?" Ren Zhonghui inquired. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed their surroundings. Ren Dahua shook his head, noticing a path ahead. He said to his son, "Let us go and see if we can find someone to ask." The two of them ventured along the canyon, entering a land reminiscent of a paradise. The attire of the people varied widely, featuring Tang suits, Han garments, and Western clothing from eras unknown to them. Ren Dahua and his son entered a relatively modern small hotel by the roadside. He inquired with the proprietor, who shared a perplexing tale of his own. Before arriving here, the owner had operated a modest inn in Lijiang. One fateful night, a female guest checked in, and shortly thereafter, a devastating fire engulfed the hotel. In a frantic attempt to escape, the owner discovered the unconscious woman in her room. He rushed in to carry her out, but the flames had already blocked his path, and he succumbed to the smoke. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in this new location, while the woman had vanished without a trace. The proprietor quickly resumed his vocation, establishing this hotel. In this idyllic sanctuary, Ren Zhonghui encountered numerous historical figures, alongside many characters who exist solely within the realms of romantic legends and tales, such as Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai, Emperor Tang Ming and Yang Guifei, Sima Xiangru and Zhuo Wenjun, Bai Suzhen and Su Xian, Jia Baoyu and Lin Daiyu. They seem to inhabit their own distinct spheres, remaining indifferent to one another. Ren Dahua endeavored to understand their stories, yet regrettably, at crucial moments, he and his son would invariably find themselves embroiled in various predicaments, perpetually barred from entering their intimate circles. On one occasion, after Ren Zhonghui had drifted into slumber, Ren Dahua stealthily ventured into the primitive societal area. There stood a series of thatched huts, and during the day, he observed from a distance a figure within the wooden enclosure. The individual, adorned with a bow and astride a majestic white tiger, patrolled the surroundings with an air of both majesty and peculiarity that captivated him. They were likely among the earliest inhabitants of this place, Ren Dahua pondered. Perhaps they held knowledge of secrets yet to be unveiled. Who were they? A sudden exclamation echoed through the air as Ren Dahua stood there, witnessing a figure approach atop a white tiger. I am Ren Dahua. He introduced himself with a charming smile. Brother, how long have you been here? I cannot recall, replied the stranger, reining in the white tiger and halting a few meters away from Ren Dahua. This is our territory. You ought not to be here, especially at night. My apologies, I lost my way. Ren Dahua exclaimed. You must be new here, correct? Indeed, what is this place? It seems to be a blend of ages and individuals from various lands. I am uncertain about the nature of this place as well. Now, you should take your leave. All right, I shall depart at once. By the way, who delineated these areas? I do not know. When we arrived, it was already divided into different regions, each with distinct structures, and everyone chose to reside in various areas based on their lifestyles. Oh, I see. May I ask your esteemed surname? I am the leader of the Yocheon clan, simply named E. You are Hoi. Ren Dahua exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. You are familiar with me? More than just familiar. Ren Dahua then recounted the legend of Ho-E shooting down the suns, causing Ho-E to erupt in hearty laughter. Brother, do not jest with me. Ren Dahua replied, half in disbelief. I am not joking. If you do not believe me, I shall take you to the museum tomorrow. Very well, it is getting late. I shall take my leave. Until tomorrow at the museum, then. Hoi nodded in agreement. Ren Dahua turned away, while Hoi patted the white tiger's rear, and the creature ambled along, continuing its patrol. Chapter 82. Capturing Yang Chun. Qin Tianhao harbored suspicions about Yang Chun, yet he was plagued by doubts about himself. He even questioned whether he was afflicted with a form of paranoia. Nevertheless, he resolved to take some action regarding Yang Chun. The life he led was one that the demigods before him could scarcely fathom. My lord. Two demigods approached Qin Tianhao, bowing respectfully. We are at your service. What is it that you require of us? These two demigods were twins, cultivated in secrecy as part of Qin Tianhao's clandestine forces. Although they had attained the status of demigods, they had long been his subordinates, bound by a contract to remain loyal to him for eternity. Thus, resistance against Qin Tianhao was not an option, even with their newfound powers. With an icy demeanor, Qin Tianhao inquired, You are aware of the situation concerning Yang Chun, I presume. If I were to assign you both the task of surveilling him, and should the necessity arise, subduing him, would you be capable of fulfilling such an order? Principal Yang Chun, the twins, being demigods themselves, understood the gravity of the matter Qin Tianhao referred to. The whispers of his suspicions about Yang Chun had circulated solely among the demigods, with only Qin Tianhao beneath them aware of the situation. We, the elder twin, Pei Yong, remarked, How could we possibly stand against Principal Yang Chun, while we would dare to monitor him, capturing him? The younger twin, Pei Wen, interjected. My lord's demands seem rather excessive. How could we possibly accomplish such a feat? Qin Tianhao spoke with a sense of detachment, asserting, I certainly have my own intentions. I merely require the two of you to monitor him. Is this a task you can accomplish? He was fully aware of the unreasonable nature of his demand. Yet as an emperor, he wielded undeniable authority over these two individuals bound by oaths. Even a demigod would meet their demise at his whim. Naturally, we shall comply, replied Pei Yong and Pei Wen in unison, their agreement begrudging yet resolute. Qin Tianhao harbored no illusions. He knew it was impossible to secure their wholehearted consent. Firstly, Yang Chun's authority was founded upon his guidance of countless demigods. Secondly, the enigmatic depth of Yang Chun's abilities instilled a palpable fear. Even if 200 demigods were assembled, none could confidently claim they could subdue Yang Chun. Currently, the continent's core forces had been largely mobilized within the confines of the barrier, leaving the Sacred Soul Academy with scant expertise. For the sake of prudence, The duo maintained a considerable distance from Qingfeng Mountain. While the Dozun and Dosheng could not detect their presence, they could not guarantee that Yangchun would remain oblivious to them. Thus, they resolved to observe from afar, scrutinizing the happenings at Qingfeng Mountain each day. They engaged local villagers to assist in monitoring the situation on the mountain, which permitted villagers to ascend for firewood and hunting. The Sacred Soul Academy also welcomed ordinary individuals, exhibiting a notably lax management style. However, everyone understood the significance of the Sacred Soul Academy. Despite its relaxed oversight, no one dared to cause trouble within its esteemed grounds. Occasionally, some villagers would deliver materials and provisions to Qingfeng Mountain, for it is not solely inhabited by demigods. Even these semi-divine beings require sustenance. Everything in this world demands nourishment to generate energy. However, the higher one ascends in rank, the lesser the need for food becomes, yet occasional consumption remains essential. The villagers who ventured up the mountain informed Pei Yong and Pei Wen that they frequently spotted Yangchun. Nonetheless, Yangchun's daily activities primarily consisted of tending to plants and amusing the local wildlife, or, on rare occasions, guiding children in their practice of combat skills. Devoid of any remarkable occurrences, I suspect that Qin Tianhao has fallen under some kind of delusion. Pei Wen expressed his frustration, questioning why he would cast suspicion on Principal Yangchun. Without Principal Yangchun, would we have witnessed the emergence of so many demigods? How could we have endured the onslaught of those insects for such an extended period? Pei Yong sighed in agreement, remarking on the peculiarity of Qin Tianhao's doubts regarding Principal Yangchun. The principal has rendered immense assistance. It is merely our own inadequacies that have delayed the resolution of the insect crisis. Yet he shifts the blame onto the principal. It appears he has been intoxicated by the weight of his own authority. The two lamented Qin Tianhao's behavior, constrained by their obligations, relegated to mere complaints. Were it not for the oath binding them, they might have confronted him directly. However, upon reflection, they acknowledged that Qin Tianhao's fervor stemmed from a genuine concern for humanity, prompting them to temper their grievances. They were left feeling frustrated, unable to engage in battle, yet reduced to idleness, which was truly disheartening. Why don't we confront Principal Yangchun together? Pei Yong and Pei Wen deliberated, realizing that lingering in this place was not a viable option. They had been cooped up here for an entire year, yielding no results, while feeling as though their very bodies were rusting away, oblivious to the state of the battles on the front lines. As they conferred, a cloaked envoy arrived at their abode. This envoy was a trusted confidant of Qin Tianhao, even closer to him than the two brothers. Their loyalty to Qin Tianhao is unwavering. They would readily sacrifice their lives without a second thought if commanded. Your master has entrusted you with this. Simply mix this substance into Yangchun's food, and his body will be incapacitated for 3 days. At that time, you shall bring him to this location, and you will learn the master's intentions. What? To poison Principal Yangchun? Pei Yong and Pei Wen exchanged astonished glances at the small vial presented by the envoy, containing a substance potent enough to incapacitate a demigod. Pei Yong uncorked the vial and inhaled its contents, instantly feeling a sluggishness enveloping him, as though his very essence were clouded. Thankfully, Pei Wen swiftly sealed the vial, averting what could have been Pei Yong's imminent collapse. They had never encountered such a substance before and were taken aback by Qin Tianhao's ability to procure it. I've delivered the message. You two must act swiftly, the cloaked envoy stated before turning to leave. The two brothers found themselves powerless to defy Qin Tianhao's orders, resigned to carry out the task at hand. What method shall we employ to secretly introduce this substance into Principal Yangchun's food? Let us ponder that later. We shall patiently seek our opportunity. There is no rush. Pei Yong grasped the vial, his eyes glinting with determination. Over the course of a year, Pei Yong and Pei Wen had discerned Yangchun's habits. Approximately once a month, he indulged in a meal, which presented their opportunity. In a few days, Principal Yang would venture out for drinks, and at that moment, they would devise a plan to introduce the substance into his beverage. With their resolve firmly established, they prepared to execute their scheme. Yangchun's dining locations were unpredictable. What he referred to as dining often involved drinking. He seemed to possess no particular hobbies, yet he relished seeking out places to imbibe. On the day Yang Chen departed, Pei Wen and Pei Yong swiftly followed him. Upon his arrival at a certain tavern, the duo made their way to the kitchen. With a substantial sum of money, they incapacitated the innkeeper and successfully introduced the substance into the wine without difficulty. However, they were uncertain whether Yang Chen would fall victim to their ruse. The substance was colorless and tasteless, yet its potency was overwhelming. Even they could scarcely endure its scent. Did Yang Chen not possess the same awareness? Pei Yong lamented the potential failure of their plan. Pei Wen reassured him, stating that since Qin Tianhao entrusted this substance to them for the purpose of dealing with Principal Yang Chen, he must have a measure of confidence in its efficacy. There was no cause for concern. Should they fail, they could simply claim the substance was ineffective. As they unscrewed the vial, they noticed numerous ordinary cooks around them. Yet these common folk remained oblivious to the substance's formidable nature. The contents herein are specifically designed to counter the combatants. The more formidable the fighter, the more pronounced their reaction to this substance. Conversely, an ordinary fighter may exhibit far less potency. It is conceivable that after consumption, they might merely feel drowsy and upon awakening, find that nothing amiss has transpired. As the dishes and wine were served, Pei Wen and Pei Yong nervously observed Yang Chen from behind the counter. They feared that a mere glance from Yang Chen could unveil their intentions, leading to a potentially dire predicament. After all, in their minds, Yang Chen was omnipotent, and discovering their scheme would hardly be a surprise. They were even prepared to flee at the slightest hint of discord. Yet to their astonishment, Yang Chen consumed the wine as if nothing were amiss. Is it truly that simple? Pei Wen exclaimed. He just drank it down? The principal has consumed the wine. Good heavens, he actually drank it. The shock and incredulity they felt was even more profound than when Yang Chen originally guided them in becoming demigods. Pei Yong swallowed hard and urged, "Let us keep watching." Yang Chen continued to eat and drink, but after a while, he seemed to sense something was amiss, furrowing his brow. It appeared a reaction was indeed occurring. The two men fixed their anxious gazes upon Yang Chen. Just moments ago, when he ingested the wine, their plan had only reached its halfway point. The crucial question remained whether the substance could render Yang Chen entirely defenseless. Yang Chen's hand trembled slightly as he held his chopsticks, and with an expression of clear discomfort, he set them down. He ceased drinking the remaining wine and unsteadily made his way away from the table, neglecting even to settle the bill. Quickly, let us follow him, Pei Wen urged. Pei Yong and Pei Wen promptly exited the restaurant and hastened to catch up with Yang Chen. Their pace was exceedingly swift, and they soon found themselves beside him. As they seized Yang Chen, their hearts raced with exhilaration. When had they ever experienced such a sensation? The thrill was intoxicating. Yang Chen, after all, was a mentor to all demigods, a being of unparalleled stature, and yet they had managed to abduct him with such astonishing ease. Chapter 83. The explanation you seek. The duo fled with Yang Chen, daring not to linger even for a moment. During their flight, they refrained from speaking loudly or making any noise, for fear gripped them. Carrying Yang Chen felt akin to bearing a ticking time bomb. Should he awaken sooner than anticipated, their fate would be grim. Despite Yang Chen's historically tranquil demeanor, such an act was a grave transgression for anyone, let alone a figure as esteemed as he. Even if Yang Chen were to awaken and seek retribution against them, they would not dare utter a word in their defense. To their surprise, the rendezvous point designated by Qin Tianhao was located deep underground. Upon entering the cavern, the brothers immediately sensed an unusual force at play. "Brother, I feel as though my power is being suppressed," Pei Yong declared in a low voice. "Here, I may be able to exert only a fraction of my strength." Pei Wen nodded in agreement. "It appears to be some form of special heavenly rule constraining us, a natural phenomenon." It seemed that Qin Tianhao had gone to great lengths for the sake of Principal Yang Chen. As the two arrived at this location, Qin Tianhao immediately became aware and promptly departed from the barrier. By nightfall, he found himself in the depths of a cavern. "You two have performed admirably," Qin Tianhao remarked with a smile. "I truly did not anticipate everything would proceed so smoothly." Pei Wen and Pei Yong had already mentally berated Qin Tianhao countless times. Yet they could only force smiles and agree with him. If there is nothing else, shall we take our leave? We wish to engage in battle within the barrier. Pei Yong insisted repeatedly, eager to prevent Yang Chun from witnessing their current predicament. Although Yang Chun was under control now, who could predict what would transpire 3 days hence? Unless they resorted to killing Yang Chun, an option Pei Yong and Pei Wen had never contemplated. No, you must stay and accompany me, Qin Tianhao coldly stated. While this plan may be mine, its execution falls to both of you. Thus I require your presence here. Pei Yong and Pei Wen were alarmed. Did Qin Tianhao intend for them to serve as scapegoats? To expose themselves while he lurked in the shadows? Such a scheme would ensure that even if Yang Chun were to rage, the blame would not fall upon Qin Tianhao. What a cunning plan. Qin Tianhao continued, of course. Should it be confirmed that Yang Chun poses a threat, you may swiftly eliminate him. I trust that slaying an ordinary person would be a trivial matter for 2 demigods such as yourselves. Reluctantly, Pei Yong and Pei Wen acquiesced. Qin Tianhao's tactics were undeniably underhanded, clearly setting them up for misfortune. Nevertheless, they had long accepted the risks involved when they embarked on this endeavor. Pei Yong conversed with his younger brother, Pei Wen, through whispers. Pei Wen remarked, "Brother, if we proactively admit our mistakes to Principal Yang Chun, I believe he will show leniency." Pei Yong, however, harbored little hope for such leniency. Their actions had been exceedingly egregious. They had removed the mask from Yang Chen's face, donned disguises, and altered their voices to rouse him from slumber. Meanwhile, Qin Tianhao had long concealed himself in the shadows, meticulously suppressing his presence. As Yang Chun stirred from his slumber, Pei Yong and Pei Wen, despite their altered appearances and voices, felt a palpable sense of trepidation in Yang Chen's presence. Yet, Yang Chun remained composed, seated with an air of relaxation, unperturbed by the peculiar situation. "Well, why don't you speak?" he inquired. "You went through considerable effort to bring me here. Surely you do not intend to merely observe my discomfiture?" After a prolonged silence, Yang Chun took the initiative to break the ice. "Mr. Yang Chun, there are indeed matters we wish to discuss with you earnestly," Qin Tianhao interjected from his secluded position. "You are aware of the ongoing conflict. Why have you refrained from intervening? And what of Chu Nianchen, your disciple? Why do you not seek to restore him? Even if you choose not to act yourself, having him intervene could significantly mitigate human losses. Are you aware of the daily toll of human lives? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the loss?" Qin Tianhao's voice rose in fervent inquiry. Pei Yong and Pei Wen stood to the side, beads of sweat forming on their brows, taken aback by Qin Tianhao's fervor. "What does it have to do with me?" Yang Chen scoffed. "If one dies, one dies. Death can lead to rebirth. Whether one dies 100 million times or 1 billion times, the essence of death remains unchanged. What difference does it make if one dies now or later?" Yang Chen. Qin Tianhao's voice thundered as if he had shattered something. He could scarcely believe that Yang Chun would utter such words, leaving him utterly disillusioned. "I see you have been tainted by the corruption of the tree of the dark world. Your heart no longer beats with the fervor of humanity." Yang Chen chuckled. "From where do you draw such conclusions?" Fuming, Qin Tianhao retorted, "To speak such blasphemous words, to belittle the sanctity of human life, is nothing short of betrayal. Am I to call you a fool? In your battles and conflicts, how many lives have you extinguished? How many innocent souls have perished? The foundation of the Qin kingdom was laid upon a river of blood. Is it an exaggeration to say that countless corpses floated upon its currents? And now you accuse me of disrespecting humanity? If you possess the capability to save yourselves, do so. If not, do not place your failures upon my shoulders." Suddenly, Yang Chun snapped the rope with a cold smile. "I know you are Qin Tianhao. I appreciate your concern for humanity. But an emperor devoid of intellect is destined for a fleeting reign. Furthermore, I allowed myself to be captured deliberately. I am fully aware of who has done what. It's time for the twin brothers to reveal their true selves." With those words, Yang Chun instilled such fear in the 2 twins that they fell to their knees, repeatedly admitting their faults. "We are indeed constrained by our pact. which compels us to heed Qin Tianhao's perplexing commands. We sincerely hope that the esteemed principal will show mercy and spare our lives. Yang Chun waved his hand with a smile, saying, I comprehend the nature of your contract. I shall grant you your freedom. The contracts that have been passed down through generations in this world are all sworn to Yang Chun. Therefore, as long as he is willing, all such agreements shall hold no weight. Rest assured, he will certainly not take your lives due to any contract. Suddenly, Qin Tianhao burst forth from the barrier with fury, exclaiming, Yang Chun, how dare you claim to be the principal of the human race? Yang Chun replied, I never claimed such a title. It is merely what you have called me. I am simply the principal of the Holy Soul Academy. He continued, moreover, Qin Tianhao, I believe I may have touched a nerve just now. Reflect on how many lives were extinguished by the Qin state. However, I bear you no ill will. The unfolding of events is but a natural cycle of the universe. Allow me to pose a question. How would you feel if tasked with exterminating every ant on this continent? Yang Chun gazed at Qin Tianhao, his eyes betraying no emotion. Yet, to Qin Tianhao, it seemed as if countless stars were swirling within Yang Chun's gaze, compelling him to prostrate himself in reverence. I feel nothing. Precisely, Yang Chun replied nonchalantly. My realm is vastly superior to yours. Hence, humanity is akin to mere ants in my eyes. The demise of ants elicits no feeling within me. Even demigods can effortlessly extinguish the lives of millions with a mere wave of their hands. The collateral damage inflicted upon innocent civilians during their conflicts is considerable. When the dust settles, will these demigods offer penance for the lives unjustly lost? Yang Chun posed this question to Pei Yong and Pei Wan, who shook their heads in bewilderment, having never contemplated such matters. Well, I shall take my leave, Yang Chun declared, waving his hand in farewell. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. How could human life possibly be compared to that of mere ants? Qin Tianhao barked in order. Pei Yong, Pei Wan, apprehend him. The two hesitated, unwilling to take action, fully aware that this entire scenario was a performance orchestrated by Yang Chun. They dared not confront him. His decision to spare their lives was already an immense favor. Act, or you shall perish, Qin Tianhao threatened, as if grasping something intangible with his hands. Pei Yong and Pei Wan felt a jolt within their souls, yet were left with an unsettling numbness. Move. Do you truly fear not dying at my hands? Qin Tianhao continued his intimidation, tightening his grip. Yet, Pei Wan and Pei Yong felt nothing at all. Is the binding gone? They exclaimed in surprise, realizing Yang Chun's words held truth. Even the oaths that had once bound them could be effortlessly undone by him. Freedom at last. They rejoiced, their joy surpassing even that of their transformation into demigods. Despite their newfound powers, they had long been under Qin Tianhao's control, leading to an underlying sense of gloom. Now, all constraints have vanished. They stand as one of the mightiest entities on this continent, no longer beholden to anyone's whims. The Death Warriors. Qin Tianhao, unable to exert control over the two, was consumed by immeasurable fury, yet he harbored no intention of confronting them. Shadows emerged from all directions, forming a barrier before Yang Chun, 80 Death Warriors in total. Today, I shall ensure your capture, Qin Tianhao proclaimed with fervent madness. You are truly deranged, Yang Chun replied, shaking his head in resignation. Is the pressure too overwhelming for you to maintain your composure? Or is the inner demon on the verge of erupting? You too should leave. Here, your abilities will go unrealized. No, Headmaster. We shall remain to assist you. Although Pei Yong and Pei Wan were barely at a fraction of their former strength, they were nonetheless genuine demigods, confident in their ability to protect themselves against the Death Warriors. Am I truly the one in need of protection? Yang Chun chuckled lightly. Do I appear so feeble? Chapter 84. All on the line, Headmaster. Engaging in battle here would only serve to amplify the suppression of our strength. Allowing these Death Warriors to unleash their full potential, it would be wise to proceed with caution. Pei Yong and Pei Wan held Yang Chun in high regard, for the demigods revered him, acknowledging his formidable prowess and viewing him as their esteemed mentor, filled with respect. Yang Chen shrugged. Since these two youngsters were unwilling to depart, he felt no need to press the matter further. Yet, with their desire to assist him, Yang Chen found the burden significantly lightened. In truth, he was not being suppressed here, though his current physical form possessed only a certain level of strength. At present, Chu Nianchen has completely surpassed Yang Chen in strength. The other demigods are on par with Yang Chen, so if a confrontation were to occur, it is uncertain whether he could truly emerge victorious. He might even be defeated by those formidable demigods. However, there exists a fundamental distinction between battle saints and demigods. Thus, when faced with these battle saints, Yang Chen experiences no pressure whatsoever. Engaging in combat with numerous battle saints, he moves with the ease and grace as if strolling through his own garden. In stark contrast, the brothers Pei Yong and Pei Wen find themselves struggling immensely, merely hindered by over a dozen battle saints. The disparity in their abilities is evident. Observing Yang Chen from their position, they recall their previous boastful claims of assisting Principal Yang in battle. The principal remains formidable. The two gradually approached Yang Chen, feeling a significant reduction in their own burdens by standing beside him. Yang Chen, with his hands resembling the symbols of Tai Chi, effortlessly repelled the encroaching battle saints with an inexplicable force akin to slippery loaches. Surrounded by a multitude, not a single soul could lay a finger on him. Instead, those who dared approach were gently pushed away or sent sprawling by the slightest exertion of power, often colliding with one another in their misfortune. Yang Chen, however, did not employ lethal force. It was as if he were toying with them rather than intending to kill. Qin Tianhao, these individuals cannot obstruct me. Not only can they not stop me, but even if you summon 10 or 8 demigods, they would utterly fail to impede my path. After effortlessly casting aside the assassins surrounding him, Yang Chen calmly remarked, "My choice not to slay them does not stem from pity. As I have said before, it is of little consequence. The distinction between killing and sparing holds negligible significance for me. Do not squander your time on me. Attend to your own affairs." With his hands clasped behind his back, Yang Chen slowly exited the cave, followed closely by Pei Yong and Pei Wen. A multitude of assassins frantically pursued him in an attempt to subdue him. "Enough," Qin Tianhao spoke despondently. "We cannot stop him, we cannot." In truth, Qin Tianhao had achieved his goal, for he sought to discern Yang Chen's true stance. Yang Chen's demeanor left him profoundly dissatisfied. Yet he felt utterly powerless in the face of such an individual. Subsequently, he erupted into a maniacal laugh. "Indeed, if I truly possessed the ability to capture Yang Chen, what need would I have for him? With such power, could I not resolve the pest problem myself?" Ultimately, Qin Tianhao came to a realization. With a grim expression, he recognized his role as a commander. However, he resolved to take matters into his own hands, unleashing the full might of his hidden forces without reservation. His lingering hesitation stemmed from the preservation of his empire. In his eyes, the Qin dynasty must never fall. The flaws of character, President Yang Chen, I comprehend now. I too harbor such flaws. Qin Tianhao finally comprehended why he had entrusted everything to Yang Chen. It was because he did not wish to lose his Qin kingdom, a legacy forged by his ancestors. Even in the direst of circumstances, he remained distracted, entangled in the internal strife with the new tribe and other clans, failing to marshal all his forces into the barrier. "Convey my orders. All soldiers of Great Dome Master rank and above are to advance into the barrier. This time, I shall eradicate the insect race in one decisive blow." Qin Tianhao gritted his teeth, crushing the document in his hand as he fervently declared, "Your Majesty, this is most unwise. The new tribe and other large clans are still assaulting our cities. To relocate all Great Dome Masters into the barrier now would be akin to willingly surrendering our foundation to these barbarians. Uncle Tang, if this continues, humanity will be no more. What use are those empty cities? Do you think that merely guarding an abandoned city will maintain my dominion over this realm?" Qin Tianhao disregarded all caution, bellowing for orders to be issued. The general by his side immediately mounted his steed and set forth to relay the command. Rather than feeling disheartened by the order, Qin Tianhao's spirit soared, declaring, "This shall undoubtedly be my most monumental decision. Even when I meet my ancestors below, they will surely commend my actions." The elder, known as Uncle Tang, lamented audibly, proclaiming that the fate of the Qin kingdom was at an end and it would perish under Qin Tianhao's reign. Decay and ignorance. Qin Tianhao glared at the elder, feeling an inexplicable surge of anger. This old minister had once served his father and now assisted him. For a considerable time, Qin Tianhao had willingly consulted with him on numerous matters, often arriving at commendable conclusions. Yet this time, Qin Tianhao's intent was solely to eliminate him. "If you continue to sow discord and mislead the populace, do not blame me for striking you down." "Madness, sheer madness," Uncle Tang bellowed. "This 1,000-year foundation is on the verge of collapse due to your actions, and you dare to threaten me with death. How ironic this is. Go ahead, strike me down." The old man rebuked loudly. "I would rather perish than witness the fall of the Qin state before my very eyes. Come on, end my life." "Uncle Tang, since you plead so earnestly, do not blame me for my lack of compassion." Qin Tianhao closed his eyes momentarily before glaring fiercely. "Tang Ji's treachery has incited chaos within our ranks. He rightfully deserves execution. Take him away and behead him." With a decisive wave of his hand, Qin Tianhao turned away, evidently resolute. "Ah, how delightful." Tang Ji laughed heartily. "You, Qin Tianhao, have grown bold enough to threaten me. With you at the helm, the Qin state is truly doomed. Remove him." Qin Tianhao shouted over his shoulder. Two assassins seized Tang Ji by the arms and began to drag him away. Tang Ji offered no resistance, merely shouting accusations of Qin Tianhao's incompetence and folly, declaring him unworthy of the ancestral legacy. With a deep sigh, Qin Tianhao reflected on the man who had nurtured him and watched him grow, a bond akin to that of father and son. The rise and fall of a nation rests upon every individual. This battle transcends mere governance. Uncle Tang, your short-sightedness jeopardizes our cause. Qin Tianhao commanded that all resources be sent to the front lines, abandoning every city without leaving a single soldier behind. Those clans that remained in the empty cities were left to their own devices, with his sole request being that they treat the common people with kindness. Countless soldiers and supplies were dispatched to the battlefield. Once all preparations were complete, Qin Tianhao ordered a feast. For the following day would determine the fate of humanity against the insectoid horde. The soldiers understood the implication of his command and indulged themselves. The finest food and exquisite wines were served as they reveled in joyous celebration. With an additional 30 million troops and 500 at the peak of the Dozuan realm, this constituted the entirety of his strength. Qin Tianhao convened all demigods for a meeting, declaring, "I have relinquished the throne of the Qin kingdom and concentrated all our might within the protective barrier. Tomorrow, we either succeed or perish." Although the demigods remained silent, their nods of agreement provided Qin Tianhao with a profound sense of reassurance. As day turned to night and dawn approached, the soldiers had already prepared their formations, gradually moving beyond the city walls. The insects, acutely sensitive to any disturbance, surged forth as soon as humanity made its move. Fortunately, years of warfare had equipped humanity with the psychological fortitude to face this threat with relative ease. The demigods sprang into action, and Qin Tianhao himself took command of a grand celestial formation. In that moment, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom and comfort. It was as if the weight that had long pressed upon him had finally been lifted, granting him an unprecedented sense of ease that rendered his body remarkably lighter. Had he attained this realization sooner, he might have achieved the status of demigod. Qin Tianhao shook his head, acknowledging the balance of gains and losses. Had he relinquished his imperial demeanor earlier, he might have ascended to that exalted rank long ago. Yet, he remained stubbornly clinging to the mantle of a sovereign, rendering the demigod's status an elusive dream. The battle had only just begun, yet it escalated into an extraordinary intensity. Fortunately, the human battle formations were plentiful, which helped to suppress the insectoid horde and prevented them from launching a coordinated assault. It appeared that the intelligence of the insects was continuously on the rise. which further fueled Qin Tianhao's urgent desire to initiate the final confrontation. If the conflict were to drag on for several more years, who could predict the extent of the insect's development? Though the current insects had begun to understand the importance of mutual assistance and coordination, they remained fundamentally savage, charging heedlessly into perilous situations when faced with overwhelming threats. Now was still a moment of opportunity to combat the insects. As high-ranking insects fell one by one, human battle formations crumbled. Within the confines of the barrier, the air was thick with the stench of blood, rivers of it flowing amidst a field strewn with corpses. Quickly, those who have been scattered must regroup at the rear to form new battle formations. A gap had emerged in the western defenses. Deploy 2 formations to block those insects. It's lost. It's lost. One formation was shattered, and in an instant, a multitude of human soldiers were mercilessly slaughtered by the insects. The high-tier insects effortlessly slaughter ordinary soldiers as if they were merely cutting through straw. Commands are issued, and actions are executed, as the relentless machinery of war continues to crush both humanity and the insectoid adversaries without pause. In Chapter 85, The Fall of the Emperor, Lily stands atop a budding branch, gazing into the distance. Before the dark world tree, smoke and flames swirl chaotically. Even in this place, Lily can still detect the metallic scent of blood in the air, the essence of humanity mingled with that of the insects. Humanity can prevail. Lily senses an enigmatic force subtly restraining the insect's proliferation. Despite the fierce and brutal clashes, with the insect horde currently holding the upper hand, humanity still possesses a glimmer of hope. Admittedly, the rate of human casualties far exceeds that of the insects, with the number of fallen soldiers reaching into the tens of millions. However, the population of insects remains finite. There are only so many. Each one slain is a step closer to victory. As of today, the high-tier insects number less than 300,000. In just a single day, they have suffered losses of 100,000, while human soldiers have perished by the staggering count of over 40 million, a casualty ratio of 400 to 1. Press on, press on. Qin Tianhao does not relent. He has wagered everything on this battle. He understands that the first day's toll will be exceedingly heavy and has prepared himself for such a reality. Yet, if they can endure through the first day, as the second and third dawns arrive, the ensuing battles will become somewhat more manageable, for the insect numbers are steadily diminishing. On the first day, 300,000 insects were capable of annihilating 40 million humans. However, they suffered the loss of 100,000. Consequently, only 200,000 insects remained on the second day, capable of exterminating no more than 20 million. The situation grew even more dire on the third day. Yet, this battle, the casualties amounting to several tens of millions, was entirely foreseeable. The conflict raged on, ceaseless and relentless, 24 hours of frenzied combat. The strength of humanity was being depleted, just as that of the insect horde. Yet, the insect race was inherently born for battle, endowing them with greater endurance and physical prowess compared to humans. Such intense combat was not sustainable, even for demigods, let alone ordinary soldiers. Nevertheless, everyone fought with sheer willpower. Qin Tianhao felt as if he had transformed into a machine, mechanically repeating a few actions, which were the most lethal and effective maneuvers against the insects. How long? How much longer could this endure? Indeed, humanity continued to eradicate the insect menace, but wherever one cast their gaze, swarms of insects were omnipresent. Humanity seemed fragmented into countless small factions, reminiscent of what they had once inflicted upon the insects. Suddenly, Qin Tianhao felt an impact. Were it not for the support of the formation, he could have been thrown off balance. Yet, even so, he felt a violent tremor coursing through him, his insides roiling. A creature resembling a stag beetle fiercely charged at him once more with its bifurcated horns. At this moment, Qin Tianhao was utterly exhausted, his strength waning, and he was toppled to the ground, the formation teetering precariously. Damn it, the strength of this creature. Countless dark-clad warriors surged forward, trained to shield the emperor from calamity. Now, in a state of confusion, Qin Tianhao struggled to control his body as it became their time to sacrifice. A multitude of warriors advanced, yet the disparity in power compared to the horned beetle was insurmountable, and they were swiftly dispatched and injured. One among them had even been impaled, his entrails hanging grotesquely from the creature's horn. Due to the overwhelming casualties, the formation could no longer be sustained. Shattering in an instant, everyone was exposed to the onslaught of the insects. Without the formation as protection, the semi-divine level insects could effortlessly slaughter countless saint-level fighters. The dark-clad warriors fell in waves, and only then did Qin Tianhao shake his head, regaining some composure. In that moment, he was gripped by terror and began to retreat, intending to regroup the remnants of his forces and reorganize the formation. The scattered formations were numerous, and as Qin Tianhao pushed through the throng, he was surrounded by a heap of corpses. Mangled limbs and bloodied flesh lay all around. "Hurry! Form the array, launch a counterattack," Qin Tianhao bellowed. Yet there were no available fighters by his side. Those who had shielded him had all perished beneath the massive horns of the horned beetle. Suddenly, Qin Tianhao felt the air around him grow thick, while the once cacophonous cries of battle faded into silence. He could only hear his own breathing, and everything around him seemed to blur. Inhale, exhale. Qin Tianhao surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing, and then he abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lowering his gaze upon his own body, he found himself pierced by a colossal, black, bifurcated horn. This horn bore not only his blood and flesh, but also the remnants of others. Am I to perish? In that instant, Qin Tianhao could recall nothing. His memories eluding him, glory and power seemed to drift away into the abyss. Ancestors, Tianhao has been unfilial, failing to preserve the family legacy, failing to. With a sudden surge of determination, Qin Tianhao seized the horn of the stag beetle with both hands, unleashing a torrent of fighting spirit that transformed him into a radiant beacon of light. In a fit of rage, he detonated his own heart while grasping the beetle tightly. A terrifying shockwave erupted, sending numerous human soldiers soaring into the air, some even meeting their demise. Despite his previous efforts to contain the devastation of his self-detonation, countless innocents were still swept into the chaos. Principal Yangchen, you were right. In the face of such warfare, the lives we hold dear, everything, becomes utterly insignificant. A pure divine essence gradually coalesced in the heavens, only to shatter and dissipate into the cosmos. In the moment of his self-destruction, Qin Tianhao ascended to the demigod realm. Yet what significance did it hold? Indeed, the divine essence granted him an unparalleled power in his explosion, albeit incomplete. The horn of the stag beetle was severed, its appearance rendered comically absurd. Kill! A demigod, eyes ablaze with fury, charged forth. How could Qin Tianhao, a sovereign of the human race, be allowed to perish so easily, without retribution from these demigods? Under the madness of this demigod, the unicorn beetle was utterly shattered. Beyond the brink of death, Pei Yong and Pei Wan, from a distance, bore witness to this scene, as did the majority present. Even Chu Nianchen laid eyes upon this spectacle. When Qin Tianhao charged forth with everyone, Ling Ji brought Chu Nianchen to the city walls, hoping to evoke something within him. Yet, Chu Nianchen seemed to be in a state of evasion, his gaze perpetually drifting toward the horizon, until a fleeting glimmer illuminated the surroundings. Qin Tianhao. Chu Nianchen murmured the name, Qin Tianhao. Suddenly, his voice grew louder. The spark in his eyes gradually rekindled, and the air of despair around him began to dissipate. Ling Ji watched with tears welling in her eyes, recognizing the spirited youth he once was. This was the Chu Nianchen she had known. Now restored, he was aware of everything. Ling Ji, I apologize for causing you worry, but my forthcoming actions may still trouble you. Chu Nianchen's spirit surged as he absorbed vast amounts of fighting spirit, striving to reach his peak state. Ling Ji, tearfully joyful, shook her head, saying, the person you are now is the real you. I understand your intentions, and I shall not hinder you. I will support you. Wishing for your unwavering resolve, even in death, I comprehend that you shall die with honor. Thank you, Ling Ji. Chu Nianchen ascended into the sky, charging into the chaos of battle against the insect race. Ling Ji clasped her hands tightly. This was the man she loved wholeheartedly. She prays for her man and for the world. Chu Nianchen enters the battle like a divine warrior, standing tall and formidable, a solitary figure comparable to 1,000 troops. The god of thunder, Chu Nianchen. As he wields his spear of lightning, he is surrounded by dozens of high-level insects. Yet these formidable creatures prove no match for him. With effortless strikes, he sweeps them away. The colossal manifestation of the god of thunder forges ahead, targeting the densest swarms and the most perilous situations. Chu Nianchen resembles a firefighter in his relentless pursuit, his prowess leaving the other demigods in awe. The insects encountered by the demigods are indeed the strongest. Yet while others struggle against 3 to 5 at a time, Chu Nianchen engages a dozen with ease, dominating and vanquishing them effortlessly. His strength surpasses that of his peers. Approaching the level of Lily. Observing from afar, Lily smiles faintly at the image of the god of thunder. Despite the setbacks he has faced, the phantom of the god of thunder is now stronger than ever. Although Chu Nianchen fights with fervor, he maintains his composure and fights with astuteness. I will avenge you. Though Chu Nianchen and Qin Tianhao hail from different worlds, their prolonged alliance on the front lines has fostered a mutual respect akin to that of heroes. Furthermore, the presence of the demigod, which heralded Qin Tianhao's demise, awakened Chu Nianchen's consciousness. He felt an immense sense of regret for Qin Tianhao, an overwhelming sorrow. The divine essence of a demigod had already begun to manifest, yet his body could not be remade. Ultimately, he perished in a self-destructive explosion, taking his divine essence with him. What a tragic spectacle that was. Unlike before, when the self-destruction of the demigods had left Chu Nianchen despondent, Qin Tianhao's demise ignited a fierce resolve within him, a determination to fight on relentlessly against the insect race, undeterred by the prospect of death, as long as he still drew breath. Chapter 86. Igniting the soul. This indomitable spirit completely ignited Chu Nianchen, causing the divine power within him to surge violently, amplifying his lethality against the insects. Lily remarked calmly, "The enhancement of celestial power signifies the realm of unity between man and heaven." Though Chu Nianchen had never experienced such unity, his father had once achieved it. In this state, one could significantly enhance combat prowess and deepen their understanding of the cosmos. However, the current chaos of the world rendered such enlightenment nearly impossible, yet the combat enhancement was undeniably tangible. Thus, while those demigods could hardly contend with many foes, Chu Nianchen could. Moreover, the unity of man and heaven was a rare state, seldom encountered even by demigods. Kill, annihilate the insect race. The strength of one individual is ultimately limited, but the power of the universe is inexhaustible. Even the insects he faced began to avoid him, seeking out weaker opponents instead. Yet, Chu Nianchen would not spare these creatures. The fact that the elite insects shied away from confronting him filled him with even greater joy. The advanced insects, even those merely at the ranks of Dozun and Dowang, could be effortlessly crushed by a single slap, resulting in the demise of hundreds. The insects gradually learned to cooperate and even developed a clear assessment of the imminent threat before them. Thus, when Chu Nianchen commenced his slaughter of the higher-grade insects, the elite among them had no choice but to muster their courage and confront him. However, in a bid to minimize their losses, over 100 top-tier insects surrounded Chu Nianchen, desperately hoping to exhaust him and prevent him from unleashing further devastation. The god of thunder's movement slowed considerably as he found himself encircled by the swarm. Engaged in battle amidst the throng of insects, he was relentlessly gnawed upon and torn at by them. The god of thunder's form gradually diminished, his once solid body becoming increasingly faint. Chu Nianchen was nearing his breaking point. Lily remained remarkably composed, akin to Yang Chun in the past. Now, standing in Yang Chun's shoes, she realized how foolish she had once been. The heavens were indifferent. It was a time when two celestial paths were at odds with one another. Who would concern themselves with the multitude of mortals? Who could truly care? As Chu Nianchen's god of thunder appeared to shrink before their very eyes, beads of cold sweat formed upon his forehead. Even in a state of unity with the heavens, contending with such a multitude of insects proved excessively arduous. Hurry! Assist Chunyinshin. Several demigods suddenly erupted with fervor, shaking off the insects that had been trailing them, rushing towards Chunyinshin. They could not allow him to be ensnared in this manner. They needed to devise a means of extraction, lest they find themselves in dire straits. These demigods had never contemplated the complete annihilation of the insects. Their sole objective was to breach the encirclement. As long as they could do so, Chunyinshin would still be able to wield his formidable prowess. Alone, he could rival 10 demigods, primarily due to the sheer ferocity of his offensive capabilities. While the demigods could only engage the elite insects through gradual attrition, Chunyinshin possessed the ability to dispatch them with swift precision. This fact was of utmost significance. Thus, it was imperative to ensure Chunyinshin's safety. As the group surged forward, the pressure on Chunyinshin diminished considerably. Hurry! The crowd shouted, urging him to flee. Nodding, Chunyinshin squeezed through a narrow gap, followed promptly by 7 or 8 demigods. However, one among them, delayed by a mere moment, became ensnared in the swarm. Damn it! Shinmu! Everyone knew that even Chunyinshin could scarcely withstand the onslaught of these creatures, and the demigod who had ventured in was undoubtedly doomed. After all, they were surrounded by insects, engulfed in a battlefield where they were already besieged by numerous foes. Collectively, they faced nearly 50 insects. Should these two swarms converge, it would not merely spell doom for a single demigod. Their entire group would face annihilation. Amidst this overwhelming tide of insects, the demigod named Jinmu, left behind, exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. With a hearty laugh, he resolved to self-destruct. Rather than succumb easily to these insects, he chose to blaze brilliantly in his final moments. Jinmu roared, unleashing a whirlwind that erupted from the mass of insects. His self-detonation obliterated the foremost insects, rendering those slightly behind them immobile and paralyzed. In a single act of self-sacrifice, he had eliminated at least 30 insects. Yet what is sacrificed is the already scant lives of demigods. All demigods fight with tears in their eyes, uncertain of how many friends and comrades will survive after this battle. You will not die in vain, rest assured. Chunyinshin clenched his fists. With no time for weeping or sorrow, he vented all his anguish upon the insects. The demigods fought desperately, as did the ordinary human soldiers. Everyone shared an unspoken understanding. Not a single soul fled. Even with Emperor Qin Tianhao having perished at the hands of the insects, there was no sign of cowardice. All were united by a singular thought: to annihilate the insects, to exterminate them completely. The fervent belief of humanity seemed to coalesce into a radiant beam piercing through the heavens, stirring even the Tao of heaven. Kill, kill, kill. All were consumed by a bloodlust, and the previously fearless insects began to waver, their movements slowing, the battle becoming ever more desperate. Annihilate them, the human race roared. While the insects howled, blood pooled in the craters, forming crimson lakes. The battle endured for half a month. Humanity was nearly exhausted, while the insects were reduced to a mere few tens of thousands. The formations created by the ordinary soldiers had been nearly depleted, with the initial force of nearly 200 million dwindled to around 20 million. The number of Taoist lords and saints had plummeted to just over 1,000. Among the fewer than 200 demigods, only 20 or so remained capable of continuing the fight, while more than 40 lay incapacitated in the rear. The number of demigods has been reduced by more than half, and even those who remain in the rear are at imminent risk of demise. Their survival hangs precariously in the balance. Over the past fortnight, Chunyinshin has narrowly escaped death at the hands of the insects on several occasions, each time being rescued by the desperate efforts of the demigods, many of whom sacrificed their lives for his sake. Despite their valiant endeavors, Chunyinshin has suffered the loss of both arms, relying solely on his combat aura to manifest makeshift limbs, wielding the power of the Thunder God in battle. The absence of his arms has significantly diminished his combat prowess, yet fortunately, the remaining insects are few in number. Chapter 87. Slaughter to the last man. A day has been granted for respite, a time for assessing our numbers, accounting for resources expended. and determining whether we possess sufficient strength to conquer the insect horde. Our contingent of 20 to 30 demigods is ample to withstand the onslaught of over 1,000 insects. A force of nearly 1,000 combat masters can also hold back this multitude, while the remainder must be resisted by 2 million soldiers. At this juncture in the war, it is typically inconceivable to afford humanity even a single day to recuperate. However, thanks to Qin Tianhao's foresight in constructing the immortal fortress, the remaining swarm of several thousand insects will find it a formidable challenge to dislodge us. Humanity requires only minimal fortifications to repel the creatures. Naturally, during our brief interlude, the insects are exploiting this time to regroup. Their behavior is peculiarly disconcerting. A combat master rushed into the room in a state of panic, pointing outside, exclaiming, "They are beginning to consume the corpses of the fallen insects." Damn it! All the demigods rose to their feet simultaneously. Although the insects had never exhibited such behavior, even on Earth, there exist entities in the natural world that thrive or evolve by devouring other beings. The act of insects consuming the carcasses of their kin is undoubtedly a troubling phenomenon. There is no time to waste. We must halt their actions and strike. In battles of this nature, it is truly impossible to foresee the victor until the very last moment. Humanity can only fight with every ounce of strength. The insects had been preoccupied with feasting on their fallen brethren, but upon the emergence of the human demigods, they found themselves bereft of such opportunities. The ordinary soldiers had only rested for half an hour, yet they were compelled to resume combat, utterly fatigued. Simultaneously, they bore the greatest burden, as approximately 20 million of them stood against tens of thousands of insects. Kill swiftly. All demigods and powerful beings of the Dozuan and Doshing levels felt immense pressure. The slower they killed, the more soldiers would perish. Yet, as the battle reached this stage, everyone was already drained, nearly devoid of strength. The will to fight was the sole thing propelling them forward. Countless ordinary soldiers fell, while the Dozuan and Doshing warriors sacrificed their lives in frenzied exchanges with the insects. Often, a single Dozuan or Doshin could slay 2 or 3 high-ranking insectoids in return for their own life. The demigods engaged the top-tier insects, preventing them from striking back. Chu Nianxin remained the swiftest in dispatching the insects, having already claimed the lives of over a dozen in mere moments. While the other demigods had barely managed to kill 1 or 2, the number of casualties had plummeted by 5 million. 300 Dozuan and Doshing had perished. 5 demigods have perished. The number of the insectoid horde has dwindled to 15,000. Continuous reports of these grim statistics echoed in Chu Nianxin's ears. At this rate, the human race cannot sustain the losses. It is simply insufficient. Chu Nianxin silently lamented. Yet this was the extent of his capabilities. He could not accelerate or amplify his strength any further. Lily? The ancestor? A sudden thought of these 2 individuals crossed his mind. Should they join the fray, the situation would undoubtedly become considerably more manageable. Yet neither seemed inclined to intervene, even as humanity faced such dire straits. For the past fortnight, Lily had abandoned her contemplation of the tree of the dark world, choosing instead to observe the plight of humankind. The brutal conflict had furrowed her brow, yet she remained inactive. Very well. A little assistance would suffice, though the consequences may not bode well for me. The ranks of the Dozun and Dosheng had dwindled to a mere 200, with only 300,000 soldiers remaining, and 12 demigods had met their demise. The insectoid numbers still stood at 6,000. Can we succeed? Strangely, at this juncture, Chu Nianxin felt a sense of relief, but in that fleeting moment of relaxation, a creature suddenly pierced his chest with its razor-sharp pincers. He had not noticed when the creature had circumvented the Thunder God's armor and approached him, catching him completely off guard. Blood gushed forth as Chu Nianxin gritted his teeth and charged at the insect, subsequently pinning it beneath him. His battle aura erupted like a jet, relentlessly bombarding the creature beneath him. Chu Nianxin's offensive prowess remained formidable, as the creature's body appeared less resilient than anticipated. Under the relentless barrage of combat energy, it fell before him, its life extinguished. Yet, its claw remained embedded in his chest. The energy coalesced into an arm. gently extracting the sharp appendage, while Chu Nianchen gasped and collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. His consciousness began to wane, the world around him blurring into a double vision. The remaining demigods surged to his side, enveloping him in a protective embrace. Everything flickered before his eyes like a fleeting slideshow. Chu Nianchen, Nianchen. The cries of his companions echoed, but he felt his eyelids growing heavier, lacking the strength to open them. Suddenly, a warm energy surged through his body. You need not succumb yet, Lily's voice resonated in his ear. Gradually, vitality returned to him, and he slowly opened his eyes, the surroundings now clear. A radiant figure wreathed in flames darted past him, charging towards the insects. Black and white, half-life, ephemeral ashes. Lily commanded imperiously, unleashing a torrent of gray flames that erupted from her being. These flames swept forth like a vertical line across the world, melting everything in their path. The magnitude of such power was palpable to Chu Nianchen, surpassing even the thunderous arrow he had once faced from the black-purple insect. His was merely a single arrow, a concentrated force, yet Lily was different. Her power radiated outward, encompassing a far greater range of energy. However, her strike was indiscriminate, capable of obliterating even humans within its wake. The wider and more distant the dispersion of power, the more its potency diminished from the initial impact. Those distant insects managed to endure, albeit with only a remnant of their former numbers. Out of 6,000, at least 4,000 perished in this assault, leaving approximately 2,000 survivors. You shall manage on your own, Lily declared, refraining from further involvement. That singular blow had undoubtedly claimed the lives of at least 200,000 human soldiers, a loss that paled in comparison to that of the insects. The battle raged anew, yet it lasted but 2 hours before reaching its conclusion. The insects were utterly annihilated, while the human soldiers dwindled to fewer than 1 million. With only 30 to 50 combat masters remaining, and a mere 13 demigods surviving in the end. Chapter 88. A relentless resolve. As if the dawn's light had graced the earth, humanity gazed skyward. For the past fortnight, it seemed no one had beheld the true visage of the sky, so crystal clear and brilliantly blue. How beautiful the heavens appeared. The demigods lifted their heads, marveling at the expanse above. With the insects eradicated, a palpable sense of relief washed over them, as if they had released a long-held breath. We have triumphed, at last. We have triumphed. Exhausted, everyone collapsed onto the ground, indifferent to the blood-soaked and filthy terrain beneath them, recognizing that every moment of survival had been hard-won. The departed were gone, yet those who remained bore an even greater burden of responsibility ahead. The azure sky remained unchanged, yet the branches of the tree of the dark world slowly extended, obscuring part of the heavens. The onlookers gazed at this colossal tree, which embodied the heavy burden occupying their hearts. Everyone, take a day to recuperate, Chu Nianchen commanded, allowing the survivors a brief respite after their harrowing battle. In truth, the tree of the dark world had yet to devise any effective strategy in this moment of stillness. He instructed the logistics team to begin clearing the battlefield. Most of these support personnel were of a lower rank than great fighters and had never endured the trials of warfare. As they stepped beyond the city gates, the pervasive stench of blood overwhelmed them, causing nausea. The sight of mountains of corpses prompted immediate retching. Such a scene was reminiscent of hell, akin to a battlefield of demons. The psychological toll was so severe that some individuals with fragile minds fainted on the spot. Chu Nianchen found himself unable to embrace Lianji, his body reeking of blood and unfamiliar odors. We shall convene tonight. He did not relent, even as tears streamed down those beside him, dampening his chest. Yet, he remained steadfast in his responsibilities. The demigods and the esteemed fighters acknowledged with a wave, signaling their understanding. Let us go. After such a prolonged battle, you must be exhausted. We shall partake in a meal together. I shall feed you. Lianji tenderly caressed Chu Nianchen's dust-laden, blood-streaked visage. I can transform my fighting spirit into an arm, so. Lily chuckled softly from the side, surprised by Chu Nianchen's apparent lack of romantic understanding. Deeming him a simpleton, As Lian Ji gazed at Lily, an overwhelming sensation of reverence enveloped her, as if she felt somewhat diminished in Lily's presence. Simultaneously, an inexplicable animosity surged forth from Lian Ji. Lily instantly perceived this hostility directed towards her. With a light-hearted laugh, she departed without a moment's hesitation. Chun Yinshan, bewildered, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Who was she? Lian Ji evidently did not recognize the reborn Lily, who, in her eyes, epitomized perfection. Could it be that she was the very Lily, the guardian beast of the academy? In Lian Ji's memory, Lily was merely an innocent young girl, incapable of possessing such exquisite allure that even women would envy. Chun Yinshan remarked, "You haven't seen her in ages. She has undergone many changes and is now even more formidable than I am. Perhaps only our ancestral master could keep her in check. No one else stands a chance. By the way, weren't we supposed to dine?" Chun Yinshan added with a silly grin, "I am hungry. Indeed, let us go eat," Lily offered, gently guiding Chun Yinshan as they walked side by side. By nightfall, most had regained their spirits. With Qin Tianhao deceased, it fell to Chun Yinshan to take charge. In truth, Chun Yinshan had hoped for Lily's presence, but she calmly declined, indicating that her assistance would end there, as she had no solutions for the Dark World Tree. Nevertheless, Lily expressed her willingness to lend her strength should Chun Yinshan and the others discover a way to challenge the Dark World Tree. Everyone is present, and there is no need for further introduction. The insects have all perished, and the outer perimeter has begun its cleansing. We are ready to approach the Dark World Tree at any moment. However, to be candid, neither I nor Lily can destroy the Dark World Tree. Not even 10 of me nor 10 of Lily could accomplish such a feat. The crowd was taken aback. Although they were aware that Chun Yinshan had encountered the World Tree and that Lily had been cultivating beneath the Dark World Tree, they had never anticipated the true complexity of the Dark World Tree, which elicited such a statement from Chun Yinshan. "I propose the use of a formation," one demigod remarked. "If we establish a powerful formation and strike together, perhaps we could amplify our strength tenfold or even several times more through its power, potentially breaching the Dark World Tree in a single blow." The crowd began to voice various suggestions, while everyone was eager to devise a plan. Each proposal left Chun Yinshan shaking his head in resignation. "Very well, we shall survey the area around the World Tree tomorrow morning." The barrier formation, constructed using the veins of the earth, has begun to show signs of instability due to the continued expansion of the World Tree. According to Lily's estimation, this formation may endure for approximately another 6 months. After that, it will become exceedingly difficult to eradicate the Dark World Tree. Although the issue of the insects appears daunting, it is, in fact, the simplest to resolve, merely a matter of continual extermination. The Dark World Tree, however, is an entirely different challenge. At dawn the next day, Dozuan, Doshing, and the demigods set forth towards the Dark World Tree. The ongoing cleansing efforts continue, with the logistics team having taken an entire day and night to clear merely a few hundred meters, while the battlefield spans nearly 100 kilometers. The group soared through the air, unimpeded by the insects, swiftly approaching the Dark World Tree. "Those fruits." Chun Yinshan fixated on the fruits adorning the Dark World Tree and inquired, "Are they from the insects?" Lily nodded in affirmation. "The corpses of the insects are absorbed by it. Even our own bodies will be consumed. Thus, it is not solely the insects, but also the remains of humanity." "What exactly will these fruits transform into?" Chun Yinshan reached out a hand, yearning to touch the fruits. Lily shrugged nonchalantly, "I am uncertain, but according to Yangshan, these fruits may give rise to a new species once the Dark World Tree has completely devoured our world. Perhaps they will remain human, perhaps they will still be insectoid, or perhaps they will be a hybrid of both. Who can say?" The demigods pondered, yet none could articulate a definitive answer. Moreover, these unripe fruits could not be plucked. They seemed to be glued to the Dark World Tree. Regardless of the strength exerted, none could dislodge them. "Esteemed colleagues, if we could destroy this World Tree, we would safeguard our homeland." Although the recent attacks by the demigods were formidable, they lacked finesse, relying solely on brute force. Given the vast disparity between them and the World Tree, raw strength proved utterly ineffective. Now, the demigods are attempting various methods to sever the world tree. Despite their efforts, every approach has proven futile. Swords have struck, axes have cleaved, and both water and fire have failed to achieve their goal. The Dark World Tree stands as the final obstacle threatening the realm of humanity, and these demigods are determined to eradicate it once and for all. However, after a day of fruitless attempts, a sense of discouragement and helplessness begins to settle in. Perhaps it would be best to abandon this endeavor and leave this place early, spending the remaining time on pursuits they hold dear. Lily, observing the despondent demigods, suggested this notion. Chapter 89. A Melancholic Exit. No. We must find a way to destroy this entity. Some of the demigods began to prepare formations. Since the emergence of the World Tree, they had been studying a method to amplify their powers through intricate arrays. Unfortunately, their numbers are too few at present. In the past, with hundreds of demigods, the might of the formations could unleash boundless power, which, according to their estimations, could potentially annihilate the world. Yet, this remains mere speculation. Currently, even uniting with the esteemed warriors is insufficient to reach such heights. Moreover, the formation is a one-time use, consuming vast quantities of high-grade, or veins, akin to the essence of spiritual veins. The entire sealing array was formed by harnessing the convergence of spiritual veins between heaven and earth. And this formation operates on a similar principle. By channeling the forces of nature and empowering them with the might of the demigods, a tremendous impact could be unleashed. Countless spirit stones were arrayed, emanating a vast power that converged together. The demigods took their positions, and soon the Dozuan and Doshing began to infuse their strength into the formation. Ultimately, the power would be drawn forth by you. One of the demigods addressed Chu Nianchen and Lily, acknowledging that their powers were the most formidable. Chu Nianchen glanced at Lily, who shrugged nonchalantly, indicating her indifference. After all, Lily did not believe that such power could vanquish the Dark World Tree. If it were truly capable of doing so, she and Yang Chun would not have endured such prolonged vexation. Gradually, the energy coalesced, ultimately led by Lily, as the forces of fire and thunder intertwined, erupting into a beam of light that shimmered with blue and gold. The beam traversed the ages at an agonizingly slow pace. Yet none dared to underestimate the power it contained. This force far exceeded any of Lily's previously unleashed skills. The moment the beam struck the Dark World Tree, a palpable tremor resonated through it, as if the very essence of the tree quaked in response. The rustling of leaves echoed, and foliage fell like rain, while the trunk of the Dark World Tree shivered, as if on the verge of collapse. One by one, the spirit stones disintegrated into white powder, scattered by the wind. As the Dozuan and Doshing exerted themselves to the brink of exhaustion, with even the demigods succumbing to their knees, it was as if all strength had been siphoned away. And ultimately, Chu Nianchen too knelt, leaving only Lily standing. The Dark World Tree merely trembled, yet its surface bore no visible marks of the encounter. All eyes were filled with reluctance as they beheld the scene before them. Their most formidable attacks seemed utterly ineffectual against the towering black tree. If we were to strike at the branches, gradually weakening its form before assaulting the main trunk, it must yield, lamented the demigod who had suggested employing a formation. In the days that followed, they undertook another experiment, which indeed bore fruit. A trunk of the Dark World Tree was shattered into ashes, vanishing from the ground. Yet, come the next day, that damaged trunk sprouted anew, its regeneration far outpacing their destructive efforts. There is no recourse. We are powerless. Chu Nianchen beseeched Lily. Could you possibly summon my master? If it were his strength at play, utilizing the formation, I suspect he would not come. With a sigh, Lily responded, I too have no intention of continuing to partake in your endeavors. It truly holds no significance. Even Lily had departed. Were they truly bereft of hope? The demigods sighed in despair, their remaining resolve dissipating with her exit. So be it. We have fought valiantly enough. We have done all that can be done. I wonder if 6 months will be sufficient? The demigod slowly turned away from the Dark World Tree, soaring toward the exit. Sadness is indeed contagious. as this demigod departed. The remaining ones largely surrendered their struggle, following suit. We have matters to attend to. I wish to grant my master a final farewell. One by one, the demigods departed, and Chu Nianxin stood in a trance before the tree of the dark world. We have already. Chu Nianxin choked back his words. Unable to continue, he felt a profound sense of remorse for the fallen brothers. Even though the insects had been completely eradicated, this world ultimately remained beyond salvation. The support personnel gradually retreated, clearing the battlefield, while Chu Nianxin remained solitary upon the city walls. This was the final act he could perform. Once the last batch of corpses was transported away, shall we also depart? Chu Nianxin and Lianji had spent 3 months within the barrier. As the last remnants of the human corpses were carried out, the two finally exited the confines of the barrier. Inside, it was an empty void, save for the tree of the dark world, which continued to flourish. Yangchen exhaled deeply, his gaze filled with gravestones, some engraved with names, others unmarked. So many souls. It was impossible to ascertain who was who. These gravestones lay just beyond the barrier, on a picturesque meadow, where the wind caressed the grass and cattle grazed peacefully. May you all find eternal rest here. Nianxin felt utterly powerless before the tree of the world. Everyone had sacrificed their lives to vanquish the insects completely. Here, you shall witness the final maturation of the tree. At the very least, let it be a testament to the world's ultimate form. Chu Nianxin gently poured a bowl of wine upon the ground. Let all the spiritual veins return to their rightful places. As for the tree, let it grow as it desires. In pursuit of this formation, many once fertile lands have succumbed to barrenness. Places that were once characterized by a temperate climate have become inhospitable, and even the most resilient of wild grasses have found it impossible to survive. Once the barrier of the formation dissipates, the tree of the dark world appears to be liberated from its constraints, growing at an astonishing rate. Yet, it does not expand its girth, it merely ascends, halting its ascent after reaching an impressive height of approximately 8,000 meters. The leaves and fruits sway gracefully, and as the tree of the dark world ultimately reaches its zenith, it falls into a profound stillness. Yangchen, what is your perspective? Lily inquired, standing beside Yangchen as they gazed at the colossal black tree towering at 8,000 meters. What do you expect me to say? I see it with my eyes, Yangchen replied with a wry joke, though Lily remained unamused, her expression devoid of humor. Very well, Yangchen said, extending his hands. It seems that its growth should have reached completion. However, I find the current situation rather perplexing. Based on my deductions, those fruits ought to drop to the ground, giving rise to new species while simultaneously transforming the entire environment to accommodate these new forms of life. Of course, in a less extreme scenario, humanity would likely fade gradually from the annals of history rather than facing instantaneous annihilation. Should conditions permit, it is conceivable that humans may still thrive upon this land, albeit no longer as the central figures of existence. Yangchen expressed, much like the beasts. Ultimately, is it the choice of the heavens? Lily queried, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Yangchen nodded silently, his gaze fixed solemnly upon the towering black tree. Uncertain of the validity of his conjecture, he opted to observe the unfolding events. Suddenly, he soared towards the tree. Lily followed closely, inquiring, have you conceived a thought? It has fully matured. Perhaps it will reveal something to us. Chapter 90. The Fallen Civilization. Upon reaching the Dark World Tree, Yangchen extended his consciousness to communicate with it. Lily observed him, noting that his previously placid expression soon morphed into one of profound distress. She had never witnessed Yangchen in such a state, a seriousness intermingled with palpable fear. Gradually, he opened his eyes. What did you discern? Lily asked. Having elevated her own understanding, she grasped some of Yangchen's earlier words. Yet she found herself incapable of communing with the Dark World Tree. Nevertheless, she maintained a calm perspective on the situation. Beyond the galaxy, countless invaders have descended, overwhelming us with their numbers. Our current strength is insufficient to confront them. Even allowing them to fully assimilate and consume the Earth is not an option. To safeguard itself, and now also to protect the Earth, It will seek to conceal the planet, biding its time until it can amass sufficient power to shatter its constraints. Is it truly earnest in its intentions? Lily pondered aloud. Or does it harbor ulterior motives? Yangchen shook his head and gently tapped Lily's forehead. At such a juncture, can you handle it, or can I? It possesses the autonomy to act as it wishes now. Why must you deceive me? Lily pouted, touching her head, and remarked, how am I to know? Perhaps it simply enjoys playing such games. The dark world tree began to disseminate a peculiar pollen, enveloping all matter on Earth in an enigmatic shroud, as if nothing had ever existed there. No matter the methods Yangchen employed to probe, he could not detect the Earth. Concurrently, he dispatched cosmic warships through the space where Earth once thrived. Remarkably, those warships indeed traversed into the void. Had they ventured into alternate dimensions? The dark world tree seemingly possessed extraordinary powers, enabling it to achieve such feats. While the Earth lay concealed, Yangchen found himself in a quandary regarding Mars. Lacking the capabilities of the dark world tree, Mars remained in its planetary orbit, and according to the tree's descriptions, the forces arriving from other galaxies were beyond their current capacity to withstand. Should they discover Yangchen's Mars, their annihilation would be effortless. The technology and martial prowess at Yangchen's disposal, though significantly superior to the indigenous powers on Earth, fell woefully short when faced with the onslaught from other galaxies. It was as if the galaxy Yangchen inhabited had foreseen some impending catastrophe, for the various life forms he had previously encountered began to hide away. In the vast expanse of the galaxy, over 10 distinct civilizations had been uncovered by Yangchen. The Zerg have now become almost indistinguishable from Earth itself. Their hive transformed into the dark world tree, while all the insects have been eradicated by humanity. Thus, the Zerg civilization, for the time being, has ceased to exist. This predicament poses quite a challenge. Yangchen scratched his head, pondering how, just as humanity's issues had been resolved, his own dilemmas emerged. Should one confront adversity head-on? Yangchen mused, realizing that brute force was undoubtedly the most foolish approach. However, he was uncertain of the repercussions should Mars be destroyed. He was reluctant to gamble with such a fate. If Mars were to fall and become linked to him, he too would face dire consequences. From his conversations with the Dark World Tree, Yangchen understood that the force residing in another galaxy was purely one of destruction. They sought neither colonies nor resources. Their sole desire was for carnage, an unrestrained frenzy of slaughter. Yangchen had no intention of becoming a passive victim, nor did he wish to be extinguished by another. In the past, the Zerg had lingered at the galaxy's edge, and after their hive transformed into a black hole, he had witnessed the madness of those beings firsthand, instilling within him a profound sense of dread. Though the transformation of the hive into the world tree remained unresolved, it offered Yangchen a glimmer of insight. He resolved to enhance the construction and status of Mars. Even if 10 second-tier civilizations were to merge, there might still be a possibility to ascend to the third cosmic level. While traversing the universe at such a speed may seem languid, it would at least afford him the opportunity to engage with other civilizations before the arrival of that terrifying force. Yangchen utilized his computer to create several replicas of himself. However, the will of the heavenly Tao and the ultimate evolution apparatus remained unique to his corporeal form. These replicas could share all pertinent information, and the learning experiences of each individual would be transmitted into the mind of his original self, akin to interconnected wires conducting electricity. The 9 Yangchens embarked in 9 distinct directions, seeking out the civilizations they encountered. The Milky Way is vast, yet the scattered civilizations number only in the dozens, which is relatively few, albeit separated by immense distances. Even at a fraction of the speed of light, these distances are insurmountably great. Without the ability to engage in spatial leaps, even traveling at light speed would be excruciatingly slow. Once, the mother nest devoured a black hole. Yet Yangchen could not discern a method to harness the power of black holes. Inquiring of the tree of the dark world, it too remained perplexed. For despite its prior consumption of a black hole, it had never executed a spatial jump during its travels. While creatures akin to the beasts on Earth, and even Lily before her rebirth, possessed the ability to teleport, It was restricted solely to Earth and over exceedingly short distances, hardly qualifying as true spatial leaps. Beyond Earth, the rules governing the entire galaxy transformed, rendering even Yang Chun incapable of comprehension, thus precluding any possibility of spatial transition, leaving him to traverse at a leisurely pace. Technological and scientific barriers confined all advancements to their current zenith. It is no exaggeration to assert that the development of Mars, at this juncture, represents the pinnacle of their progress within this galaxy. Aside from the fact that the Dark World tree has merged with the Earth's rules, Yang Chun is currently unable to exhibit this hidden skill. However, when it comes to combat, Yang Chun undeniably surpasses any known civilization structure by a considerable margin. He has created formidable robots reminiscent of Gundams, whose power is truly extraordinary, with the strongest capable of rivaling demigod-level combat strength. After spending over 100 light-years, Yang Chun finally set foot upon this land. Yet, upon his arrival, he was met with an extravagant welcome ceremony. Countless metallic puppets shattered the warship Yang Chun was aboard, subsequently surrounding him. Being alone, Yang Chun felt little loss from the destruction of the vessel. "Esteemed ones, I harbor no malice," Yang Chun articulated, modulating various frequency fluctuations in hopes that the dwarves would comprehend his words. "Outsider, who are you?" The dwarves, sensing no hostility from him, refrained from immediate aggression. "Esteemed ones, I sense an aura of apprehension permeating our galaxy," Yang Chun remarked, striking a chord with the dwarven assembly. Recently, these dwarves had inexplicably experienced a surge of agitation, leading to conflicts within their once unified tribe. "We are all part of the same galactic civilization. I possess intelligence that I am willing to share with you, provided I receive an equivalent exchange in return." The dwarven king gestured for the mechs to withdraw, inviting Yang Chun to enter and discuss further. The dwarves' planet has long been subjected to intense solar radiation, prompting them to dwell beneath the surface, where they have constructed opulent subterranean dwellings. The enigmatic machinery within dazzles even Yang Chun, whose eyes gleam with wonder. Indeed, these Atlas machines are magnificent creations, a testament to the ingenuity of our kin. All our machinery is birthed from their essence. The dwarves are notably hospitable, upon Yang Chun expressing his benign intentions. The dwarf king warmly welcomed him and introduced him to various devices within their underground realm. Although Yang Chun struggled to comprehend the principles behind these devices, it did not hinder his admiration and affection for them. As the dwarf king elaborated on their history and grandeur, Yang Chun listened attentively, his patience unwavering. This exposition was a rare opportunity, essential for him to integrate the strength of their civilization and grasp their developmental narrative. "These machines of yours, we refer to them as lifters," the dwarf king remarked with a smile. "These lifters are all quite similar, crafted from the unique minerals found on this planet." Yang Chun inquired, "Can these lifters be upgraded to possess greater power?" The dwarf king's brow furrowed momentarily before he replied, "It should be possible. The magnificent Atlas could indeed augment their strength. However, I have not attempted it, as these lifters suffice for our needs on this planet. Then let us enhance them. The intelligence I bring to you this time reveals that invaders from other galaxies intend to breach our own. They are utter destroyers, driven solely by the impulse to annihilate. We must unite to fortify ourselves." Chapter 91. The unknown threat. Yang Chun's perspective was straightforward. If the invaders sought to obliterate them, then the indigenous people should band together to resist. "I am afraid we do not intend to do so," sighed the dwarf king. "We dwarves cherish peace and have never been fond of conflict. As you have heard from our history, we have never fought for any cause." Yang Chun replied, "Yet the circumstances now are different. If we do not act, we shall all face annihilation. Will you stand idly by as your homeland is ravaged?" The dwarf king gazed at Yang Chun with gravity. "Do you truly believe we can withstand such a civilization? You harbor your own doubts, do you not? When the time comes, we shall deploy the great Atlas machines at full power. They will conceal our planet, allowing us to continue our mining and crafting without concern." Stubbornness. Yang Chun gritted his teeth, disheartened by the dwarf's apparent ignorance. Yet, He understood that he could not speak harshly at this moment. Instead, he sought to persuade them with earnestness. He wished to explore the possibility of swaying these dwarfs, but his efforts proved in vain, as the dwarf king remained resolute in his refusal of Yang Chen's plea. In light of this, I aspire to acquire certain skills within your realm. The robots crafted by Yang Chen fall short of divine status, rendering the existence of these capable bearers of semi-divine abilities particularly significant. How many semi-divines have emerged from a single planet? Merely a couple of hundred. However, if we could manufacture these bearers en masse, we would subsequently amass an army imbued with semi-divine energy, which would be immensely formidable. Well, this might serve as our contribution to this galaxy. The Dwarf King acquiesced to Yang Chun's request. He even consented to divulge the workings of the Atlas machinery, sharing the intricate components and manufacturing blueprints without reservation. Yet, despite possessing such knowledge, Yang Chun might still struggle to create such machines. Only the dwarves possess the capability to forge the Atlas machinery. With the ultimate evolution device, I can procure even more. In Yang Chen's hand lay a slender rod, radiating two distinct hues of light, which served as his treasure. One hue symbolized technology, while the other represented combat energy. Moreover, the ultimate evolution device had at least 4 vacancies awaiting Yang Chen's input. He was uncertain about the direction in which to evolve it further, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Nevertheless, the paramount task at hand was to learn the dwarf's techniques. By utilizing the ultimate evolution device to record these technological insights, Yang Chun absorbed knowledge at an impressive pace. Concurrently, the ultimate evolution device seemed to undergo a transformation, with the glowing points of technological essence becoming increasingly luminous. This path still holds potential for progression. Yang Chun acquired an abundance of technological regulations. After more than a decade, he departed from the dwarven planet with a sense of fulfillment. During this 10-year period, the dwarves extracted a substantial quantity of rare metals and presented them to Yang Chun. These metals were essential components for the construction of the lifters. Without these materials, even with the mastery of the relevant technology, the lifters could not be created. Yang Chen left with these metals, accompanied by a specialized model crafted specifically for him by the dwarves. This bespoke model was constructed based on the design blueprints that Yang Chen possessed, and with the dwarven's unique techniques. It achieved an astonishing speed of 2/3 the speed of light after being enhanced by Atlas mechanics. This velocity far surpassed that of Yang Chun's initial departure. It is noteworthy that reaching near light speed necessitates a significant breakthrough for further acceleration, yet the dwarven technology remarkably shattered this limitation, effectively doubling the spacecraft's speed. Naturally, such extraordinary treatment was exclusive to this specialized model, and Yang Chen may not replicate this velocity perfectly in his future constructions. Meanwhile, other civilizations were developing in their own unique ways. Some civilizations, akin to the elves once introduced on Earth, mastered the arcane arts of life, wielding powers that rivaled those of demigods. Others pursued technological advancements, albeit in a manner distinct from Yang Chun's approach. They focused on refining a singular technology to its utmost potential. The remaining 9 civilizations presented a diverse array of branches that enriched Yang Chun's 2 evolutionary pathways, further enhancing his progress. Certainly, all these elements were conceived for the purpose of war, devised to confront the terrifying entities that emerged from other galaxies. On Mars, Yang Chun embarked on an arduous journey of preparation for battle. Meanwhile, on Earth, an indeterminate expanse of time had elapsed. Humanity had not perished, and circumstances were not as dire as Yang Chun had anticipated. The fruits born from the world tree did not evolve into new species, but rather manifested as treasures. Upon consumption, these fruits bestowed upon the eater incomprehensible powers, potentially enabling them to ascend to the status of demigods. However, these powers were capricious and elusive in nature. The once mighty black world tree had diminished to a size akin to that of an ordinary tree, concealing itself from view. Yet, whispers spoke of individuals who, after consuming the fruits of the world tree, transcended to become demigods, prompting a multitude of humanity to seek out the world tree in hopes of acquiring its fruits. A radiant maiden clad in a gown of golden flames had taken it upon herself to guard the world tree. Over the years, where had Yangchen ventured? Lily had remained a sentinel of the world tree, oblivious to Yangchen's whereabouts. As the years passed, the world tree had awakened consciousness, capable of communicating with those it desired. The world tree proclaimed, "He exists in another realm of the heavenly path, not far from us. Yet bound by the constraints of rules, no one in this world can breach the barriers to enter the vast void." "Are you implying that Yangchen resides within that void?" Lily inquired, lifting her gaze to the heavens. She had once endeavored to soar to the highest peaks, yet there seemed to be a barrier obstructing her ascent to that lofty realm. Despite her utmost efforts, she could not dismantle the barrier and soar into the vast void. Here, two celestial principles converge, and Yangchen has intricate connections with the previous heavenly laws. He should be able to trace the path of the heavenly way to find an entrance. However, the heavenly rules here are primarily under my command. If I do not wish to allow him entry, it will be exceedingly difficult for him to breach the barrier I have established. The world tree converses with Lily, who harbors a deep yearning for the boundless expanse outside, eager to witness landscapes she has never encountered. Yangchen's strength is advancing, and my consciousness within the void perceives all his actions. If anyone in this galaxy can contend against those entities, it can only be Yangchen. A substantial amount of cosmic energy fuels the furnace, continuously warming this planet and enhancing its power. The Savior attempts to create a machine. Yangchen gazes at the towering robot before him, radiating a brilliant glow. After millennia, he has successfully integrated everything into this singular machine. This robot embodies all the advanced technologies Yangchen has acquired. It is controlled by Yangchen's thoughts, its power surpassing that of countless demigods. Yangchen experimented within the cosmos, and this robot nearly attained star-destroying capabilities. There are a few flaws. Perhaps within a century, another can be produced with slight modifications. Yangchen meticulously records the data while initiating production, utilizing metal provided by the dwarves for its most vital components. However, even though the dwarves provided an abundance of metal, they could only produce a mere 100 of such machines at most. The remaining scraps were to be replaced by the special metals found on Mars for the production of the dwarves' lifters. The manufacturing speed of these lifters was remarkably swift, with one being produced every decade. With unbridled fervor and relentless determination, Yangchen was feverishly creating these robots. Chapter 92. Death and a New Beginning. After several millennia of evolution, humanity on Earth has once again flourished. The demigods, once dwindled to a mere handful, have proliferated to over 100. These demigods possess extraordinarily lengthy lifespans, far surpassing those of ordinary humans. Yet, they too succumb to death due to the inevitable passage of time. Chu Nianchen serves as the most poignant example. In the final battle, Chu Nianchen expended an overwhelming amount of power, even sacrificing his very life. Lian Ji had long departed before me, yet the human race did not face annihilation. Though the world has undergone certain transformations in its fundamental laws, it is undeniably progressing towards a brighter future, a truth well acknowledged by all. I harbor no regrets. While the emergence of new demigods has become increasingly arduous, these newly born demigods inherit the strength of Chu Nianchen. Furthermore, those demigods who survive the trials are capable of further ascension to the second tier of demigods. After the world tree merged with the heavens and the earth, humanity has established a new classification for demigods. The originally born demigods are merely of the first tier, while the new demigods are at least of the second tier. Above them lies the third tier of demigods. Even upon achieving the status of demigod, there remains an impetus for further advancement. Of course, this secret is known solely to Chu Nianchen. On this day, Yangchen, guided by the resonance of the heavenly path, arrived on Earth. For he was aware that a person with whom he shared profound karmic ties was about to depart. He found himself at the summit of Qingfeng Mountain, once the Sacred Soul Academy. Beneath a fragrant osmanthus tree lay Chu Nianchen, enveloped by the intoxicating aroma of the blossoms. Surrounding him were family and friends. But there was one among them who awaited eagerly. As Yang Chun approached from afar, Chu Nianquan's eyes gleamed with excitement, and the crowd parted to grant him passage. Master Ancestor, Chu Nianquan rose respectfully to bow before Yang Chun. The onlookers gazed at Yang Chun with curiosity. The legends he had left in this realm were numerous and ancient, rendering most of them unfamiliar with his presence. Yang Chun regarded Chu Nianquan with a serene expression and spoke, "With no afflictions, longevity follows." Chu Nianquan nodded and replied, "Had it not been for you, Master Ancestor, we would have had no opportunity whatsoever tens of thousands of years ago. This is a matter of fortune, as well as the fruits of your own endeavors." "I have merely facilitated the path," Yang Chun responded. "Of course, the fact that we have reached this point may also be linked to the choice of the world tree." Yang Chun's gaze drifted toward a distant horizon, where an ethereal thought collided with his own. The world tree ultimately chose to integrate with the heavenly path of Earth rather than consume it. Perhaps it was moved by the relentless struggle of the Earth's inhabitants, their fervent faith resonating even in the final moments of their existence. In humanity, I perceive boundless potential, though their race may be inferior. Their capabilities far surpass those of my own primordial lineage. Thus, I chose to remain with humanity. Lily furrowed her brow and remarked, "Yang Chun has expressed similar sentiments, asserting that humanity is the most inferior race, inherently frail, with a lifespan of merely a century. Yet, they strive against the heavens, shatter their constraints, and perpetually evolve, rendering them the most remarkable of species. Consequently, we, the magical beasts, have gradually retreated from the annals of history, allowing these humans to ascend." The world tree interjected, "Indeed, the celestial order is most unjust towards such life forms." However, Yang Chun discerned this truth and utilized his abilities to influence the human race. The world tree sighed in admiration of Yang Chun's foresight, while simultaneously expressing reverence for humanity's humble beginnings and their remarkable ascent. Yang Chun gazed at Chu Nianquan, uncertain of what to convey. For him, it was the intricate web of fate that compelled him to cast a glance in Chu Nianquan's direction. Death is not an end, but rather a new beginning. Thus, even those who have perished possess the opportunity for resurrection. The celestial order is unlikely to relinquish the consciousness of a demigod easily, for a demigod bears far too much throughout their existence. In contrast, it is often the ordinary individuals who find it easier to return, while those of great prowess face formidable challenges in seeking revival. Chu Nianquan smiled broadly and declared, "I harbor no regrets. Whether it be rebirth or not, it matters not." Yang Chun nodded in agreement. A positive mindset will surely present opportunities. After Chu Nianquan spoke, he cast a final glance at the assembly, and as his consciousness gradually faded, he found himself beneath the osmanthus tree, a tree he had once planted with Lian Ji. Lian Ji cherished the osmanthus tree, desiring to be buried here, and even in death, wished to remain in this sacred place. Yang Chun chose not to greet the remaining individuals. Even though he recognized some of the demigods, there seemed little necessity for such formalities. He rose and gracefully ascended into the air, following the last remnants of Chu Nianquan's consciousness toward an unknown destination. Who indeed is Yang Chun? A small child, cradled in his mother's arms, posed the question. His mother replied, "He is the master of our ancestor who heralded the prosperity of our clan." The boy's eyes widened in wonder as he counted on his fingers. "So, he is the ancestor of ancestors." "Mother, I have run out of fingers." The crowd displayed little sorrow over Chu Nianquan's demise, for it had long been anticipated. Life inevitably culminates in death. Instead, they were amused by the child's earnest attempts to tally his fingers. Ultimately, Chu Nianquan's body was cremated and interred alongside Lian Ji, and the fragrance of the osmanthus tree intensified in its presence. "You have arrived," spoke the world tree, gazing upon the approaching Yang Chun. "Oh, you must retain a fragment of this consciousness for me." Yang Chun indicated a wisp of thought that had just drifted near the world tree. This essence was absorbed, transforming into an indigo fruit that now hung from the branches of the world tree. "Since you have come personally, I shall certainly grant you some courtesy. The World Tree replied warmly. How prepared are you? It inquired. Once you are discovered, attempting to enter here will pose great peril at that moment. I may not afford you another opportunity. Yangchen nodded and said, It's of no concern. I have long been mentally prepared for this. Moreover, I have a plan brewing. Let us first observe the results of the preliminary skirmishes. Chapter 93. Conversations and plans. The World Tree had clearly articulated its concerns to Yangchen. He was not one to be unreasonable or obstinate. Naturally, he understood the World Tree's earnest intentions. From this day forth, Yangchen and the World Tree had reached a consensus and stood united. Just as Yangchen had initially surmised, the World Tree had not, in fact, attacked him from the outset. Rather, it was he who had persistently disturbed the World Tree. This pattern continued even after arriving on Earth. Of course, it was possible that the mother nest initially intended to consume the Earth, but upon witnessing the potential and determination of humanity, it ultimately chose to merge with the Earth, thereby establishing a more refined celestial order. Ultimately, the former adversary had now become an ally, a truly remarkable transformation. Furthermore, after assimilating with the Earth, the World Tree effectively became its guardian. It possessed its own consciousness, and the Earth no longer required Yangchen's assistance. This implied that it remained at the second cosmic level, with no further advancement. World Tree, you can sense it too, can't you? Yangchen said gravely. Our world is, in fact, enclosed. Regardless of our efforts, it is exceedingly difficult to break through to the third cosmic level. The World Tree pondered for a moment and remarked, Indeed, although I and the Earth are but two incomplete celestial paths, the fusion of our essence should at least elevate the celestial order to a third tier. Yet, it remains merely at the second tier, and perhaps even slightly beneath that. This is utterly unreasonable. It is a fact that our universe is sealed. The World Tree was acutely aware of this reality. Lily, though unable to fully comprehend the conversation between Yangchen and the World Tree, found herself deeply intrigued by the unfolding discourse. Generally, beings existed between the first and second tiers of the universe, with only a select few skills or technologies surpassing the second tier. However, none had transcended beyond that. Even after fully absorbing the powers of those races, my own celestial order remained at the pinnacle of the second tier, unable to progress further. The World Tree spoke slowly. Thus, our galaxy has been sealed by a formidable entity. Only by vanquishing this being can we liberate our galaxy, enabling our universe to ascend to greater heights. Am I correct? Yangchen nodded in agreement. Although his and the World Tree's conjecture pointed in that direction, the outcome for an entity capable of sealing an entire galaxy was that they, in comparison, were merely insignificant ants. The notion of defeating such a powerful being seemed nearly impossible. One could only proceed step by step, and for now, it was crucial not to reveal their awareness of this entity's existence. From the moment Yangchen began conversing with the World Tree, it transformed into a dialogue between celestial principles, akin to the wind caressing the clouds, utterly inconspicuous, imperceptible to any observer. Furthermore, according to the conjectures of Yangchen and the World Tree, unless that formidable being, the Ever-Watcher, was vigilantly overseeing their exchange, even the deity would remain oblivious to it. Well, I must take my leave now, Yangchen remarked. Only my presence on Mars will expedite all processes. Otherwise, progress is exceedingly sluggish. By the way, is there any method to enhance the semi-divine beings on Earth? Yangchen felt a touch of dissatisfaction regarding their current numbers, especially when confronted with the terrifying and unknown adversaries, the invading forces from the galaxy, who undoubtedly possessed immense power. With the current semi-divine beings, they could not guarantee success. These marauders, seemingly driven solely by destruction, would at the very least target planets harboring civilizations. May they arrive a tad later, he hoped. The World Tree, functioning within its divine purview, minimized the restrictions imposed by celestial principles upon the human race, thus facilitating a greater number of individuals to effortlessly ascend to the semi-divine realm. The more refined the celestial principles became, the more arduous it became to transcend their limitations. Moreover, due to the fusion of energies, much of the wisdom of predecessors had become less applicable. Fortunately, the World Tree was currently dedicated to fostering the emergence of powerful beings among humanity. Perhaps it was time to initiate that plan ahead of schedule, but alas, the energy reserves at my disposal remain insufficient. Yang Chun gazed helplessly at the vast screen before him. Yet the thoughts swirling in his mind seemed entirely disconnected from the images displayed. The realms of technology and magic have been thoroughly developed. However, relying solely on these two domains presents certain limitations in initiating the desired project. Only by venturing into other galaxies to procure additional resources could the endeavor I wish to undertake become feasible. Yang Chun idly manipulated a sophisticated Rubik's Cube, which he deftly rotated and arranged in his hands. Within a minute, the irregularly shaped, multicolored cube was restored to its original configuration. How utterly mundane. Suddenly, Yang Chun found himself envious of the World Tree. At least as the celestial overseer of Earth, it governed myriad beings and engaged in an endless array of tasks, never experiencing tedium. In stark contrast, Yang Chun's entire Martian domain functioned in a seamlessly automated manner, requiring no input on his part. After issuing a command, the robots autonomously executed their designated tasks, each making distinct judgments and analyses. Thus, the project continued to brew in Yang Chun's mind, oscillating between thoughts. The prototype of the Savior had undergone testing and refinement, with over half of its mass production completed to date. Once the materials were exhausted, the Savior model would be entirely realized. The enhanced prototype boasted combat capabilities comparable to those of Lily, much to Yang Chun's satisfaction. Yet, the limitation of producing only 100 units remained a significant drawback. Next in line was the lifter. The lifters could be manufactured infinitely. However, their intricate designs required considerable time investment for mass production. Even on Yang Chun's Martian territory, producing a substantial number of lifters in a short span remained a formidable challenge. The flora and ethereal fruits formed by the heavens and the earth have all been preserved by Yang Chun, as these elements will prove useful in his future plans. Therefore, Yang Chun has no intention of abandoning or destroying them. Concurrently, he is constructing a myriad of dazzling scenes on Mars, each more breathtaking than the last. Although Mars is somewhat smaller than Earth, it provides ample space for Yang Chun to construct as he pleases, without the concern of limited land resources. Since there are no active life forms on his Mars, he is free to indulge in his whims. Chapter 94. The Destroyers, the Fall of the First Civilization on Mars. Time seems to pass swiftly, yet Yang Chun, engulfed in ennui, perceives it as crawling. In the void, the World Tree converses with Yang Chun. What troubles you? Yang Chun gazes at the sky. The seeds I have sown appear to have sensed the presence of the destroyers. They have reached the boundary of our universe. Upon hearing this, Yang Chun stands solemnly. So swift? It has only been a mere few 10,000 years. It is indeed slow. Had they mastered the technology of spatial jumps, their speed would be even greater, the World Tree responds. Although they have not achieved spatial jump capabilities, they have reached a velocity equivalent to 1 times the speed of light. 1 times the speed of light. Despite the passage of several millennia, Yang Chun's technology has only managed to attain a maximum of 90% the speed of light, falling short of achieving light speed travel. The galaxy is bound by the immutable law of light speed, a truth that remains unaltered regardless of our endeavors. Their initial contact should have been with a civilization steeped in magic. One wonders how long the strength of such a civilization could withstand their advance. Yang Chun swiftly commandeered his computer, utilizing the frequency waves between the stars to receive signals even across the vast expanse of thousands of light years. Could the magical civilization endure for a decade? Yang Chun had also stationed a spacecraft on the planet of the magical civilization, as he had on all other civilizations' planets. Should those civilizations seek refuge, he would employ these vessels to transport them away. Naturally, if they chose to remain, He would not hesitate to command the ships to self-destruct in dire circumstances, leaving no trace behind. The wait was interminable. Even a mere decade felt as if it spanned a century for Yangchun. Beneath the grandeur of the Crystal Palace, the most magnificent edifice of the magical civilization, numerous wizards unleashed a myriad of spells upon the encroaching spacecraft. Among the 10 civilizations, the magical civilization ranked within the top 4 in combat prowess. If they could endure just a little longer, perhaps hope remained. These marauders were devoid of noses, mouths, and ears, possessing only a single eye on each of their 5 faces, a colossal eye that nearly enveloped their heads. However, their physique is not vastly different from that of humans. They are merely more robust, with ordinary individuals standing at least 3 meters tall, while some particularly strong ones can even reach 5 meters. It appears that stature is one of the criteria for assessing their strength. Jiren observed these images with a serious demeanor. The combat style of these destroyers does not rely on physical prowess, but rather on a form of energy. They are capable of emitting energy from their eyes that can completely obliterate matter. The energy utilized by the magical civilization pales in comparison to this annihilation energy, making combat exceedingly arduous. However, thanks to the amplification of magic radiated by the Crystal Palace, the magical civilization can temporarily endure this onslaught. Given the current circumstances, it seems that the magical civilization could withstand at least 10 years, if not longer, Yangchun speculated uncertainly. The battle has persisted for a year, and even the Crystal Palace, the pride of the magical civilization, has suffered significant damage. Nearly 1 year. Yangchun's eyes widened in disbelief, as this starkly contradicted his initial assumptions. The disparity between 10 years and 1 year is indeed monumental. The number of destroyers is not particularly high, numbering at most in the hundreds, but how many individuals comprise a civilization? At the very least, it must be in the billions, and potentially even hundreds of billions. The magical civilization follows an elite path, with every child born having the potential to become an extraordinarily powerful sorcerer. However, the fertility rate among sorcerers is quite low, resulting in a population of around 1 billion. Nevertheless, if we were to equate their combat capabilities to those of Earth, their minimum level would be at least that of a battle king, with over 1 billion battle kings worth of combat power. Had it been the Earth of Ur or the Mother Nest Zerg civilization, the magical civilization would have easily swept through them. Yet, the current magical civilization proves to be remarkably fragile. The destroyers, numbering in the hundreds, could not withstand even the passage of a year. Ultimately, the magical civilization sought assistance from Yangchun, urging him to evacuate the newly born children from the planet aboard his spacecraft. It is indeed peculiar that, despite their immense power, only the Zerg possess the capability for interstellar travel. Apart from the Zerg and the vanquished Baltans, no other civilization has achieved such mobility. Even the formidable magical civilization is incapable of it. In the end, Yangchun's vessel departed after transmitting the final batch of images, carrying approximately 1,000 orphans of the magical civilization towards Mars. The positions of Earth and Mars lie within the central region of this galaxy, while most other civilizations are scattered along the periphery. As for how the destroyers locate these civilizations, Yangchun remains oblivious. Initially, he employed a broad search strategy, expending vast resources. In contrast, the destroyers seem to possess some form of tracking capability, exhibiting remarkable precision. After annihilating the magical civilization, they hastily proceeded to another target. Will they inevitably find us? Yangchun has activated all the shielding systems on Mars, yet he is uncertain whether this technology will effectively thwart the destroyer's detection. He communicated with the World Tree, conveying that a civilization has fallen at an alarming rate. Henceforth, I will sever all connections and refrain from further communication. The World Tree spoke. Yangchun, if you wish to enter Earth, now is your final opportunity. Yangchun shook his head and replied, though the destroyers are immensely powerful, their numbers are few. If fortune favors me, by the time they discover my presence, the remnants of the other 9 civilizations will have dwindled significantly due to their prior confrontations. I believe I possess the capability to vanquish them. While Yang Chun may have felt helpless against the newly arrived destroyers, he retained a measure of confidence in ultimately annihilating them, provided they engaged in a sustained assault that would deplete their forces. After all, the construction of Mars was not in vain. The saviors he created amalgamated the strengths of all civilizations. 100 saviors would be more than sufficient to deal with them. In that case, I can only wish you good fortune, the World Tree remarked. Yang Chun, survive. If anyone is destined to transcend to the third cosmic level, it must be you. Haha, I appreciate your faith in me. Yang Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. For now, thoughts of ascending to the third cosmic level were secondary. First, he needed to eliminate these destroyers. Chapter 95. The Invincible Destroyers. Ultimately, Yang Chen chose not to unite with the World Tree. Confident that the power he wielded was sufficient to eradicate the remaining destroyers. As anticipated, the destroyers possessed the capability to locate the civilizations within this galaxy, and thus they directly descended upon the nearest planet ruled by another civilization. The Yarn civilization had succumbed as well. Yang Chun gazed upon the final scene with a heavy heart. The civilization of the demi-humans is the one most closely aligned with humanity's nascent technological advancements. This civilization possesses a remarkable technology known as the curved mirror, which enables them to engage in combat within higher dimensions. Although referred to as higher dimensions, it merely represents an enhancement of approximately 0.5 beyond the three-dimensional framework. Consequently, combat damage and various other conditions are absorbed by this 0.5, rendering it a formidable defensive capability. Furthermore, it can also be utilized for storage, classifying it as a potent spatial skill. However, the demi-human civilization regards the curved mirror as its pinnacle of technological achievement, with other technologies being somewhat inferior, offering only a modest advantage over the Baltan aliens during attacks. Their spatial power is limited to defense between their planet and the nearest celestial body. In the face of the destroyers, their defeat was all but inevitable. Not a single individual from the demi-human civilization managed to escape. All perished alongside their planet. In the wake of their ravaged world, the destroyers, true to their name, neither occupied nor plundered. They seemed disinterested, moving on to their next target. It appeared that annihilating the civilizations of this galaxy was their sole objective. Despite the sequential obliteration of two civilizations, the destroyers, comprised of 300 units, suffered the loss of approximately 30 to 40 members. On average, each civilization could eradicate 20 destroyers. Understandably, the majority of the fallen destroyers were vanquished by the magical civilization, while the demi-human civilization, already ranking low in power, managed to slay only a limited number of destroyers. The individuals known as destructors possess immense power, far surpassing that of demigods. Even 100 demigods would be utterly incapable of contending with a single destructor. In truth, if all civilizations across the galaxy were to unite, 300 destructors would still pose little threat, yet the capacity for interstellar travel among all planets has been severely restricted. Even now on Earth, only Yang Chun holds the ability to traverse the stars. Of course, had the mother nest not merged with Earth but instead devoured it, perhaps it would still have been capable of interstellar travel. Yang Chun has often contemplated an alternate outcome, one where the mother nest consumes Earth and continues its journey, ultimately engulfing all civilizations within the galaxy. It is conceivable that at such a juncture, the power of the mother nest would expand infinitely, potentially transcending the confines of this galaxy. However, in the end, the mother nest chose not to pursue this path. These musings are but fleeting thoughts, and no one can ascertain whether they are good or ill. Next, we turn to the Elven civilization, which stands as the foremost civilization within this galaxy. The realm inhabited by the elves is known as the Eternal Garden, a planet shrouded in endless greenery, with the land called the Eternal Forest. Under the elf stewardship, this world has transformed into a perfect haven of peace and nature. The elves coexist harmoniously with all that inhabits their planet, exchanging strength and collaborating to nurture their world. It remains uncertain how many destructors the elves could withstand. The essence of these civilizations has been wholly assimilated by Yangchun, as if they foresaw their impending doom and entrusted all their embers of existence to him. These civilizations are selfless, yet remarkably stubborn. Naturally, Yangchun hesitates to offer them assistance, for he lacks the requisite capability. The resistance from the elves is particularly fierce. Over 200 destroyers encounter tremendous opposition. It appears as though the elves have become one with the very earth of the planet, channeling its power through their beings. Drawing upon the celestial forces of the world, the elves fervently defend their homeland. Countless elves perish, their lives returning to the soil, while the energy of those fallen transforms into vibrant green light, merging with other elves. A significant number of elves have fallen, yet the destroyers have suffered double-digit casualties within a single day. It is noteworthy that after battling the magical civilization for approximately a year, they had only lost around 20 individuals. In their prolonged conflict with the Beastmen civilization, only a few lives were lost over several years. The extended duration of the conflict with the Beastmen is due to their overwhelming numbers, which prolongs the struggle. However, when it comes to annihilating a civilization that has endured for thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years, a span of mere years is utterly insignificant. This civilization has invested millennia, even hundreds of thousands of years, in its growth and sustenance. To witness its destruction in just a few years is unfathomable. My lord, if this battle continues, our race will face total extinction. Within the verdant halls of the Eternal Forest's arboreal palace, several elves implore their king to refrain from further confrontation. For these destroyers, we possess no conditions for negotiation. The elves bear a striking resemblance to the legendary beings of Earth. They are noble and beautiful, possessing flawless features, pointed ears, and predominantly silver and golden hair. Do you wish for the outsider Yangchun to take the remaining children away? The Elven King declared with authority. We have thrived in this land for millennia. Who among us would desire to abandon such fertile grounds? Go and consult the children, if they are willing to depart. Let Yangchun utilize the peculiar contraption he leaves behind to escort them. Rising from his seat, the Elven King donned his armor and grasped his long sword as he approached the grand entrance of the Tree Palace, proclaiming, "Those who do not wish to leave, arm yourselves and prepare for battle. For our glory." With a flourish of his sword, the king leapt forth into the fray. "I will organize the children. I shall return shortly," an elder elf announced, departing the Tree Palace. The children were settled in the safest of havens, and he began to inquire if they wished to leave, elucidating the gravity of the situation. "Our planet is destined for ruin." This was the elder elf's final warning. The children remained silent until one spoke. "We would rather perish on our own soil than venture elsewhere." All the children echoed this sentiment, except for one little girl who remained silent. Zoe, the elder elf gazed at her. "I wish to leave. I want to survive." Zoe lacked the courage to meet his gaze, for she was the only one who felt different. The elder elf sighed. "I shall ensure your departure." Zoe nodded and followed the elder elf into the unknown. Orphaned and solitary, she had always traversed life alone, although the ambience here was harmonious. A profound sense of loneliness enveloped her, and her attachment to her home planet was minimal. Thus, Zoe departed from the realm of the elves, coinciding with the abrupt cessation of Yang Chen's image transmission. Chapter 96, Annihilation of 9 Civilizations. The final tableau revealed the conflagration engulfing the Eternal Forest. The elves fought valiantly. Undeterred, even as the forest transformed into an inferno, they did not retreat an inch. The destroyers engaged solely in hand-to-hand combat, their ships remaining silent and unmanned throughout the fray. Yangchun, however, harbored no illusions about the potential aggression of those vessels, suspecting their offensive capabilities might eclipse even those of the destroyers. The first cohort of 100 children from the magical civilization had arrived, selected for their future legacy, 50 male elites and 50 female elites. Yangchun welcomed them and provided suitable accommodations on Mars. From the onset, cities had begun to emerge on the Martian surface. Drawing inspiration from the essence of various civilizations, the cities Yangchun constructed bore similarities to others. These 100 children were naturally assigned to the urban conglomerate of the magical civilization. However, the environment here could not yet replicate the magical ambience, relying instead on Earth-like conditions. Fortunately, the two environments shared certain similarities, allowing the children to adapt without excessive difficulty. And so they moved once more. Was it the civilization of the dwarves this time? After several decades, the harbingers of destruction finally arrived at the dwarven civilization's planet. Yang Chun, analyzing their trajectory, deduced that there were at most 2 more civilizations before they would reach his Mars. These destroyers appeared to move in a seemingly random manner, gradually approaching the solar system where Earth resides. Yang Chun had already transmitted images of the destroyers to other civilizations, urging them to prepare. He welcomed any willing allies to join him on Mars in the impending battle. Despite having witnessed the terror and horror wrought by the destroyers, these civilizations remained unresponsive. Yang Chun felt a sense of frustration, unable to comprehend their obstinacy. If they united, the threat posed by the destroyers would be negligible. However, his foremost concern remained the predicament of the dwarven civilization, alongside the capabilities of the lifters they had developed, which he had improved based on their blueprints. Yet, if these lifters proved to be feeble, they would serve little purpose. As the battle loomed, the dwarves, although inherently friendly, possessed fiery tempers. Yang Chun had previously warned them, but his counsel fell on deaf ears. Now, with the destroyers unleashing their wrath, the dwarves would not succumb meekly. The magnificent Atlas machine began to emit smoke, and all the lifters of the dwarves surged forth into combat. These lifters stood approximately 5 to 6 meters tall, comparable in size to the elite destroyers. Their arms were elongated, yet devoid of offensive weaponry, though their strength was undeniable, exhibiting remarkable resilience. The dwarves engage in combat with the marauders using their lifters. 2 or 3 lifters encircle a single marauder, yet the situation remains unclear for the moment. However, the marauders indeed possess immense power. They seize one lifter, ruthlessly tearing apart its shoulder and forcefully slamming it to the ground, pummeling it with relentless fists until it lies in ruins. The transformation is so swift that even the dwarves are momentarily taken aback. In the initial minutes, the formation of lifters surrounding the marauder appears stable. But within mere seconds, the marauders unleash their ferocity, rendering the lifters mere playthings, shattering them with casual ease. In truth, the dwarves possess a limited number of lifters, and their population on this planet is sparse. The dwarven civilization ranks second to last in terms of population, comprising merely a few million dwarves and several thousand lifters, the rest being ordinary tools. The marauders, akin to wolves among sheep, annihilate thousands of lifters with a mere 160 marauders. The speed of their assault is astonishing. Jiran promptly activates the spacecraft, initiating its departure. This battle is likely the swiftest yet. The dwarven civilization stands no chance against these marauders. In the elven civilization, the marauders suffered losses of 70 to 80, nearly 1/3 of their number, at the hands of the elves. Yang Chun speculated that the dwarven civilization could at least eliminate 30 or 40, yet the outcome is disheartening. Thousands of lifters have only managed to slay 10 marauders. Such a record is hardly distinguishable from that of the Beastmen civilization. As the ensuing massacre unfolded, Yang Chun could no longer bear to witness the carnage. He feared that if he hesitated in his escape, his spacecraft might be detected by these marauders, who could easily pinpoint the location of Mars to pursue him, leading to an irreversible loss. It was indeed a lamentable situation for Yang Chun. Had any of these civilizations heeded his counsel, they might not have fallen so tragically. One after another, the top 10 civilizations represented the pinnacle of development, while numerous primitive and backward civilizations were not worth his mention. Remarkably, the marauders had yet to arrive at Mars. Instead, they began to divert their course towards other civilized planets, which brought a sigh of relief to Yang Chun. The more marauders that were vanquished, the lighter his own burdens would become. The Shadow Civilization, a realm shrouded in darkness, hosted beings that resembled mere shadows, thriving in the perpetual absence of light. These creatures were peculiar, possessing formidable individual strength, yet their population was exceedingly sparse. Not even millions existed, but rather merely a few thousand lingered in the shadows. A few days of relentless slaughter resulted in the complete annihilation of this species, while the marauders pressed on relentlessly towards their next target. The eighth civilization met its demise as well. Yang Chun could not help but feel a sense of melancholic reflection. However, he speculated that perhaps his concealment had indeed borne fruit, allowing him to remain undetected by the marauders, who consequently bypassed Mars. Yet, he remained uncertain. The final planet, too, was a technological civilization, yet they had harnessed technology to augment themselves, transforming their very bodies. Nearly every individual was a cyborg. Many years ago, this planet endured a devastating plague that claimed countless lives, leaving the medical community powerless. Ultimately, a directive was issued from the higher echelons to initiate a transformation plan, converting all of humanity into artificial beings. This radical change rendered them impervious to viruses and diseases, while simultaneously prolonging their existence. They required merely an annual injection of a specific liquid to sustain their life forms, akin to how automobiles need gasoline. Yet, they still faced annihilation. The remnants of civilization failed to inflict substantial damage upon these destroyers, leaving a mere 90 of them behind, predominantly towering at around 8 meters, the highest tier of destroyers. In the skirmishes among various civilizations, only 30 of the highest tier destroyers perished, 20 of whom fell at the hands of the Elven civilization. The elves made a significant contribution, yet their own extinction was a lamentable loss. Chapter 97. Stealthily had all civilizations united at that time to construct fortified defenses. 300 destroyers would have been inconsequential. Yang Chun sighed in resignation as he witnessed one civilization after another being systematically dismantled, a sight that stirred profound discontent within him. On this day, as the destroyers prepared to depart, their warships suddenly surged towards Mars with unprecedented speed. Coincidentally, Yang Chun had just received the last surviving girl of the Elven civilization, Zoe. Initially, Yang Chun's shielding system had proven effective. However, the moment Zoe's spacecraft entered Mars, it was detected by the destroyers, who relentlessly pursued her trail. Their actions filled Yang Chun with an overwhelming sense of concern. With merely 90 destroyers remaining, he believed the power at his disposal should be sufficient to vanquish them completely. However, there was a crucial misconception on Yang Chun's part. He merely represented the heavenly Tao, not civilization itself. Life had never emerged on Mars, which was precisely why the destroyers had not set their sights on it. Yet, upon scanning and monitoring Mars, they discovered Zoe and the progeny left by the magical civilization. This revelation was one of the pivotal reasons for their intended assault on Mars. Yang Chun was already prepared for battle. Thus, even if the destroyers arrived, he felt little trepidation. It was best to refrain from firing the main cannon to avoid unleashing the overwhelming power of that particular vessel. First, he intended to eliminate all destroyers before considering further actions. Deliberately, Yang Chun allowed the destroyers to reach the Martian surface with ease, while the children of the magical civilization and Zoe had long been sheltered within the Mars base for protection. 100 saviors stood in orderly formation on the Martian surface, accompanied by nearly 1,000 lifters behind them. The destroyers paid no heed to their surroundings and immediately commenced their assault upon arrival. Yang Chun harbored slight concerns regarding the defensive strength of the lifters and saviors. He had compared them to the specialized metals provided by the dwarves, which were of astonishing strength. He found no comparable metals on Earth or Mars. Nevertheless, he had witnessed the dwarven civilization's battles against the destroyers, which were overwhelmingly one-sided, with little to no capacity for resistance. Although the saviors and lifters he personally crafted might lack slightly in strength, their overall offensive capabilities far surpassed those of the lifters created by the dwarves. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Yang Chun was indifferent to the conflict ahead. In fact, if these marauders intended to retreat, he would willingly expose himself to lure them in. His true objective was not these marauders, but the vessels above. Computer, Is it possible to infiltrate the spacecraft internally? In order to breach the ship, one must board it, which cannot be accomplished from Mars. Yangchen nodded. Holding a computer panel in his hand, activate the dynamic cloaking system. I am going up. The voluptuous maid behind him initiated the dynamic camouflage, draping Yangchen in a cloak. Once adorned with the cloak, he vanished from sight. He then stepped through the door, relying on the dynamic camouflage to glide towards the Marauder's ship. Everything was under Yangchen's control. No dangers had arisen, and the battle ahead raged on. Moreover, it appeared that Yangchen's rescuers held a significant advantage. Although their numerical superiority was temporary, it seemed they had exhausted their entire mechanized forces, likely capable of annihilating the Marauders. After a brief glance at the battlefield, Yangchen chose to look away. He ascended to a height of 10,000 meters, grasping the Marauder's ship with one hand. The vessel's surface was uneven, lacking any metallic texture, rendering it difficult for Yangchen to ascertain the materials used in its construction. He pressed a few buttons on the tablet, extending two tendrils that connected to the entire ship. These tendrils latched onto the vessel like hooks. Subsequently, the computer screen began to display the external structural composition of the ship. The computer was unable to conduct an internal scan. After completing the external scan, a red exclamation mark lingered ominously on the screen. Yangchen sighed in resignation. It was indeed not so simple. At least with the external scan finished, he could ascertain the location of the spaceship's entrance. However, the entrance remained sealed. Yangchen continued to utilize the computer to decipher the method for unlocking it. The password was not particularly difficult. As he observed the frenetic dance of numbers and letters on the tablet, the red locked indication swiftly transformed to green. And at that moment, the spaceship's door began to creak open. Yangchen promptly slipped inside and hastily closed the door behind him. Initially, he had anticipated a convoluted process, only to discover that the password was composed of remarkably primitive character arrangements, devoid of our advanced iris technology or voice recognition and fingerprint systems. Perhaps it was fortunate, otherwise, entry would have been truly impossible. Uncertain of the location of the cockpit and whether surveillance equipment was present, Yangchen remained clad in his dynamic camouflage suit, rendering his form indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. Two tendrils extended, commencing a scan of the ship's interior. To his astonishment, Yangchen found the spaceship's internal structure to be astonishingly simplistic. How could a vessel capable of achieving light speed possess such an uncomplicated design? Nonetheless, its energy source bore a striking resemblance to his own, albeit with a more advanced level of compression. Through computer analysis, Yangchen swiftly unraveled the mystery of how this spacecraft compressed energy to attain light speed. In truth, certain things become strikingly simple once encountered, yet prior to that experience, even with the requisite skills, one remains at a loss as to how to proceed. Yangchen's technology has, in fact, approached an astonishing proximity to the speed of light. However, he has been unable to resolve a lingering minor issue despite countless experiments. Yet today, a breakthrough has dawned upon him. After completing the internal structural scan, Yangchen made his way toward the cockpit. This spacecraft contained merely 300 space capsules, followed by an energy conversion area and a storage absorption zone, culminating in the cockpit. There was nothing else. The vast interior of the ship appeared starkly empty. No control computer, no main control board. Yangchen gazed into the cockpit, which featured a transparent material allowing visibility of the surroundings during transit. Yet, the cockpit itself was devoid of any equipment, not even a control panel. He decided to give it a try. Yangchen extended his computer's tendrils toward the cockpit above, intending to unveil the origins and secrets of this vessel. The moment the tendrils made contact with the transparent material of the cockpit, the entire interior of the ship illuminated brilliantly. Simultaneously, Yangchen's dynamic camouflage suit malfunctioned, revealing his presence. Fortunately, the spacecraft was entirely devoid of occupants. Otherwise, he might have faced the destroyer. The tablet in his hand began an intense analysis. Yet the sheer volume of data proved overwhelming, rendering immediate processing impossible. Was the memory nearing its limit? Yangchen gazed in astonishment at the tablet in his hands. before retrieving a small connector to affix to the device, thus stabilizing its memory capacity. Chapter 98. Simple Combat. The wealth of stored information was indeed vast. Before long, the tablet was brimming with data. Yang Chen found himself momentarily unable to decipher the contents, uncertain as to which were valuable and which were inconsequential. How he wished to commandeer this spacecraft. Yang Chen had no intention of destroying the vessel. Rather, he aspired to take control, allowing for a gradual exploration of its secrets. Moreover, it appeared as if the spacecraft's defense systems were virtually non-existent, enabling him to access information with ease. It seemed that advanced civilizations regarded our galaxy with disdain. As evidenced by the unguarded nature of their vessels, they must believe we lack the capability to engage with them at all. Yang Chen chuckled softly, recognizing that those 9 civilizations had utterly disregarded this spacecraft. However, he was not foolish. Those 9 civilizations were akin to individuals intoxicated on counterfeit liquor, impervious to reason and devoid of sustenance, fixated solely on conflict. For Yang Chen, combat necessitated intellect. Furthermore, after enduring considerable attrition, the majority of the marauders had perished, leaving the remnants weary and spent. Stealthily, like a wraith, Yang Chen infiltrated the enemy's spacecraft, acquiring a plethora of data, and prepared to depart surreptitiously. On Mars. Apart from Yang Chen, there existed only the remnants of 2 civilizations. No other forms of life were present. The flames of war could spread freely, and he felt no sorrow for it. Most of his vital resources resided within the depths of Mars rather than its surface. Although significant alterations had been made to the exterior, Yang Chen deliberately chose a desolate location to confront the marauders. As he stealthily emerged from the spacecraft, the battleground had transformed into a scorched wasteland. Dozens of marauders had been vanquished, and a substantial portion of Yang Chen's saviors and supporters had also been eliminated. Fewer than 20 marauders continued to engage in combat. This struggle had persisted for several days. Remarkably, when only 1 marauder remained, it attempted to flee. While Yang Chen's saviors and supporters were capable of annihilating the marauders, detaining them was an insurmountable challenge. If a marauder was determined to escape, there was little in this galaxy that could restrain them. Escape? Although the main cannon of Yang Chen's Mars base had yet to fire, it had long been prepared. Electromagnetic cannon, prepare. On the opposite side of Mars, a magnificent long-range electromagnetic cannon began to charge. Panels connected to one another transformed vast amounts of energy into the cannon's barrel. The barrel radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, as an immense force coalesced around it. Fire! In an instant, a beam of prismatic light targeted the marauder, swiftly traversing the horizon. Just as the marauder was about to board its spacecraft, the beam reached him in an instant. He could only raise his arm in a futile attempt to shield himself. Nonetheless, this was merely a desperate struggle, as the robust beam obliterated his body and pierced through the spacecraft behind him. The spacecraft, devoid of any emergency preparations, was pierced by a beam of light, creating a gaping hole. Subsequently, it began to wobble helplessly, descending towards the ground. Witnessing this predicament, Yang Chen resolved to dismantle the vessel directly. Computer, analyze the data I have retrieved. The formidable destroyer, which had obliterated 9 civilizations, was thus effortlessly dealt with by Yang Chen. Yet, it would be an oversimplification to say it was easy. The energy consumed and the materials expended were substantial, and the final discharge from the electromagnetic cannon wielded a force akin to that of a planet-destroying weapon. It was even far more powerful than the energy unleashed by the Baltan aliens when they detonated the moon. Meanwhile, the computer was engaged in analyzing the data Yang Chen had accessed, incorporating various languages from other civilizations. Although the translation process was somewhat sluggish, it was nonetheless effective. Having arranged these matters, Yang Chen realized he had not yet taken the time to meet the last little girl of the elven race, Zoe. He smiled at her. Zoe appeared somewhat frightened in the presence of Yang Chen, for she was in unfamiliar territory and still just a child. Do not be afraid. You shall reside here comfortably from now on. Although this place differs somewhat from elven civilization, you might find the environment rather harsh. If you need anything, Do not hesitate to speak up. I will ensure that assistance is provided. Though the current conditions are rather rudimentary, improvements will come in time. After offering some words of comfort to the girl, Yang Chen departed, wishing not to burden young Zoe with too much pressure. The threat of the destroyer loomed ominously. Yet in the end, the confrontation with Yang Chen seemed more thunderous than impactful. However, these marauders have been waging war in this galaxy for several centuries. The computer took decades to organize and analyze the information Yang Chen had replicated. Naturally, Yang Chen was not preoccupied with those events. His primary concern lay with the data aboard the spacecraft. Over the span of several decades, a plethora of information had been compiled. As he surveyed the materials, Yang Chen began to grasp the true intentions of these marauders. I must seek a conversation with the World Tree. Moreover, Yang Chen felt a sense of relief that he had not allowed that marauder to escape. The destruction of the spacecraft had averted a significant calamity. Following the path of the celestial order, Yang Chen pinpointed the location of Earth. The World Tree, observing Yang Chen's ease, finally guided him to the trail. Otherwise, he would have been unable to enter. So, have you dealt with the marauders? The World Tree expressed a hint of excitement, as it had not anticipated Yang Chen's success. Yang Chen nodded, stating, however, the other 9 civilizations have all been annihilated. It truly feels as though one has succumbed to the effects of counterfeit spirits. Yet, I have come to understand why. Despite possessing the ability for interstellar movement, they did not relent, and the reason for our confinement as well. Holding a stack of documents, Yang Chen remarked, these marauders are, in essence, the executioners of ordinary civilizations. Every billion years, a civilization known as Fear conducts a harvest of our galaxy, both to hone the skills of these marauders and to prevent the emergence of an exceedingly powerful civilization within our galaxy. As for why we have yet to transcend the 3rd cosmic tier, they are not the masterminds, but they are at least aware of their connection to it. Lily approached Yang Chen, glancing at the materials in his hands, which detailed the weaknesses of various civilizations. Indeed, it also included the worlds of origin for these civilizations. They lack the ability to pinpoint locations. Rather, many years ago, they marked all potentially developing civilizations, much like a map. Those destroyers merely followed the map to find us. Yet, I was an unexpected variable. Yang Chen chuckled coldly. Chapter 99. The opportunity to depart. I exist as a civilization that is detached from the top 10. Of course, I may not even qualify as a civilization. Furthermore, the coordinates of a civilization known as Fear are also aboard this spacecraft. It turns out this ship possesses the capability for faster-than-light travel, of which we were previously unaware. To traverse beyond the Milky Way likely requires several billion light-years. I have managed to utilize their technology to achieve a speed of 1-to-1 with light. However, I am still incapable of spatial jumps. Yang Chen sighed, feeling the discomfort of being constrained by others. This civilization is truly perplexing. Despite possessing such formidable power, they still choose to attack our galaxy. What an absurdity. Traveling across the galaxy, what an exaggerated ability that is. Now, in this galaxy, aside from humanity, no other civilizations remain. They have all been utterly annihilated. The World Tree lamented, stating that without mastering the technology of spatial movement, venturing into other galaxies is nearly impossible. Yang Chen suddenly contemplated an intriguing paradox. If one were to travel at the speed of light, would time cease to exist? He had yet to experiment with light speed travel. If one could indeed travel at such velocity, time relative to us would decelerate. Could this imply that the duration of traversal is diminishing? Although Yang Chen was not particularly fascinated by the theoretical aspects, he pondered this matter due to its connection to the prospect of leaving the galaxy. He mused that it might be best to refrain from dwelling on the notion of departing from our galaxy for the time being. The World Tree remarked that since the crisis had been temporarily averted, it would be more prudent to focus on enhancing our own strength. Yang Chen scratched his head. Looking perplexed, how can we enhance ourselves? We are utterly unable to continue our evolution. We are sealed. To evolve, we must find a way to exit our galaxy. He lamented, it's all my fault. I blew up that spacecraft. Otherwise, We might have been able to. Suddenly inspired, Yang Chun perused the data in his hands, discovering a wealth of information concerning spacecraft. Possessing this knowledge might not guarantee successful construction, but repairs were indeed feasible. The sections of the spacecraft damaged by the electromagnetic cannon were not particularly crucial, and utilizing materials from Earth and Mars should allow for restoration. I shan't engage in idle chatter any longer. I must attend to the matter of the spacecraft. Yang Chun, wait. Lily halted Yang Chun, asking, "Can you take me away with you?" Throughout the ordeal with the destroyer, Lily had refrained from mentioning her desire to leave. But now that the issue had been temporarily resolved, she yearned to explore the world in which Yang Chun resided. "Certainly. Come with me," Yang Chun replied, leading Lily aboard his spacecraft. Lily gazed at the vessel with curiosity. The Earth she hailed from lacked any semblance of advanced technology, rendering these marvels utterly fascinating to her. As the spacecraft powered up, Lily was momentarily startled, and then it ascended effortlessly, soaring through a barrier that she could never hope to breach. "How extraordinary!" Lily exclaimed, gazing out at the scenery. "Is this the void?" Yang Chun chuckled heartily, replying, "You may refer to it as the void, but from my perspective, it is aptly named the universe." "The universe?" Lily inquired, her eyes flitting across the expanse of stars. "Are all the civilizations you spoke of contained within this vastness?" She then turned her gaze toward Earth, asking, "Is that our world? Is it a sphere?" "Indeed, it is a sphere, and everyone resides upon its surface. But the land we stand on does not." Lily's eyes sparkled with curiosity and eagerness to unravel the mysteries of existence. "How to explain?" Yang Chun pondered. "You are aware of the sea level, correct? Even with exceptionally keen eyesight, when you gaze far out over the ocean, you are observing a curvature. To illustrate his point, he handed Lily a computer, saying, "Take a look at this, and it will clarify everything." Lily cradled her tablet, losing interest in the celestial expanse outside. Much like a child engrossed in a captivating object, she remained fixated until the spacecraft touched down on Mars. The atmosphere bore a striking resemblance to our own world. Upon disembarking, Lily sensed the familiar essence of the air, for this place was designed as a replica of Earth. Yang Chun remarked, "Of course, I have also drawn inspiration from other civilizations in certain aspects. Nevertheless, I have adhered to the foundational rules of Earth, as they are the ones I am most acquainted with and universally applicable to all civilizations." "Is this your world?" Lily ascended, gazing down upon the barren landscape. "Indeed. There is no life here." Yang Chun shrugged, admitting, "I lack the capability to create such a realm." "Feel free to explore. I have matters to attend to," he instructed, as he began the intricate task of repairing the alien spacecraft. A surge of energy enveloped the workshop, and materials commenced their seamless fusion and enhancement. Yang Chun dismantled the remaining salvagers along with the damaged ones, intending to repurpose the metal to patch the spacecraft's deficiencies. Initially, he contemplated venturing to the dwarven planet for additional metal, but it appeared that the supply was ample, thus sparing him the journey. Before long, the automatic doors of the workshop slid open, and Lily emerged. Having absorbed some fundamental knowledge, she no longer appeared as oblivious as before, like a naive visitor in a grand estate. Nevertheless, a sense of intrigue and curiosity lingers. "This place is not particularly conducive to cultivation," Lily remarked. "The fundamental conditions are met, yet the practice would undoubtedly be exhausting." Yang Chun replied, "This state is not my ideal condition. The rules of Earth are insufficiently elevated. What I desire are the principles of immortal cultivation rather than those of combat energy." With a mischievous grin, Yang Chun added, "Your rebirth through fire is a manifestation of the immortal cultivation rules. I have invested considerable effort into this matter. However, I currently lack the most basic principles of immortal cultivation, thus I am unable to effect transformation. Once I acquire this ability, I shall relocate humanity here for cultivation, which would be far more potent than mere demigods." Lily, eager for advancement, looked forward to the immortal civilization Yang Chun spoke of. "Do not get your hopes up. I estimate that the immortal civilization would at least be of the 5th cosmic level. The journey to reach it is uncertain and likely arduous." Yang Chun chuckled nonchalantly, An immortal civilization? Quite the challenge. In the following days, Yang Chun tirelessly repaired the spacecraft in the workshop. As for Lily, he assigned her a task to educate the children of the magical civilization and the elven civilization. The magical civilization bears a resemblance to earthly civilization, while the powers wielded by the elves, though somewhat distinct, could still be grasped by young Zoe, allowing her to explore various other subjects. The elves, inherently attuned to the elements of nature, possess an extraordinary aptitude for learning magic or combat techniques from Earth, making Zoe exceptionally gifted. Lily, in her role as a mentor, demonstrates remarkable patience, providing Zoe with both guidance and a sense of purpose. For reasons unknown, Zoe harbors a particular fondness for Lily, consistently striving to excel in her presence and achieving the coveted first place. At last, this void has been filled, Yang Chun remarked. The remaining materials can indeed be utilized to execute my plan. The spaceship's trial flight commenced. After a century of diligent repairs, Yang Chun was ready to initiate the test flight. With lightspeed travel now a reliable technology, the only challenge remaining was mastering the technique of spatial transition. Thus, the objective was to assess the spaceship's capabilities in this regard. The vessel ascended gradually into the cosmos, as Yang Chun employed his doppelganger to navigate the ship. The operation of the spaceship relied solely on mental control, devoid of any physical interface. However, Yang Chun found himself somewhat disheartened at the sight of the 300 space pods. If the minds controlling the ship were all occupied by the occupants of those pods, who would pilot the vessel? Initiate. The spaceship began to accelerate smoothly, reaching half the speed of light. Yang Chun commanded, "Engage spatial transition." The exterior armor of the spaceship began to glow, resembling countless streams of water cascading over its surface, while the space before Yang Chun transformed into a series of undulating curves. These curves continuously sank forward, and the spaceship surged into them, becoming flattened and distorted as if being drawn in. The sensation was utterly disconcerting. Although Yang Chun was a machine, he felt an overwhelming discomfort throughout his entire being. It was an undeniable truth that ordinary individuals could not possibly engage in spatial jumps. This was Yang Chun's initial realization. Even with the protective measures and spatial configurations aboard the spacecraft, the average person would perish within it, unless their physical form attained a certain resilience to withstand the inexplicable sensations. Nevertheless, the phenomenon of spatial transition was indeed astonishing. In an instant, after enduring his discomfort, Yang Chun suddenly observed undulating lines appearing ahead of the spacecraft, and then they arrived at their designated coordinates. This coordinate was pre-programmed within the vessel, representing a leap of approximately half a galaxy. The transition from Mars to this location consumed 70% of the energy, which would be replenished after traveling about 10 light years. Would it require 2 more jumps to completely exit our galaxy? This was likely due to the instability of the repaired position. Despite the energy expended exceeding Yang Chun's expectations, it had nonetheless saved them millions and even billions of years in time. To make such a leap, reliance on this technology was essential, even with its slight instability. Yang Chun was willing to accept it. Fortunately, the spacecraft's own transition capabilities were sufficiently stable, suggesting that the materials could endure such fluctuations. Yang Chun smiled as he initiated the recharging of the spacecraft. Once the energy replenishment was complete, he intended to depart from this galaxy. Before that, however, it was time to set his plan in motion. With a mysterious smile, Yang Chun noted that the preparations in the designated area were nearly complete. Gazing upon the immense sphere of light before him, Yang Chun remarked with a smile, Indeed, we can now commence our search for individuals from Earth." He continued to address the luminous orb. "From this moment forth, I shall refer to you as the Supreme Deity." The orb autonomously recorded all occurrences, a scheme inspired by a novel Yang Chun had once read. It could also be dubbed the Project of the Great Box. Yang Chun had previously discussed this initiative with the World Tree, and now he revealed it to Lily. The battlefield encompassed the 10 great civilizations of this galaxy. Ordinary humans could undertake tasks within, earning points as rewards, which they could subsequently exchange for the myriad treasures possessed by these civilizations. This would compel humanity to strive and evolve continuously. If I were in a human form, I would wish to partake as well, Yang Chun mused with a grin. The proposition left Lily utterly astonished. After all, it was a widely accepted norm on Earth, and even among other civilizations, that those without potential were deemed worthless. Regardless of the species, any being lacking in potential was considered refuse. Yet Yang Chun aimed to transform this refuse into treasure, training them to rise above their perceived limitations. Lily, however, remained skeptical. "Just keep an eye on things for me," she instructed. Yang Chun responded with a smile. "I assure you, you will not be disappointed. If humanity truly possesses such potential, perhaps through them we might ascend to the third cosmic tier." At that moment, Yang Chun stood within the realm of the Supreme Deity, conversing with Lily, unperturbed by the scrutiny of the formidable beings who sought to shroud the galaxy in secrecy. "This box is a creation of our own making. While the rules are limited, we have imposed no boundaries, leaving the potential for human evolution shrouded in mystery, even to ourselves. Though the tasks within are exceedingly arduous, there exist opportunities for various civilizations to exchange knowledge, thus empowering humanity to enhance their own capabilities. At present, this is all we can accomplish. I have endowed the Supreme Deity with a self-learning function under certain conditions, ensuring it remains within the realm of my control." Yang Chun remarked at home. "You should observe more. The descendants of magical civilizations, as well as Zoe, can also be allowed to enter for some training, albeit with differing intensities. Regarding the arrival of humanity, I have arranged for a spacecraft, which will inadvertently create a condition to transport them here." After providing his instructions, Yang Chun boarded the ship, having completed the energy recharge, and bid farewell to Lily, saying, "I leave everything here in your capable hands." Lily nodded, curious to see whether Yang Chun's plan would succeed. If it did, their destinies could be rewritten. After being trapped in a certain realm for many years, it is only natural for anyone to yearn for a higher existence. For now, Yang Chun has taken on the role of a supreme deity, with the capacity of his divine space limited to 20 individuals. However, the question remains, how many will survive the initial trial? The supreme deity randomly controls the tasks, all of which Yang Chun has simulated based on memories from his past life through various films. Chapter 101. Other galaxies. Yang Chun embarked on his journey aboard the spacecraft, setting it into motion. After departing approximately 1 light-year, the spacecraft executed a space jump. The sensation remained exceedingly uncomfortable. Yang Chun smiled wryly, as if his nerves had momentarily unraveled. 90% of energy was expended, covering more than half the distance of the Milky Way. In the time that followed, Yang Chun needed to recharge the ship, maintaining a velocity of merely half the speed of light. The universe is profoundly vast and empty. Drifting alone in his ship, he could go years without encountering another soul. Once the vessel had amassed a sufficient energy reserve, Yang Chun initiated another space jump. Following the second leap, the ship reached the outermost fringes of the Milky Way. However, to arrive at the location of the galactic civilization he sought, at least 3 more jumps were required, translating to mere decades. Fortunately, as a being of the celestial path, Yang Chun did not experience time as acutely as ordinary humans. Yet, even this robotic form would gradually weaken with the passage of time. He longed for a corporeal body of his own. Stretching his limbs, he engaged the ship's diagnostic and repair systems, designed to maintain his physical form. Yang Chun routinely conducted inspections and maintenance. The sole advantage of this body was its longevity. Furthermore, the robotic form could adapt to nearly any environment, whether in extreme heat or frigid cold, and it required no respiration. After the third jump, Yang Chun's ship had entered a new galaxy. Upon arrival, he discovered that this galaxy was surprisingly small. Even amidst the voyage of the spacecraft, a myriad of vessels can be observed, resembling a grand exhibition of ships. From one celestial body to another, an abundance of spacecrafts coalesce, mirroring the automotive civilization of humanity. These vessels glide through the cosmic expanse akin to cars traversing a highway, albeit with destinations spanning between planets. Curiously, upon encountering the spacecraft piloted by Yang Chun, the other vessels slow down and even maneuver to avoid him. It appears that within this galaxy, the civilization of the destroyers holds a substantial degree of advancement. These ships evidently harbor a certain trepidation towards the vessel that Yang Chun currently commands. It would be prudent to first acquire knowledge of this civilization before proceeding further. Yang Chun contemplated, not originally intending to charge headlong into the fray, as that would be tantamount to courting disaster. However, he was taken aback by the remarkable convenience and sophistication of interstellar travel within this galaxy. Moreover, the actual expanse of this galaxy may only constitute about 1,000th of their own. Yet, within such a diminutive galaxy, an astonishing array of advanced civilizations has flourished, truly remarkable. The ships are unable to alter their forms or employ dynamic camouflage for transparency or invisibility. Perhaps the destroyers have never grasped the concept of subtlety, which accounts for the absence of such capabilities. Consequently, Yang Chun can only brazenly pilot his vessel toward a planet. However, should those inhabitants discern that he is not one of the destroyers, it could indeed lead to complications. This decision presents a profound dilemma. These civilizations harbor a palpable fear of the destroyers, yet once it becomes apparent that the individuals aboard the spacecraft are not, in fact, destroyers, no one can predict the course of their actions. Will they choose to eliminate Yang Chun outright, or perhaps capture him and hand him over to the destroyers? Alternatively, they may pursue an entirely different course of action. The uncertainty is palpable. Nevertheless, Yang Chun dares to wager on another possibility, that these civilizations have themselves been subjugated by the destroyers, and if they were to learn of his capacity to vanquish them, they might unite with him in a common struggle. As he piloted the spacecraft to a planet, Yang Chun found himself amidst a sprawling metropolis constructed of steel and concrete. The towering edifices bore a striking resemblance to those found on Earth. The moment he touched down, many inhabitants vanished from sight. There existed a designated area for spacecraft docking. For the time being, he decided to employ his dynamic camouflage suit. As the door opened, Yang Chun seamlessly blended into the surrounding environment, evading detection. Stepping out onto the bustling streets, he felt little concern that anyone would tamper with the ship. The dread instilled by the destroyer's vessels loomed large. The denizens were oblivious to whether the spacecraft housed any occupants. Such was the nature of the situation. Observing the throngs around him, Yang Chun found them less human and more akin to puppets, animatedly conversing and laughing, though he could not comprehend their exchanges. The streets were devoid of tangible storefronts. Any that did exist appeared to sell but a single commodity, something in cans, the nature of which eluded him, though it seemed to be some form of liquid. Standing beside the shopkeeper, Yang Chun entered alongside a doll approximately 1 meter tall. This doll mimicked the action of making a payment, requesting a canister of a peculiar liquid from the shopkeeper, and then promptly consumed it. Prior to entering the establishment, the doll appeared remarkably listless, yet after imbibing the substance, it seemed to be revitalized, as if infused with newfound vigor. Was it akin to gasoline? Yang Chun observed the array of canisters displayed on the shelf. They were largely uniform in appearance, though the designs upon them varied slightly, presumably to denote different flavors and classifications. He resolved to procure a canister for further examination at an opportune moment. Following the doll as it exited the shop, Yang Chun felt an inexplicable urge to accompany it. The doll appeared to possess masculine traits, with 2 eyes, short hair, and a diminutive mouth, making a clattering sound as it walked. He surmised that it likely belonged to a lower echelon of society, based on the attire and condition of other dolls he observed along the roadside. After purchasing the supplement, the doll entered a building, where Yang Chun noted the elevator was rather diminutive, compelling him to stoop to enter. An elevator? He glanced at other locations where individuals utilized floating, single-person mobility devices, rendering such antiquated elevators seemingly unnecessary. Accompanying the doll to its residence, Yang Chun discovered the interior was exceedingly simplistic, furnished only with a circular, technologically advanced chair and a bed, lacking any additional items. Had he unwittingly stepped into a game? Yangchen gazed curiously at the doll's demeanor, awaiting the cessation of its dynamic disguise. The doll was exceedingly animated, performing a myriad of gestures that resembled the antics of a fool. What, one might wonder, is so captivating about virtual games? Despite the advancements in technology, why do we still rely on games for mental stimulation? Yangchen frowned, evidently repulsed by the doll's absurd behavior. After approximately 5 hours, the doll finally removed its glasses. The moment it laid eyes on Yangchen, his grip tightened around its body. Chapter 102. Contact with the puppet civilization. Yangchen spoke coldly. Do not move. If you do, I shall end your existence. Who are you? The doll trembled in fear, surprisingly able to comprehend Yangchen's words. You can understand me? In his urgency, Yangchen had forgotten to use the translation device, yet he was astonished to find that the doll truly understood him. The doll responded directly. We possess the ability to fully simulate sound waves. Regardless of the type, we can translate them instantaneously. Our galaxy is home to an overwhelming number of species. Thus, we developed this function to facilitate communication among all. This capability was indeed intriguing. Yangchen examined the doll, which stood about 1 meter tall in his grasp, truly resembling a puppet. He searched for the intricately assembled components adorning its form. To be honest, the elements on your body are rather fascinating, Yangchen remarked as he released the doll. What is your name? Il nodded and replied. You were able to effortlessly infiltrate my home and even spared my life while I was using the simulation device. I presume you do not seek my demise. You are indeed clever. How many civilizations exist in your galaxy, and which is the most powerful among them? Il cast a surprised glance at Yangchen. Although he was aware that Yangchen was not from their planet, he did not anticipate that he hailed from another galaxy. It was truly astonishing. Il inquired, Are you really from another galaxy? Answer my questions as I pose them, Yangchen replied impatiently. In my galaxy, there are over 100 civilizations, with the most formidable being the fear. Il explained, the civilization I belong to is the puppet civilization. Our physical forms were originally ordinary carbon-based life forms, but due to the limitations of our lifespan, we have all been transformed into what you see now. Consequently, we no longer require food or water. Instead, we only need to inject a substance known as zero element each month to sustain our movement. Typically, our bodies can endure for about 10,000 years, after which we must replace them. What is the combat capability of your civilization, and how do the remaining civilizations perceive fear? Yangchen's primary concern lay in this matter, for the success of his plans depended on the attitudes of other civilizations. With a hint of resignation, Illinois responded, Our civilization possesses almost no combat strength. However, the simulators we have invented are highly acclaimed throughout the galaxy, and our games are exceptional. Yangchen furrowed his brow and asked, Do you fear them? Do you harbor resentment towards them? Or do you submit to them? Il contemplated and remarked, Most civilizations likely fear them, yet they generally do not adhere to the dictates of fear. Only a minority of civilizations heed its commands. Ours is one such civilization, albeit we are of little significance, which is why the fear have never sought us for anything. Given the formidable strength of the fear, why do they not unify your universe? Il replied, Although the fear possess unparalleled power, their numbers are exceedingly few, rendering the unification of the entire universe impossible. Furthermore, they harbor no interest in such unification. This aligned closely with the intelligence Yangchen had acquired, though he had not anticipated that this civilization's population was so diminutive. Despite their limited numbers, their individual strength is extraordinarily formidable, even surpassing that of demigods. Who is the mightiest among the fear race? What sort of abilities might they possess? Il shook his head. I do not know, but it is said that the highest-ranking member of the fear stands at least 20 meters tall. 20 meters. The destroyers dispatched to Earth barely reached 8 meters at their peak. What terrifying prowess could a being of 20 meters possess? Has the fear race ascended to the third cosmic tier? Yangchen continued to inquire. Il nodded affirmatively. Indeed, They have long since attained the third cosmic tier, and some even speculate the existence of those who have reached the fourth tier. Within our galaxy, there are 3 entities that have achieved the third cosmic tier. 3. Yang Chen's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated that within this galaxy, there existed 2 entities that had attained the third cosmic level. The power of this galaxy seemed excessively formidable. Did the other 2 third-level civilizations harbor no objections towards this fearsome race? Their dominance was quite overbearing. If they posed no threat to the others, it would be reasonable for them to remain indifferent to such matters. Moreover, the fearsome race seemed solely intent on launching attacks on other galaxies. From the outside, this galaxy appeared to be relatively harmonious. Suddenly, Yang Chen realized he had been mistaken. Initially, he had believed this galaxy to be desolate and tragic, yet it now revealed itself to be thriving. If the other 2 third-level civilizations had not intervened against the fearsome race's intentions, did that imply their invasion of other galaxies was tacitly accepted? Yang Chen felt his thoughts spiraling. If this were indeed the case, his clandestine infiltration could very well lead to his own demise. What of other foreign civilizations? What fate had befallen them? What were the fearsome race's views on these outsiders? And what opinions did the remaining 2 third-level civilizations hold? Il, faced with Yang Chen's inquiries, broke into a cold sweat. He was merely an ordinary puppet within a mundane civilization, incapable of possessing answers to Yang Chen's probing questions. Yang Chen seemed to recognize that he was pressing Il for too much information, fully aware that he would have no knowledge of such matters. Who is the highest authority here? Take me to meet him. Yang Chen was acutely aware that his demands were unreasonable, yet the sheer strength he possessed granted him the audacity to act capriciously. If this planet truly lacked any formidable combat capabilities, as Il suggested, then Yang Chen could effortlessly obliterate this race. Furthermore, being situated at the fringes of the galaxy, there seemed to be no powerful civilizations nearby that could offer assistance. Il responded, "Very well, I shall take you there." The ease with which Il acquiesced made Yang Chen more cautious. Given his status as an outsider, he felt compelled to exercise even greater vigilance. As his dynamic camouflage suit activated, Yang Chen coldly declared, "I am right beside you. Do not even think about fleeing or engaging in any perilous actions. I could end your life in an instant. Do you understand?" Il raised his hands in surrender, replying, "I completely understand. Sir, I will do nothing." Chapter 103. I trust you. The 2 walked through the streets, with Il guiding Yang Chen towards the tallest building in the city. This edifice stood at the heart of the metropolis. Although it was termed a civilization, IL's kind resided on a modest planet that housed but a small city. The planet was not expansive, leading to the construction of exceptionally tall buildings within the city. Additionally, these inhabitants required minimal sustenance, with simulated machines serving as their sole source of entertainment. Yang Chen found himself perplexed as to why they held such an affinity for these simulators. We engaged in a simulation game that authentically replicates the exhilarating experience of combat and progression, a pastime immensely popular within our galaxy. The formidable monsters and the plethora of dungeons offer us an almost infinite lifespan, yet this evolution has rendered us devoid of any potential. Consequently, this game has become our sole source of entertainment. Suddenly, Yang Chen chuckled. Moments ago, he had looked down upon them. Yet now he found their existence to be quite joyful. They possess minimal material needs, requiring only periodic replenishment of zeros, which can be acquired with merely a day's labor, providing sustenance for approximately a month. During this month, they immerse themselves entirely in the game, with no distinctions of class in their reality. This explains why Il readily agreed to accompany Yang Chen in search of this civilization's enthusiasts, as they too are fervent gamers, dedicating even more time than Il himself. Residing on the top floor, Illinois gestured and led Yang Chen inside. The personnel on duty appeared to be dozing, for this office building may go a decade or more without a visitor. Nearby, a self-service hover machine stood available for public use. Il boarded it, and Yang Chen followed suit, though the machine was designed for the stature of puppets, making Yang Chen feel somewhat cramped as he stood aboard. The hovering machine ascended swiftly to the uppermost tier. However, as Yang Chun and Il descended, Yang Chun found himself engulfed in hesitation. He pondered whether it was prudent to engage with the upper echelons at this early stage. After all, once he ventured into their realm, subsequent events might spiral beyond his control. What troubles you? Il inquired, observing Yang Chen's indecision. Are you hesitant? Do you fear that interacting with the higher-ups might yield unfavorable consequences? If you place your trust in me, I would gladly accompany you to explore other civilizations, serving as your guide. Il gazed earnestly at Yang Chun. Provide me with a rationale, Yang Chun responded, weary of a life confined to routine, dictated by an unyielding system. Il continued, although we are utilizing a simulation device, it is governed by a system we ourselves have developed. This system wields absolute authority over our actions within the game. It could effortlessly extinguish our existence should we deviate from its commands, for enforcers would swiftly appear if we strayed from the prescribed path. Thus, I too have long grown weary of this existence. Il's sincerity resonated with Yang Chun, who scrutinized him for a considerable time before finally conceding, very well. I place my trust in you. Let us proceed together. Ultimately, Yang Chun relinquished his pursuit of the higher-ups in the puppet civilization, believing that with Il's assistance, their journey would be considerably more manageable. By the way, I hope you can procure some zero elements. I wish to conduct some research. Yang Chun, having placed his trust in Il, felt no need to be on guard. He understood that he must also construct his own spacecraft, rendering any attempts to flee or engage in perilous actions utterly impossible. Il, somewhat bashful, remarked, I do not possess a substantial amount of exchange currency. What items can be traded? Anything, as long as it contributes, Yang Chun replied. Of course, discovering treasures also counts. What kind of treasures? Yang Chun casually produced a piece of gold, inquiring, is this found on your planet? Il gazed at the glittering gold with wide eyes, exclaiming, this is gold. One of the rarest metals. This piece could purchase an entire store. Then, Yang Chun said, firmly tearing off a small fragment to hand to Il. Take this to exchange for resources. To avoid drawing attention, Yang Chun maintained a dynamic disguise and cautioned Il to limit their communication. As they proceeded towards his spacecraft, Il looked at Yang Chun in disbelief, saying, this is a Fear Clan ship. At that moment, the area around the spacecraft was deserted. Even the ship itself seemed to instill fear in all who beheld it. This solitude provided Yang Chun with an advantage. He did not have to worry about being discovered. Nodding in agreement, the two boarded the ship, which immediately ascended into the sky. You know I hail from another galaxy, Yang Chun began. My galaxy was besieged by the Fear Clan, but we eradicated them. Now, in pursuit of the root cause, I have arrived in your galaxy. Eradicated the Fear Clan. Il's eyes widened in astonishment, finding this more incredible than any legend he had ever heard. However, the current circumstances leave him little choice but to believe, especially since the spacecraft of the fearful race is under Yang Chun's control. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yang Chun, and I am a human. At this moment, Yang Chun formally discloses his identity to Il, although he cannot possibly claim to be some divine entity, as Il might not comprehend such a notion. Within the spacecraft, there exists a laboratory where, based on Il's explanations, Yang Chun has constructed a sound wave modulation device. With this device, he is able to comprehend the languages of all civilizations within this star system. The creation of this device turned out to be rather straightforward, far less complicated than he had initially imagined. Fortunately, he possessed all the necessary materials, making future conversations considerably less cumbersome. Yang Chun inquired, if we travel to other star systems, will we still be able to communicate? Theoretically, it should be possible, as this technology was developed by a civilization classified as the third level in the universe. They are peace-loving advocates within our star system, assisting other civilizations in establishing stable and habitable environments. Such civilizations exist? Yang Chun mused. Well, if that is the case, then we shall seek them out. He was disinclined to meander. Pursuing ordinary civilizations seemed futile compared to directly seeking the most advanced civilization. Fortuitously, this civilization is reputed to be the most benevolent and kind-hearted. Could this be a stroke of divine favor? Yang Chun is determined to investigate. Their coordinates are located in the constellation of Tianwei, at east 79, northwest 43. Yang Chun sets the target for a spatial jump. By the way, they won't attack us, will they? The spacecraft? Certainly not. They have never initiated attacks against any race or civilization. The ship's coordinates were set, and through a curve acceleration, it made an instantaneous jump into curvature space, arriving at the designated location, albeit with slight deviation. Chapter 104. The Civilizations of the Progenitors. Although there was a certain divergence from the intended trajectory, it would likely take only a few years to rectify the misalignment. Approximately 1 light-year away, the target location could be reached. The number of ships here is noticeably fewer. Yang Chun observed his surroundings. It was nothing like the bustling borders, resembling a high-speed highway during the Spring Festival, teeming with spacecraft. The closer one approached the core, the scarcer the civilizations became. Conversely, the border systems were home to a greater number of civilizations, albeit those of lesser significance. Il was not mistaken. For him, the ability to vanquish 300 individuals of the Fear race signified a truly formidable civilization. Indeed, when compared to Yang Chen's civilization, these were of little consequence. Undistinguished. They were akin to maggots, devoid of any thought, clinging to certain entities while awaiting decay. That civilization is known as the progenitor civilization. But we are also perilously close to the Fear civilization, which means we could potentially be discovered by them. Is this spacecraft truly secure? Il voiced his concerns. To utilize the dynamic cloaking system, the ship's exterior would undoubtedly require a coating, yet Yang Chun hesitated to proceed. After all, a ship capable of spatial jumps was beyond the current technological means available to Yang Chun for modification. This spacecraft exists solely for the purpose of transporting troops, and the conditions within are exceedingly rudimentary. Yang Chun has established a modest laboratory by connecting to the energy source, along with some machines for monitoring his own health. This constitutes the entirety of his alterations. In the event of an encounter with the Fear tribe civilization, he finds himself at a loss. Either he must annihilate them or succumb to their wrath. A cold smile creases Yang Chun's lips, exuding a sense of bloodlust. Il lowers his head, seemingly deep in contemplation. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Yang Chun glances at Il. Il raises his gaze, determination shining in his eyes, and replies, I am not afraid. I am merely pondering how I can assist you. I fear I may hinder your efforts. Ha, fret not. You shall not be a burden. Should the Fear tribe truly descend upon us, I could, at most, vanquish a handful of them, perhaps those standing around 5 meters tall, and no more than 10. Beyond that number, my demise is inevitable. However, it is likely you would meet the same fate. As Yang Chun utters these words, he laughs heartily, as if completely indifferent to the prospect of his own mortality. Are you not afraid of death? Il stares at Yang Chun, astonished. He has never encountered someone like him. Their civilization, driven by the fear of death, willingly separates body and consciousness, adopting such absurd forms. With consciousness residing within these ludicrous entities to achieve eternal life, they would rather transform their bodies into grotesque shapes than cease to exist. Suddenly, Il questions whether their civilization's choice was indeed misguided. It appears peaceful, there are no conflicts, and even material needs have diminished to almost nothing. But in reality, is this not a form of decay? What significance does such immortality hold? Immersed daily in the simulation of games, what purpose does this serve? Thus, Il found himself overwhelmed by an impulse to depart with Yang Chun, as the latter's words, even devoid of concern for life or death, deeply affected him. The soul within him, long dormant, seemed to awaken, prompting his declaration of fearlessness towards death, yet apprehensive of being a burden to Yang Chun. Of course, I fear death. However, some sacrifices are necessary. I do not espouse grand ideals, but rather act out of the awareness that countless members of humanity stand behind me, likely surpassing the civilization of the Fearless. Therefore, I must seize this opportunity for them, and for myself as well. Born of the same lineage, it is only natural that I wish to aid my kin, for I possess the strength they lack. In our world, there exists a saying, though 1,000 may stand against me, I shall press on. You are indeed remarkable. Il struggled to articulate his thoughts. Yet he perceived Yang Chen's greatness. Haha, you think too much, Yang Chen replied, having not intended to voice such sentiments, yet they had escaped his lips nonetheless. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous. He genuinely wished for the prosperity of humanity. As the spacecraft glided through the cosmos, Yang Chen's fortune appeared favorable, encountering few vessels, wandering almost solitary through this starry expanse. The civilization of the Order was drawing near. Yang Chen gazed at the coordinates and remarked with a smile, "Our luck seems to be quite favorable this time. The scenarios we dreaded have not materialized. Let us hope that the journey ahead remains equally smooth." The primary objective of seeking the Seeker civilization was, of course, to comprehend the might of the Fira civilization and to devise strategies to counter them. Yang Chen naturally yearned for the Seeker civilization to impart this knowledge to him. He required no assistance. Merely some intelligence would suffice. However, Illinois was indeed exceedingly feeble, lacking knowledge in many areas. After traversing a light year, Yang Chen's vessel arrived at the periphery of the Seeker civilization's planet. From a distance, the planet sparkled with myriad lights, surrounded by numerous hovering ships that orbited it in a graceful dance. Upon arrival, it appeared that the atmosphere had become vibrant, with ships bustling in and out. Yet, one notable observation was that these vessels accelerated to evade Yang Chen's ship upon sight. Such an aura of intimidation was indeed substantial. As he prepared to dock at the spaceport on the planet's outskirts, Illinois explained that the inhabitants were ardent pacifists. Hence, Yang Chen had no intention of employing dynamic camouflage. However, this was contingent upon Il establishing communication with the Seeker civilization to ensure a secure environment for Yang Chen's entry into the planet's interior. Otherwise, the presence of an outsider piloting a Fira vessel amidst a throng of onlookers could incite uncontrollable chaos. Being a native of this star system, Illinois might appear somewhat unusual, yet he would at least be recognized. Thus, Illinois ventured out from the dock first, and Yang Chen placed his trust in him, patiently awaiting his return. Soon, Illinois arrived, and as they entered the docking corridor, layers of protective panels began to rise slowly, enveloping the entire passage, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. Yang Chen observed from within the spacecraft. The beings of the Sequence civilization were quite intriguing. Their bodies were exceedingly slender, yet their heads were disproportionately large, adorned with numerous eyes, each seemingly fitted with glasses, and their forms emitted a faint luminescence. "Mr. Yang Chen, you may disembark," one of them invited. Yang Chen opened the hatch and stepped out cautiously, while the Sequence beings scrutinized him with curiosity. "I come uninvited. I hope I am not causing you any inconvenience," Yang Chen remarked with a smile. "Mr. Yang Chen, please follow me." "Although he is reluctant to divulge your purpose, we can surmise it to some extent," the being replied, casting a glance at Yang Chen's spacecraft. The inhabitants of the Sequence civilization were exceptionally polite, yet Yang Chen sensed a dissonance between reality and his expectations. As he traversed the corridor, he noted the absence of advanced technological development typically associated with a civilization of their classification. "I would like to inquire about your status as a Type 3 civilization. What direction does your development take?" he asked. Each civilization's trajectory is unique, making the identification of its developmental direction of paramount importance. Moreover, Yang Chen possessed the ultimate evolution device, which could document any insights into this civilization's advancements. Such knowledge could be invaluable for enhancing the capabilities of his own Martian endeavors. The multi-purpose envoy of civilization, the guide of the path, proclaimed, "I am Isis, and the trajectory of our civilization's development is centered on the spirit." Yang Chen was momentarily taken aback. The realm of spirit is the most elusive path of civilizational advancement, and it is indeed astonishing that the primary focus of the envoy civilization is spirit. "No wonder their heads appear so disproportionately large," murmured Il in a hushed tone. However, His comment was likely overheard by Isis, whose gaze fixed intently upon Il, causing him to levitate involuntarily. The evolution of your doll civilization is fundamentally misguided. You should possess far greater potential, Isis remarked without malice, gently placing Il back down. Let us continue our journey. Having experienced such an incident, Il refrained from further reckless remarks. Despite the Envoy civilization's public declaration of being a remarkably friendly and peaceful race, they had indeed taken lives from other civilizations. They were not merely passive beings. Otherwise, their existence and ascendance to the third cosmic level in this ruthless galaxy would be implausible. The passage seemed interminably long. Yang Chun followed Isis, calculating that, in Earth time, they had traversed for at least an hour. Yet, on the spacecraft, this corridor had measured only a few hundred meters. Was this the power of the spirit? Suddenly, Yang Chen halted, gazing at Isis. Mr. Yang, your spiritual energy is ethereal and elusive, yet it exudes an overwhelming presence. In our civilization, a guest like you is considered perilous. Yang Chen replied, I harbor no ill intent, so please refrain from testing me in such a manner. Are you not a race that cherishes peace? Our esteemed chairman has been awaiting your arrival. Board the vessel here, and you shall soon be in his presence. Isis no longer accompanies Yang Chun and Year. Instead, she gestures towards a small boat ahead, inviting the two to embark. Beneath the vessel lies a pristine, crystalline lake, its depths visible in all their clarity. Each passage leads in a unique direction. As long as we focus our thoughts, this ocean of spirit can instantly manifest, swiftly transporting you to your desired destination, anywhere upon this planet. With unwavering faith, Yang Chun boarded the small boat, followed closely by Year. Best of luck to you, Mr. Yang Chun, Isis said, offering a slight bow, not out of mere politeness, but in recognition of Yang Chen's superior spiritual prowess. He is a manifestation of the celestial path, a collective embodiment of a world as spirit, and even though the Order civilization ranks as the third tier in the cosmos, it is merely the culmination of an entire race's endeavors, and holds little connection to an individual like Isis. Much like the distinctions within human martial arts, it is possible that even the sovereigns of the Order civilization may not possess a spiritual breadth as expansive as that of Yang Chun. Of course, in terms of application and technique, Yang Chun cannot compare, for within the tenets of his celestial path, no individual has the capacity to enhance or break through spiritual barriers. The small boat glided smoothly across the ocean of spirit, which, at first glance, appeared boundless. Yet, within it lay countless islands, each seemingly intertwined with the vessel. They beckoned to various small boats. However, within this vast ocean of spirit, there exists but a solitary boat belonging to Yang Chun, a precaution taken for his protection. Otherwise, what Yang Chun would have witnessed would be a multitude of small boats advancing towards various islands. It was truly astonishing. Even Yang Chun could not help but marvel at the formidable utilization of spiritual power by the Order civilization. The boats glided smoothly towards one of the islands, and soon, Yang Chun beheld the destination they sought. In comparison to this island, the others appeared mundane and insignificant. This island shimmered with brilliance, as if everything were under its dominion, reigning like a sovereign amidst this ocean of spirit. The boat docked at the periphery, where a member of the Order civilization awaited Yang Chen's arrival. As Yang Chun and his companions disembarked, the boat anchored itself at the edge, impervious to the waves. Follow me, the Order civilization individual instructed. Yang Chen followed him along the gravel path of the island. The island was alive with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, exuding an aura of tranquility. Upon setting foot on the island, Yang Chen felt a notable calmness enveloping him, as if it were a natural sanctuary capable of dispelling distractions. Yang Chen remarked, "If our civilization were to come here for cultivation, the results would surely be twice as effective with half the effort. This place is not meant for cultivation. It is the abode of our king, a sanctuary not accessible to just anyone," the representative of the Order civilization reminded him appropriately. Yang Chen chuckled lightly and replied, "I was merely speaking offhandedly. Beyond this layer of the spiritual garden, you shall meet our king. The king's spiritual power is immense. This little fellow cannot withstand the radiance of the king's spiritual brilliance. Yangshan nodded and said, Illinois, you shall remain here. I will soon return to seek you. With that, he stepped into the garden, where an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, capable of ensnaring any ordinary person who ventured into its midst. However, Yang Chun discerned a path forward within this aroma. Following the scent, he advanced, and soon the surroundings opened up before him. Upon the throne sat a luminous orb, radiating an eternal golden glow, one that even Yang Chun found difficult to gaze upon. Shielding his eyes with his hand, he squinted in an attempt to discern the visage of the so-called king. There is no need for such efforts, the king's voice resonated, piercing through everything as if it had the power to reverberate within Yang Chun's very soul. Yet, at this moment, Yang Chun possessed no soul, and despite his formidable strength, he remained unaffected by the heavenly laws. With a smile, Yang Chun replied, Very well. I have come here as an embodiment of a top-tier civilization from the second universe. What could possibly compel me to be here? The king's voice bore no discernible gender, yet it exuded an unmatched authority. Yang Chun was taken aback that his identity had been immediately unveiled by the king, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. I was just about to explain myself when you interrupted me. Had you allowed me to finish, you would have known my purpose, he retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the radiant orb. You need not speak. I am already aware of your intentions. What? Yang Chun exclaimed, his brow furrowed in confusion as he gazed at the orb. You claim to know, yet you ask me, interrupt me, and then profess to already be aware? What sort of convoluted game is this? Do you find amusement in bewildering me? It pertains to the civilization of the Furious, does it not? They have posed a threat to your galaxy, and you exterminated them, subsequently seeking to trace their origins. Which led you to our galaxy? What is your intention? Do you plan to annihilate the Furious civilization? Yang Chun responded with a cold laugh. If it were possible. Why not? The immense sphere of light solemnly replied. Not only is it beyond your capabilities, but it is also beyond mine. Our entire galaxy is incapable. Perhaps one day you may achieve it, but not now. This is because the Furious civilization has given rise to a consciousness. Therefore, you cannot succeed. Although my power is immensely great and our civilization is formidable, we can eradicate the Furious civilization, yet we cannot eliminate that singular consciousness. Yang Chun found himself bewildered by the multitude of explanations provided by the sovereign of the Order civilization regarding the scientific principles involved. After a considerable pause, he inquired, Do you mean to say that one of the individuals from the Furious civilization is, like myself, an embodiment of the Tao of Heaven? Precisely. The sphere of light seemed to nod in affirmation. Yang Chun sat on the ground, bearing an expression of defeat, and remarked, Could you not have articulated that more simply? Why convolute it with so many reasons? It is an undeniable truth that a second-tier civilization cannot prevail against a third-tier cosmic civilization. The Tao of Heaven remains unchanged. The sovereign of the Order civilization stated, If you seek our assistance, I fear you will depart in disappointment. No, I merely wish to acquire some information regarding them. Furthermore, I have annihilated their expeditionary forces. Will this subsequently pose a threat to my civilization and my galaxy? The sovereign of the progenitor civilization replied nonchalantly, You need not worry about that. Even if you eradicate their entire expeditionary corps, it is of little consequence. For a short duration, how short? Yang Chun inquired anxiously. Approximately 10,000 years in cosmic chronology, the sovereign of the progenitor civilization mused thoughtfully. Cosmic chronology? How is it measured? Yang Chun was perplexed by the method of this temporal calculation. It is well known that a light year is a unit of distance, thus it cannot be equated with time. We typically measure cosmic chronology based on the life cycle of a star, from its birth to its demise. To elaborate, which galaxy do you belong to? The lifespan of stars varies with their masses, hence I require a general understanding of your galaxy's characteristics. Yang Chun conveyed the mass of the sun to the sovereign and subsequently indicated the approximate location of his galaxy. As soon as he spoke, The radiant light hovering above the throne seemed to flicker erratically, akin to instability. Concurrently, the entire mental ocean appeared to surge tumultuously, with countless small vessels being tossed upon the waves, nearly capsized by the crashing surf. After a brief moment, the sovereign regained composure. "Ah, the source galaxy." The sovereign remarked calmly, "I did not anticipate that you are a secondary cosmic consciousness of the source galaxy, truly formidable." "What does this imply?" Yang Chun furrowed his brow, as if a shroud of mist was gradually unfurling before him. The origin galaxy? Yang Chun had never encountered such a term. In truth, he was merely a latecomer. The civilization on Earth was utterly incapable of supporting interstellar travel. However, everything changed upon his birth, as though he were an enigmatic variable. A tremendous psychic force emanated from the king's body, spreading out like countless threads, enveloping Yang Chun and his surroundings in a cocoon-like space. "If you wish to know, I shall share," the king spoke, appearing significantly aged, his voice deliberate. "The origin galaxy is the birthplace of the entire universe. Everything commenced from it. Yet, as countless galaxies formed, the power of the origin galaxy gradually waned. Civilizations began to emerge within various galaxies. Yet all were aware of their ancestral home in the origin galaxy. Initially, there was profound respect and care for this nurturing galaxy, but as time progressed, the origin galaxy became increasingly frail. Meanwhile, other galaxies surged in rapid development, giving rise to formidable civilizations. Although the origin galaxy weakened, it still held within it the very essence of existence, containing numerous elements absent in other galaxies. Greedy civilizations commenced their plundering. Yet within the origin galaxy resided a race known as humans. Humans. Yang Chun listened intently, instinctively grasping the words of the king of the sequencer civilization. Wang continued, "In the nascent stages of civilization, humanity was exceedingly fragile. However, their capacity for reproduction was remarkable, coupled with a profound adaptability towards any celestial civilization. They possessed the remarkable ability to alter their means of survival in any environment, thereby ensuring their continued propagation. Despite their resilience across myriad situations, the human race was inherently weak, rendering them vulnerable to exploitation by other civilizations. Yet, one fateful day, a prodigy emerged among them, and with this genius's rise, humanity gradually began to awaken its intellect, rising against the multitude of civilizations that had once oppressed them. The sheer number of humans was staggering. Dispersed throughout the source star system, their presence ubiquitous. This genius facilitated the acquisition of diverse capabilities from various stellar civilizations, which humanity adeptly synthesized and employed, ultimately evolving into a formidable force. Subsequently, humanity established a firm foothold within the source star system, continuously developing, while simultaneously engaging in warfare with other civilizations to safeguard their domain. Wang paused momentarily and remarked, "To be candid, I believe that the repercussions of these events were largely self-inflicted by the other civilizations. The conflicts between humanity and these civilizations, fueled by the inexhaustible resources of the source planet, meant that humanity's strength remained largely unscathed until numerous powerful civilizations united to deliver a severe blow. This assault ultimately drained the very essence of the source star system, nearly annihilating humanity, leaving only remnants on a solitary blue planet. It is important to note that these survivors were not truly the original humans, but rather seeds left behind by them, which is why they remained undetected. The great civilizations that preceded us harbored a profound fear of humanity's resurgence, leading them to establish numerous regulations that stifled the development of the source galaxy. They dispatched 3 civilizations to periodically ravage the source galaxy, ensuring that humanity could not reclaim its former power. Such devastating blows would undoubtedly incite humanity to seek retribution against these formidable civilizations, a prospect that these civilizations are loath to witness. The latent potential of humanity is acknowledged by these great civilizations. Even after countless years, they remain ever vigilant against humanity's potential awakening. Chapter 107. A calculated gambit. Yang Chun was left utterly astonished by the revelations he had just heard. How could it be that humanity once basked in such glory? Are you attempting to deceive me? You, a mere third-tier civilization in the cosmos, possess knowledge of such matters? Yang Chun expressed his skepticism, recalling how the sovereign of the seer civilization had delivered an impassioned speech, one that had evidently required a significant expenditure of mental energy, which Yang Chun could perceive. The luminous threads of light slowly dissipated, akin to the unraveling of silk. The king of the seer civilization replied with an air of indifference. What benefit would there be for me to deceive you? Although I am merely a third-tier civilization, in terms of the longevity of my heritage, even the dread civilization pales in comparison. Everything I discussed with you is sealed away by my mental energy. Certain truths are considered taboo. I now reveal the facts to you. Given that you hail from the source galaxy, this situation becomes precarious, as the dread civilization will undoubtedly send forth more individuals to investigate. Matters concerning the source galaxy are not to be taken lightly by any of the great civilizations. Once confirmed, you may have to confront at least 3 vanguard assaults from civilizations of the third tier: the fearful civilization, the powerful civilization, and the magical civilization. These 3 civilizations are the guardians of the source star systems left behind by the great civilizations. According to the temporal calculations of the source star systems, you might have merely about 1 million years. Should you manage to evolve into a third-tier cosmic civilization within this million-year span, there may be a glimmer of hope to withstand the onslaught of these formidable civilizations. However, even if you successfully repel their attacks, the distant great civilizations will undoubtedly dispatch even stronger adversaries to annihilate you. The monarch of the progenitor civilization spoke with utmost sincerity, leaving no room for doubt in Yang Chen's mind. Of course, before the third assault, you should find reassurance. Prior to that, only the fearful civilization will carry out a second probing strike against you. The monarch continued, as I have stated, I can only wish you good fortune in this endeavor. We dare not provoke the existence of those great civilizations, as I have no desire for my civilization to be ensnared in this vortex of turmoil. Yang Chun fully comprehended the monarch's sentiments. No one wishes for the annihilation of their civilization, especially when it is a crisis that could have remained entirely extraneous to them. Thank you, Your Majesty, Yang Chun replied earnestly. Had you not shared this information with me, we might have remained blissfully ignorant. I understand that even your mere words on this matter may subject you to immense pressure, even if you choose not to partake in this affair. Should we successfully resist those civilizations, humanity shall not forget your kindness. Wang nodded and remarked, humanity possesses inherent flaws, yet it also harbors boundless potential and strength. You are, simultaneously, the most primitive of all races and the pinnacle that towers above them all. Ultimately, it hinges upon how humanity evolves. Wang, I have one more request. Yang Chen stated, I wish to learn the art of utilizing your mental prowess. The king of the sequence civilization hesitated momentarily, for this knowledge had been a treasured legacy of their kind. I shall impart it to you, but how can you learn swiftly, even with your celestial awareness? It may not be feasible. As long as you are willing to teach me, I will find a way, Yang Chen assured him. He possessed a method, relying on the ultimate evolution device, an entity that accompanied him. Go there. It is a place where you can acquire all that you wish to learn. However, your time is limited to merely 1 minute. How much you can absorb depends solely on your capability. The king of the sequence civilization displayed remarkable generosity, for such a request was indeed quite unreasonable. Seeking to learn another's treasured skills so effortlessly is a rarity in this world. Perhaps it was due to his skepticism regarding Yang Chen's capacity for learning that prompted such magnanimity. Yang Chen stepped through a door, entering a realm of pure white, devoid of any discernible features. Yet soon, a beam of light ascended from the pristine horizon. Yang Chen understood that the learning process had commenced. A diminutive device, approximately 20 centimeters in size, akin to a ruler, was unveiled by Yang Chen. The ultimate evolution device. This device absorbed a sliver of light, and simultaneously, a hollow section resembling a button began to emit a radiant glow. The interplay of technology, martial energy, and spiritual essence, the three pillars of civilization, cascaded in harmonious brilliance, producing three luminous hues upon the ultimate evolution device. This essence of order. Yang Chun was overwhelmed with delight as he grasped the device, the emanating aura of regulation elevating him to new heights. Wang, is it not rather hasty for him to learn in this manner? Beside the brilliance existed a presence that Yang Chun failed to notice. Not hasty. It could be deemed a fortuitous connection. The rise of humanity would be a monumental boon for us. Yet should they falter, we would incur no loss. Their feeble strength would not provoke the suspicions of those grand civilizations. Wang, do you truly intend to take this gamble? Indeed, a consciousness of the heavenly Tao, born from the source star. Although currently feeble, given ample time to mature, it may surprise us all in the future. As the two conversed, Yang Chun remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in the richness of the spiritual realm. The minute-long experience soon concluded. Yet, with a sense of fulfillment, Yang Chun stowed away the ultimate evolution device and stepped outside. So, how much have you learned? Wang inquired, his tone imbued with mirth. A great deal, though it may take considerable time to fully assimilate. Yang Chun replied with a smile. I wonder if Wang has any solutions for the ceiling dilemma afflicting our source star system. Otherwise, even if I were to receive substantial support from numerous civilizations, it might prove impossible to surpass the second tier of the universe. Wang let out a sigh. Those are the regulations established by advanced civilizations. Even I find myself powerless in this matter. It is a challenge you must navigate on your own. Yang Chun nodded slightly. His inquiry stemmed from mere contemplation. Should a solution present itself, it would be fortuitous. Yet the absence of one remains entirely understandable. However, you must bear in mind that these restrictive rules were instituted by advanced civilizations. Even if a breach were conceivable, it might lead to their awareness and understanding. The subsequent complications could potentially escalate further. Thus, it is imperative to prepare a complete retreat strategy before attempting to engage with these regulations. Otherwise, any transgression may lead to annihilation. This annihilation transcends your own demise. It encompasses the extinction of all surviving humanity. Should true destruction occur, it would indeed be a consequence wrought by one's own hand. Wang articulated this matter with utmost gravity, hoping Yang Chun would refrain from undertaking reckless ventures devoid of certainty. Much like his audacity in boldly navigating the dread race's spacecraft within this galaxy. Such actions are fraught with peril. I understand. Rest assured, I will devise a plan before proceeding. Yang Chun was acutely aware that any actions must remain concealed from those advanced civilizations. Otherwise, humanity would genuinely forfeit a third chance. Chapter 108. A breach of secrecy. Just as Yang Chun intended to bid farewell to the sovereign of the sequencer civilization, an unforeseen piece of news arrived. It appeared that a lackey of the dread civilization had spotted their spacecraft. However, there was an unsettling feeling regarding the spacecraft, prompting a report to be made to the fearsome civilization. The fearsome civilization swiftly ascertained the ship's identification number and discovered that it was indeed the very vessel dispatched to the source galaxy. As for the alleged discrepancies, they pertained to the repairs made by Yang Chun. Although the materials utilized were compatible, they appeared fundamentally different. This discrepancy was promptly noted by the acolytes familiar with the fearsome civilization. In truth, the situation could be easily clarified. The spacecraft had sustained damage and was hastily repaired with available materials. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the vessel's location. The Order civilization and the fearsome civilization had coexisted for eons without ever intersecting. How could a ship of the fearsome civilization possibly find its way here? Moreover, it was a ship that had recently ventured to the source galaxy for conquest. In fact, prior to departing the source galaxy, the vessel had dispatched a report indicating the successful execution of their extermination plan against a nearby secondary civilization and their preparations for return. However, during that time, they encountered Mars, where Yang Chun resided, leading to an assault that ultimately resulted in complete annihilation of their crew, with the ship sustaining considerable damage. Now, The ship's appearance at this location, coupled with the lack of response to its calls, stirred doubt within the fearsome civilization. Yang Chun, faced with grim news, learned that his spacecraft had been monitored. The fearsome civilization had obtained information regarding his vessel, and it was anticipated that they would soon dispatch personnel to investigate. In a state of urgency, Yang Chun exclaimed, "What shall I do? I possess no means to cloak the ship." Two options present themselves. Either you abandon this spacecraft and allow us to provide you with a vessel to hastily depart from this star system, or we can devise a method to dismantle and destroy the equipment aboard this ship while simultaneously cloaking it. It seems that both options are quite similar, Yang Chun remarked. I believe choosing your spacecraft would be the safer alternative. However, our vessel possesses a flaw. It cannot execute ultra-long-range spatial jumps, Wang stated. If you can endure a dozen or even 20 jumps, coupled with a gradual replenishment of energy, then you may opt for our ship. Are the distances of these spatial jumps quite limited? Yang Chun inquired. Isn't it related to energy? Wang seemed to shake his head, explaining that while there is sufficient energy, the regulations are not entirely adequate. We employ a method of simulated spatial jumping through the medium of mental energy, a field in which we are not particularly adept. In contrast, the Fira civilization is different. They bear the responsibility of exploring the source star systems, and therefore, their spatial jump capabilities are derived from the advanced technologies bestowed upon them by higher civilizations. Wang nodded in agreement, stating that it appears we have no choice but to proceed in this manner. In an instant, Wang utilized mental energy to transport the spacecraft into the realm of mental oceans. A deluge of seawater surged into the ship's interior, reforming some of its systems. Once the positioning system is purged, it will become significantly safer. However, it may require several days. Please bear with me for a moment. I believe that a few days will not suffice for the Fear civilization to arrive on our planet. Yet, the sovereign civilization's monarch has miscalculated. This matter seems to have struck a sensitive chord within the Fear civilization. Despite the mental ocean obscuring their surveillance during the transformation process, the Fear civilization sensed something amiss just moments prior. They immediately employed spatial jumps to reach the vicinity of the sovereign civilization's planet, all within the span of a single day. Approximately 100 towering entities of the Fear civilization prepared to descend upon the planet. "Stop," commanded Isis from her elevated platform, ordering the vessels of the Fear civilization to halt. Concurrently, numerous small ships floating around the sovereign planet swiftly assembled, forming a colossal net-like barrier to obstruct the advancing ships of the Fear civilization. A multitude of compatriots simultaneously took their positions atop the platform, which radiated the mental influence of the sovereign civilization like an antenna. "What do you intend to do?" bellowed Johnny Jess, the leader of the Fear civilization. "You, the sovereign civilization, have detained our ships and now dare to openly oppose us? What a farce! How could your vessels possibly appear here? Moreover, we have never welcomed you." Isis stood at the center, a stalwart guardian of her civilization. At this moment, all the previously accessible corridors were sealed, and the remaining ships retreated into the depths of the sovereign civilization's planet. After all, to them, those who instill fear are mere madmen. Their displeasure could lead to annihilation. And ordinary civilizations possess no means to resist their might. "You see," exclaimed Johnny Jess, as he presented a seemingly diminutive and unseemly creature. The being opened its mouth, its four claws flailing about as it proclaimed the discovery of a vessel belonging to the fearsome civilization, only to vanish in the blink of an eye after delivering its report. "Our ultimate positioning system has also pinpointed this location, clearly the handiwork of your planet's inhabitants. Furthermore, surrender our brethren. The ship is a trivial matter. If you so desire, we could even bestow it upon you." Johnny Jess was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the Order civilization, and he understood that engaging them could incite a multitude of civilizations to join the fray. These civilizations have reaped the benefits bestowed by the Order civilization and would naturally come to their aid. Were it not for their assignment by a higher civilization to oversee the source star system, they would have been overwhelmed and perished long ago. Only their ancient ancestor might survive, though it is likely he would be compelled to abandon this star system. Thus, in the absence of necessity, they are reluctant to act with undue severity. At the very least, when confronted by the Order civilization, one of the three Tier 3 civilizations in this star system, they would not resort to such measures. As long as one is of Tier 3 status, they possess the capacity for equitable dialogue. Even those lacking in intellect must weigh their actions carefully. Without your people and your vessels, retreat swiftly and refrain from causing unwarranted disturbances here. Similar to the civilization of the Fearus, the civilization of the Sequencers also harbors no intention of expending their strength to engage in conflict with these lunatics. However, should they persist in their obstinate antics, action may indeed become inevitable. The sovereign of the Sequencers has transformed the entire configuration of their spacecraft to resemble that of their adversaries. Yet the core power system and the rules governing their transition remain unchanged. This modification represents the pinnacle of our capabilities. They should be unable to recognize it. Presently, the strong Niges stand guard at the periphery of the planet, awaiting the moment of their departure before making their move. Chapter 109. A flaw in the perfection the Sequencer civilization exhibits an unwavering stance. Even the formidable Niges of the Fearus dare not act recklessly. The sovereign is indeed correct. The Sequencer civilization has endured through the ages, though it is currently classified merely as a third-tier cosmic civilization. It has been noted that annihilating the Fearus civilization is a straightforward endeavor. The true challenge lies in confronting the ancestral embodiment of the Fearus, which remains impervious to their demise. Should they eradicate the Fearus civilization, they would inevitably face relentless retribution from this entity, rendering the endeavor a Pyrrhic victory for the Sequencers. Thus, within this star system, a delicate balance of mutual forbearance and restraint has prevailed. However, this does not imply that the Sequencer civilization harbors fear of the Fearus. We are formidable, exceedingly formidable. Isis exudes immense confidence, a sentiment that resonates throughout her kin, instilling an infectious spirit of assurance even among the Niges of the Fearus civilization, provoking within them a desire to retreat. The Niges realize that the opportunity to investigate today is utterly unattainable. Nothing will be uncovered. Even now, should their spacecraft encounter any issues, or should their kin face difficulties, they can only endure in silence, unable to articulate their suffering. However, the multitude of questions swirling in Johnny's mind regarding why their own kind sought the civilization of the Sequencers remains unanswered. Must he rely on the wisdom of his ancestors to resolve this? Johnny shook his head, confronted by the Sequencers' fervent resistance and formidable strength. He found himself compelled to bow his head and take his leave. He departed, piloting his vessel through a spatial leap. Once he was gone, the order of the Sequencer civilization returned to its former state. The countless pathways connecting to space unfolded in an orderly manner, and the planets regained their vitality. Very well, you may leave now. Depart our galaxy at once, and be cautious not to attract unwanted attention, said Wang, radiating a warm glow as he conversed amiably with Yang Chun. Yang Chun nodded respectfully, saying, I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. I shall forever remember your kindness. Do not mention it, Wang replied graciously. As Yang Chun exited the realm of the spiritual garden, a blue spacecraft, resembling a gently curving thread, docked beside the island. Il had been awaiting Yang Chen's arrival. Il, let us depart for our planet, Yang Chen said. If you are willing. Without a moment's hesitation, Illinois responded, I am eager to accompany you. However, I believe I am in greater need of a corporeal form. Il clasped his hands together, feeling as though his current body had begun to decay, aligning with the Sequencer civilization's assertion that their evolution had veered onto a misguided path. A corporeal form? I too yearn for one. Yang Chen laughed heartily, saying, however, your technology might just provide me with new insights. As they boarded the modified spacecraft, the mental ocean shifted, and Yang Chen and his companions found themselves at the periphery of the Sequencer civilization's star system. Isis, observing their vessel, gracefully gestured for them to proceed. Yang Chun nodded in acknowledgement, and then the spacecraft surged forward, tearing through space and making its leap. A ship soared into the vastness, and notably, it bore no registration number from the sequencer civilization. Indeed, it was unmistakably the modified Fearless. A diminutive creature, resembling a monkey, swiftly boarded a small spherical craft and pursued the Fearless civilization's Jonigus. Although the Fearless civilization appeared to be brash and reckless, a civilization capable of advancement would not lack in intellect. Thus, Jonigus had long arranged for the slender, monkey-like creature to remain behind, observing rather than confronting. Should this creature detect any anomalies, it would redeem itself. If it failed to report accurately, it would find no escape within this star system. Fortuitously for this diminutive, monkey-like civilization, it indeed stumbled upon something unusual. The frail creature piloting the spherical craft managed to enter the warship, hastily approaching Jonigus. "What is it? Have you made any discoveries?" The erudite civilization's spacecraft departed from their planet, yet it bore no insignia of their civilization. At the very moment of its departure, it executed a spatial jump. To my knowledge, the erudite civilization's spatial jumps are typically limited in range and demand a substantial amount of energy. I have never witnessed them employing such a maneuver at the fringes of their own world. Is this the case? Are we to transform our vessel to resemble theirs? What could be their true intentions? Johnny Jess frowned, pondering. Could it be that all our people have perished? Is this ship from the source system? Although Johnny surmised this possibility, he was reluctant to accept that anyone from the source system could annihilate his kin. The clan had previously reported the successful completion of their extermination mission, even providing a confirmed count of casualties. Unless, perhaps, they were ambushed by some cosmic marauders on their return journey. Furthermore, these children possessed knowledge of our star system structure, which enabled them to locate the erudite civilization. Johnny coldly commanded, "Trace the trajectory of the spatial jump. Pursue them. No one shall dare to threaten our fearsome civilization." His tone was laced with menace. Their population was already scarce, and the death of a single individual posed significant challenges to the rebirth of another. The fearsome civilization, with its mere millions, genuinely feared the loss of its own kind. The recent massacre in the source system, which claimed so many lives, was a thorn in Johnny's heart. Had he dispatched more individuals, perhaps fewer would have perished. However, advanced civilizations also impose regulations, forbidding the annihilation of source star systems through overwhelming population pressure. Even in the eradication of such civilizations, there must be a semblance of sacrifice. If each massacre results in no casualties while the source star system faces total extermination, it may easily backfire, potentially allowing the development of a civilization from that source star system to surpass expectations in the future. It is prudent to ascertain coordinates. Thereafter, any pursuit would rely solely on fortune. Blast it! The monarch of the sequencer civilization suddenly realized his oversight. He refrained from marking his spacecraft's identification number out of fear that someone might exploit it to locate Yang Chun. Yet he did not anticipate that omitting the number would still lead to being targeted. They would undoubtedly follow the spatial transition to track him down. My king, fret not. Given their civilization's capabilities, it is virtually impossible for them to ascertain the coordinates with absolute certainty. As long as Yang Chen's luck does not falter too greatly, he should remain undetected. Let us hope that is indeed the case. The monarch of the sequencer civilization felt a twinge of guilt regarding this matter. He should have foreseen it much earlier. Yang Chun, still oblivious to the unfolding events, had just emerged from the spatial wormhole, leisurely recharging in preparation for his next jump. Chapter 110. Escape and Pursuit. To be honest, creating a body for you shouldn't be too challenging, Yang Chun remarked, glancing at Yildao. However, you would need to forfeit some of your inherent bodily functions and might even have to live anew. Yildao inquired, "Can I transform to become one of your species?" Yang Chun nodded and said, "It is indeed possible to transform you into a human, but we must first consult with the world tree. You will need to die once and then be reborn through it. However, retaining your previous consciousness may pose some complications. Of course, if you prefer a biomechanical body, that would be considerably simpler, at least 100 times more powerful than your current form, and it would not require the continued use of zero substance to sustain bodily functions. I have conducted a brief investigation into zero substance, and its composition resembles that of an addictive substance, something one becomes reliant upon. Yet, it is plausible that this is merely a deception. In truth, your bodies may not require it at all. Il furrowed his brow and replied, "How can that be? We have always depended on it. Is it truly an inexhaustible resource?" Yang Chen countered, "What if it were to run out? Would that not signify the end of your civilization?" Il lowered his head and said, "I suppose that is likely the case. Once zero substance is completely depleted, we would no longer be able to survive. Which is why the Order of the Ancients claims we have taken a misguided path in our evolution. Perhaps your civilization was once highly advanced as well, only to be obliterated by a powerful entity." With a sigh, Yang Chun inadvertently sparked Il's thoughts. Indeed, their civilization had once been close to a Type 3 civilization, thriving in all aspects. Yet, the sudden chaos left them utterly powerless. Catastrophe, plague, and the devastation of planetary ecosystems have led to the untimely demise of countless kin. In desperation, they initiated a groundbreaking research program led by a doctorate, which subsequently gave rise to the Puppetry Project alongside their newly devised game. Gradually, they succumbed to a life of complacency, devoid of ambition and thought, slowly decaying over the passage of countless years, growing accustomed to such an existence. Some scholars even posited that the initial calamities and plagues were a consequence of their excessive consumption of the planet's energy, resulting in a widespread apathy towards the advancement of civilization. As long as they could derive sufficient joy from simulators, that was deemed sufficient. Thus, they lived akin to pests, resembling domesticated swine. Il was taken aback. If Yang Chen's analysis held truth, then this conspiracy was indeed terrifying. Perhaps it was time for someone to step forward and investigate these matters. The most significant enigma lay with that doctorate, the very architect of it all, who ultimately perished, never becoming part of the Puppetry Project. Instead, after presenting these theories and experimental data, he was declared dead. The coincidences were too striking. Yang Chen nodded. Those in power can arbitrarily determine our fates, for we are but feeble beings. I harbor no hatred towards the elite. They possess the authority to dictate all, and they are neither cruel nor heartless. It is merely a matter of perspective, as differing heights yield different views. Our original sin lies in our weakness, rendering us susceptible to oppression. Only through strength can we seize control of our destinies. As the two conversed, the interior of the spacecraft suddenly turned crimson. Yang Chun immediately began communicating with the ship, his expression gradually darkening. Initiate jump, regardless of the distance they could traverse. Yang Chen promptly activated the jump system. A curve materialized from the cosmos, distorting the spacecraft before it vanished into the boundless expanse of the universe. We are being targeted. It must be the Fierce civilization closing in. Just as Yang Chun completed the jump, a vessel from the Fierce civilization pursued them. Fortunately, Yang Chen's quick reflexes allowed him to evade capture. Had he hesitated for merely a second or two, escape would have been improbable. They managed to slip away. However, the ship's energy reserves were likely limited, with a short jump distance making it easier to track them. Johnny Geist sneered, "Let us see how far you can flee." His vessel was significantly more formidable than the one Yang Chen operated, boasting nearly double the energy storage and conversion capacity, thus enabling greater jump distances and frequencies. "What shall we do next?" Il asked anxiously. "Should we continue fleeing towards your star system?" The ship, having completed the jump, surged forward, much like Yang Chen's racing thoughts. "I cannot possibly eliminate all 100 of those Fierce." In truth, not much time has elapsed since Yang Chen's departure. It has merely been over 100 light years. After all, utilizing spatial jumps does not equate to the passage of time. Thus, the development of Earth, and even Mars, has likely not reached an advanced stage. Furthermore, their evolution had already been impeded, limiting any significant breakthroughs in progress. Are we left to rely solely on luck? This time, Johnny Jess failed to successfully transition and locate Yang Chun, forcing him to broaden his search for the latter. In the vast expanse of the universe, encountering a spacecraft is no trivial endeavor. it is likely more challenging than searching for a needle in a haystack. Of course, this is merely Yang Chen's perspective and does not imply that Johnny Jess is without means. Regardless of the manner in which the spacecraft navigates, energy fluctuations will inevitably manifest. Johnny Jess is adeptly tracking Yang Chen through these very energy signatures. The primary complication arises from the significant deviation in coordinates. Had the coordinates been closer, Johnny Jess would have swiftly overtaken Yang Chen. The only alternative would be for Yang Chen to halt his vessel, allowing it to drift aimlessly in the cosmos. However, such a strategy would be tantamount to self-destruction. While they remain motionless, their adversaries would easily follow the previous energy trail, and even in the absence of such fluctuations, their craft would not drift far, thus rendering them easily detectable. Fortunately, they have yet to be discovered, compelling Yang Chen to pilot his spacecraft in a frantic escape, uncertain of his destination. Thankfully, this vessel is fully capable of absorbing the ambient energies drifting between celestial bodies, alleviating concerns regarding power supplies. If all else fails, he must seek refuge among a civilization. Faced with desperation, Yang Chen can only contemplate such thoughts. Chapter 111: The Western Dragon Civilization. Yet, even with this in mind, it remains imperative to locate a suitable civilization. Should the civilization's strength be insufficient, sacrificing those entities would yield little benefit. Certainly, if a civilization possesses sufficient strength, it would indeed be feasible to eradicate the ravagers of the Fear race without suffering any repercussions. In such a scenario, the burden of guilt would be somewhat alleviated, although Yang Chen himself felt no remorse whatsoever. Do you believe we can discover a race within this galaxy capable of confronting the fearsome civilization? Yang Chen and his companions had departed from the galaxy of the Fear race, hesitating and carelessly leaping into an unknown galaxy. However, the current circumstances suggested that this galaxy lacked any formidable civilizations. At least, they had not encountered any capable of traversing the cosmos. I cannot say. I am uncertain of the level of civilization in the nearby galaxies, as I have never ventured out, Illinois replied with a hint of regret. In the past, our civilization would have been able to communicate across galaxies, yet now, all that remains is emptiness. Well, let us continue to observe, Yang Chen said, hoping to remain undetected for a while longer, as the spacecraft required a substantial amount of time to recharge. Is it possible for the ship to search for any advanced civilizations within this galaxy? The advanced civilizations Yang Chen referred to would at least be of the second tier in the cosmic hierarchy. Civilizations of the first tier or below would be utterly defenseless against the Ravagers. It was only when Yang Chen reached the pinnacle of the second tier that he gained the capacity to contend with these destroyers. The other civilizations in the Source Galaxy were also of the second tier. Despite their differing developmental attributes, they all possessed the ability to resist the Ravagers. This implies that Yang Chen's next attempt at transmission would require an even longer duration. Now is not the time to dwell on such matters. Yang Chen can only make this choice. He wonders whether this method of searching might attract the attention of the ships belonging to the civilization of the fearful. Aside from the expenditure of energy, Yang Chen's greatest concern lies in the possibility of his search inadvertently revealing his presence to pursuing enemies, which would spell disaster. Hence, he restricts his searches to occasions when he encounters substantial planets. Throughout his journey, Yang Chen has observed that this star system harbors numerous civilizations. However, few have reached significant development, with the majority still languishing in a rather primitive state. Are there no advanced civilizations? Anything would suffice. Yang Chen feels a tinge of helplessness. Once these civilizations are discovered by the destroyers, it would likely take but a single destroyer to obliterate an entire planetary civilization. While the act of slaughter may require time, the victims would undoubtedly have no means of resistance. Fortunately, after several hundred years, Yang Chen has managed to evade pursuit, and his spirits have gradually lifted. He hopes to find a level 2 civilization on the next planet. Suddenly, as he pilots his ship, a peculiar object darts past him. It is not large, yet it seems to possess wings, reminiscent of the dragons from ancient Western legends. A dragon? Yang Chen furrows his brow and follows the creature. The dragon moves swiftly, and despite traveling at half the speed of light, Yangchen barely keeps pace. It appears that the dragon has also sensed Yangchen's presence and begins to accelerate wildly. The dragon's speed reaches approximately 4/5 of the speed of light, which seems to be its limit, allowing Yangchen to pursue with greater ease. I shall see where you lead me, he muses, as he follows the dragon in a thrilling chase. The dragon bore 2 wings upon its back, measuring over 5 meters in length, with a slender body of a deep obsidian hue. Atop its head sprouted a small horn, while its 4 claws were sharp and robust. With a mere flutter of its wings, it traversed 1,000 miles in an instant. Surely, it must be the planet ahead. Yangchen beheld a celestial body, its surface resembling molten lava, far larger than Earth and nearly comparable in size to the Sun. The dragon plunged headlong into the planet's embrace. Yangchen followed suit. For any entity capable of such rapid movement must belong to a civilization that had undoubtedly attained at least a Type 2 status in its development. The Type 2 civilizations within the Source Star system were hindered in interstellar travel, likely due to immutable regulations that stifled communication among them. Had there been interaction, their advancement would have surely surpassed that of Yangchen's awakening. As he descended onto the planet, Yangchen was struck by the sensation that the sky had been shrouded. This planet was bordered by 2 stellar bodies resembling suns, perpetually illuminating its surface, rendering the concept of sunset moot. The sky simply darkened abruptly. Soon after, Yangchen felt the spacecraft subjected to an overwhelming force, propelling it uncontrollably outward. Moments later, an enormous head loomed close to the cockpit, peering inside. Goodness, how immense! Yangchen realized that what he had initially perceived as a small dragon was, in fact, this creature's head, which alone was nearly 1/3 of the spacecraft's size. His vessel measured at least 70 to 80 meters in length, and with the head and neck combined, it must have reached a staggering 30 meters. "You're feeling quite anxious?" inquired. "What manner of creature is this, capable of grasping a spacecraft and running with it?" Yangchen deactivated the propulsion system, allowing the dragon to seize him without concern. After all, it certainly wouldn't eliminate them at this juncture. If it were to carry them away, it must surely be to meet someone, or rather, something, specifically, a dragon. The colossal dragon deposited Yangchen and his companions upon a mountainside. The environment of this planet was far more hospitable than its exterior suggested. The soil predominantly bore a reddish hue, contributing to its strikingly crimson appearance from afar. Fortunately, the spacecraft was not carelessly cast down, but rather gently placed at the edge of the mountaintop. As Yangchen stretched, preparing to disembark from the vessel, Yu remarked, "Are we to descend?" Yangchen smiled and replied, "Of course. If you are apprehensive, you may remain here. I have no objections. I am not afraid. I shall accompany you," Yu asserted, moving his limbs, though his little arms and short legs appeared rather amusing. Upon stepping out of the spacecraft, Yangchen observed that environments conducive to life tended to share common traits, confirming the assertions made by Earth's scientists, at least. That was the case for the planets he had encountered thus far. Just as Yangchen and his companions emerged from the vessel, several dragons encircled them, their curiosity piqued by Yangchen and Yu. These were Western dragons, possessing 4 limbs and wings, with necks reminiscent of lizards. Yangchen addressed them. "Do you comprehend my words? Who are you? What kind of beings are you?" An ancient voice resonated through the air, and Yangchen gazed ahead, meeting the penetrating gaze of a colossal dragon. The creature's massive form coiled majestically upon the vast mountain, and at first, Yangchen had not even perceived its presence. Chapter 112. Resolute Yangchen possessed an acute sensitivity to his surroundings, and if he had failed to detect this dragon, it was evident that this being had at least attained the status of a sovereign from the civilization of the sequence. "How should I address your greatness?" Yangchen inquired, drawing upon his diplomatic training that dictated the efficacy of beginning with a reverential title, regardless of familiarity. "You may call me Zorasis," the dragon replied, its voice still aged yet imbued with unparalleled authority. "And what of your kind? I can discern that you are no ordinary being." Zorasis's eyes sparkled with a brightness that rivaled the sun itself, fixing their gaze upon Yang Chun, compelling him to look up in awe. "My name is Yang Chun, and I am currently evading pursuers," he responded with utmost respect. Zorasis raised its head slightly, inquiring, "What manner of beings are after you?" "In my youth, I traversed countless starry realms and encountered innumerable civilizations. What kind of race in this galaxy would dare pursue you?" With deference, Yangchen replied, "Great Zorasis, it is not the race of this message that hunts me, but a civilization known as the Fear race. My brethren and I belong to a mechanical civilization. The Fear race has wrought destruction upon countless worlds, obliterating our homeland. We were left with no choice but to flee, yet they persist in their pursuit, intent on annihilating us completely." Yang Chun gestured towards Il, nudging him forward. Il nodded and added, "Indeed, great Zorasis, if it pleases you, might you grant us passage? We are in dire need of escape." "Ha ha." The laughter of Zealosis reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as if the very mountain he occupied were on the brink of collapse. "I am aware of the so-called minor civilization you speak of. It merely thrives under the protection of a higher civilization while wreaking havoc everywhere. Of course, their ancestors possessed some degree of skill, but the descendants are hardly worthy of mention." Zealosis held the Fear tribe in utter disdain, regarding their civilization's development as trivial, believing them to be nothing more than a band of barbaric beings devoid of the capacity for creation. A race that lacks the ability to innovate will forever remain beneath the lofty halls of greatness. Alas, those races that do possess the gift of creation are often too formidable, leading to their eradication at the very onset. Yang Chen's pupils constricted as he regarded Zealosis. He felt fortunate that his decision to conceal his identity as a member of the human race was prudent. Ever since acquiring secrets about Earth from the ruler of the Initiator civilization, Yang Chun understood the necessity of safeguarding his identity. Fortunately, his robotic form made fabrication relatively simple. In the vastness of the universe, it was certain that there existed races resembling humans. There must be races that delight in mimicking human appearances. Thus, physical resemblance cannot serve as the sole criterion for judging a race. As for the criteria those civilizations employ to ascertain whether a race is human, Yang Chun remained in the dark. "You speak truly, great Zealosis." Yang Chun bowed slightly and inquired, "Might I ask if you could grant us our freedom? I have stated that there is no need to fear them. Should they dare to approach, let them taste the wrath of our dragon tribe." Yang Chun was taken aback to discover that the aged Zealosis possessed a fiery temperament, now declaring his intent to protect them. This was perhaps due to Yang Chun's choice to conceal his identity as a member of the human race. Had he revealed it, Zealosis might have obliterated him without hesitation. Even if he refrained from annihilation, they might resort to other means to study him. Truly, a duplicitous nature. Yang Chun shrugged and remained within the confines of the spacecraft, choosing to trust Zealous's promise of protection. Meanwhile, Johnny Jess had indeed tracked the energy fluctuations of the spacecraft and began to accelerate, swiftly arriving at the Dragon Clan's domain on the colossal dragon star. It was evident that Johnny Jess was familiar with this celestial body, leading to his momentary hesitation regarding whether to enter. The Dragon Clan, with their extended lifespans and formidable powers, rendered even the boldest among us as mere ants in their presence. Nevertheless, the spacecraft was not hindered by the Dragon Clan's defenses on the periphery. "Enter," Johnny Jess mused, dismissing his fears. After all, they were merely dragons. He had no intention of provoking them, and they would likely not attack him unprovoked. As the spacecraft breached the threshold of the Dragon Star, a multitude of colossal dragons surrounded them. The mere 100 members of the Fear clan aboard the ship were insufficient to even fill the gaps between the dragon's teeth. "I, Johnny Jess, the Grand Chief of the Fear clan, do not wish to be your enemy," he proclaimed, stepping onto the surface of the spacecraft. "I am merely in pursuit of a vessel. If any of you possess information regarding it, I implore you to share. The vessel you speak of, we have indeed encountered." They responded. A dragon scoffed, "However, our leader has commanded that if we encounter you, we shall take you along." "What does that imply?" Johnny Griggs furrowed his brow as he gazed at the dragon. "Do you intend to assist the beings aboard that vessel?" You shall discover our intentions when you accompany us. Otherwise, we shall eliminate you on the spot." The dragon's tone was exceedingly arrogant, devoid of any courtesy, which ignited a surge of anger within Johnny. Had it not been for the intervention of his compatriots from the Fear clan, he might have engaged in a brawl with the dragon. "Do you dare to lay a hand on me?" The dragon glared at Johnny, its slitted pupils shimmering with fury, clearly indicating that the temperament of the dragonkin was rather volatile. "Commander, they are numerous, and we are far from home. Engaging in battle would be disadvantageous." One of the Fear clan members urged Johnny, ultimately restraining his seething rage. Observing Johnny's reluctant compliance, the dragon showed no inclination to escalate the situation. As long as they brought them before Zerasis, all would be resolved according to his whims. The ship gradually approached the precipice where Zerasis resided. Johnny and his companions from the Fear clan beheld the peak. It was no mere mountain, but rather the form of a colossal dragon. Zerasis coiled atop the summit, his claws towering like twin peaks, while his head fixated on their vessel. The mere sight of him exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Johnny Griggs was not one to misconstrue reality. He could still exhibit bravado in the face of other dragons, yet before the imposing presence of Zerasis, he found himself utterly unable to maintain his arrogance. "Ha, the Fear tribe, do you remember our previous encounters? Alas, in that battle, countless of your kin perished. What a pity." Zelasith laughed heartily as he observed Johnny Jess emerging from the spacecraft. Johnny Jess's expression darkened, but he had already caught sight of the ship, modified by the Order civilization, yet originally belonging to his own people, parked nearby. "I have come solely for that vessel." Johnny Jess spoke slowly, suppressing his fury. "What if I refuse?" Chapter 113. All were deceived. Zelasith replied mockingly, "I never held any fondness for you. Merely allowing you to set foot on our planet is an extraordinary favor. It is fortunate for you that I have not struck you down on the spot." "You dare to negotiate with me?" Johnny Jess, enraged, clenched his fists and retorted, "Then why did you bring me here? Was it merely to deliver this tirade?" Yang Chun listened intently from within the spacecraft, stifling laughter. He had not anticipated Zelasith's amusing penchant for mockery. It seemed he relished playing with others. The members of the Fear civilization were indeed unfortunate to encounter this ancient dragon. Zelasith's taunting of Johnny Jess seemed unending. However, with both being fiery tempers, Johnny Jess struggled to contain his anger, his fists raised, ready to strike at the old dragon's eyes. Ultimately, after a series of Zelasith's antics, Johnny Jess could no longer suppress his impulsive emotions and swung a punch. "Oh, my old mate, my brother, your temper is quite explosive." The might of the ancient dragon Zelasis eclipses that of the formidable Strongygus by immeasurable magnitudes. How could Strongygus ever hope to inflict harm upon him? With a mere breath, Strongygus would be reduced to ashes. Though Strongygus, in a fit of rage, unleashed his attacks, Zelasis remained unmoved, allowing him to strike at will. Soon, Strongygus ceased his futile onslaught, his nerves paralyzed, utterly confused by his own actions, wishing fervently to sever his own hands. "Is it over now?" The ancient dragon Zelasis remarked coldly, poised to determine the fate of Strongygus. "Since I initiated this confrontation and have proven to be inferior, I have no retort." Strongygus, however, stood his ground, refusing to plead for mercy. "Kill me if you wish, or do as you please, but spare my kin." Zelasis snorted disdainfully, exhaling from his nostrils as if two flames erupted, incinerating the peculiar flora on either side of the mountain. "You dare negotiate with me? What gives you the right to set terms?" Strongygus scowled. The casual power emanating from the ancient dragon was sufficient to obliterate their entire clan, and there were only 100 of his kin present. Realizing the futility of further discussion, Strongygus roared in defiance, and those within the spaceship surged forth, charging toward the other dragon clans. In that moment, they tapped into their primal instincts for slaughter, determined to resist and fight to the death, resolute in their refusal to perish quietly. "Humph." Zerathis merely snorted, causing all of the Fear clan to sway and collapse. Thankfully, they were not dead. They had simply succumbed to unconsciousness from the shockwave emitted by Zerathis. Only Johnny Geis remained unaffected by the mental assault, standing upright. "You!" Johnny Geis seethed, his fury threatening to burst forth. Did he not even possess the right to fight back? Yet, Zarathus offered him a chance, his lips curling into a sinister smile. "If you can eliminate the race you are pursuing, I shall grant you your freedom. However, should you fail, both you and your kin shall perish here." Yangchen, who had been reveling in laughter aboard the ship, suddenly found his smile extinguished, replaced by a torrent of curses directed at Zarathus. This ancient dragon was playing a treacherous game, infuriating him to no end. It was nothing short of a calamity, clearly. Zarathus had orchestrated this from the outset, toying with both parties involved. Johnny Geis had not anticipated that he would have a choice in the matter. Slaying him would be a trivial task. A race that merely fled would never stand a chance against me. Johnny Geis pounded his chest, roaring in defiance. "Did you hear that? If you did, hurry and come out of the ship." Zarathus's voice resonated clearly, penetrating the confines of the vessel. Reluctantly, Yangchen clenched his fists and stepped out, his expression scarcely better than that of Johnny Geis. The towering Johnny Geis, standing a formidable 20 meters tall, possessed strength beyond measure, far surpassing that of the Fear Clan Yangchen had dealt with on Mars. "My physique has been enhanced through technological advancements, placing me several tiers above the Savior, and I possess a greater mastery of the rules. The rules are quite simple. The two of you may engage in a fierce battle, and whichever party falls shall be deemed the loser, subsequently determining the fate of one among you." Zarathus gazed mockingly at the two combatants. Yangchen understood that no words would be of any consequence. Negotiating with such a formidable entity was utterly futile. Before Zarathus, Yangchen felt as insignificant as an ant, just as Johnny Geis had moments prior. Thus, Yangchen refrained from uttering any remarks about Zarathus's promise to protect him while compelling him to fight. In truth, this situation could be considered a favor from Zarathus. Had it not been for him, Yangchen would have had to confront 100 formidable foes from the Fear Clan, a number far beyond his capacity to endure. However, facing merely one Johnny Geis, there remained at least a glimmer of hope. Let the battle commence. With a single command from Zarathus, the two beings of different races prepared to fight with fervor, while he stood aside to revel in the spectacle of their struggles. "What has become of our kin?" Johnny Geis seemed intent on unleashing all his pin-up fury upon Yangchen. In response, Yangchen coldly retorted, "Your kin? Of course, they have all fallen to my hand." "Aya!" Johnny Geis, in a frenzy, charged at Yangchen, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged countless blows. Standing at a height of 1.78 m, Yangchen appeared diminutive compared to the towering 20-meter Johnny Geis, yet the power within him was comparable. A pair of fists clashed against another pair, and it seemed that Johnny Geis possessed overwhelming strength. "Damn it! How dare you slay my kin?" Johnny Geis bellowed. Until now, he had failed to perceive that Yangchen was of the human race. But in truth, Yangchen was not human at all. No, his power was overwhelming. With each clash against Johnny Geis, Yangchen felt as though his body might shatter. Fortunately, he could dissipate the force directed at him through an ethereal energy that emanated from his being, nullifying Johnny Geis's strength. Thankfully, he had previously utilized certain traits of their feared race to adjust his physical state, enabling him to contend on equal footing. After approximately a minute of relentless combat, trading blow for blow, Yangchen's body still held strong, providing him with hope for victory. Should his body falter under the might of the dreaded race, he would need to devise alternative strategies for battle. "Monkey!" Johnny Geis roared in fury. Although engaged in combat, he perceived Yangchen as nothing more than a slippery monkey. "Concentrate the beam." Yangchen struck a pose, his finger connecting to a vibrant green beam that shot forth towards Johnny Geis's form. Chapter 114. Yangchen versus the dreaded race. Is this contraption meant for roasting? Johnny Geis neither flinched nor evaded. Instead, he raised his hands to shield himself, intent on absorbing Yangchen's beam. Yet, as the robust ray neared his palms, it unexpectedly fragmented. The beam, like a winding river, diverged into various paths, converging upon Johnny Geis's body. At the moment of impact, it erupted, splitting into countless rays that bombarded him with blinding brilliance. Zarathus observed Yang Chun's technique with a slight smile, remarking on the intriguing nature of such light-based skills, indicative of their civilization's advanced evolution. Johnny Gus, with his massive hands, tore through the air in disgust, his body a grotesque display of flesh and blood, yet Yang Chen's assault only inflicted superficial wounds upon him. Such injuries merely stirred the sanguinary instincts within Johnny Gus. "I will kill you," he roared in fury. Yang Chun harbored no illusions that this strike would vanquish Johnny Gus. It was merely a means to gauge his physical resilience. The innate talent of the Fear Clan is their single eye, a formidable orb capable of emitting terrifying rays, the concentrated energy of which could effortlessly liquefy any material. Yang Chun remained vigilant against Johnny Gus, wary of the potential for such an attack to be unleashed upon him. Ignorance would surely lead to catastrophic consequences. With deliberate caution, Yang Chun concealed any weaknesses, never granting Johnny Gus an opening. While Johnny Gus had faced numerous races, he had never encountered one as astute as Yang Chun. He felt an overwhelming confidence in his ability to crush Yang Chun, yet no matter his efforts, Yang Chun deftly countered his assaults, even reversing the momentum of the attacks against him. Although Yang Chun's strikes did not inflict significant damage, they were akin to the incessant annoyance of flies and mosquitoes, a source of great irritation. This is why Johnny Gus referred to Yang Chun as the slippery monkey. "If I unleash my full power, I might only have one chance, but all I need to do is find a way to bring him down," Yang Chun pondered. His brow furrowed in contemplation, uncertain of how to proceed. Bringing down such a formidable figure is no simple task. Yang Chun attempted to strike Johnny Gus's legs. Yet those limbs proved harder than iron. No matter the force Yang Chun exerted, he could not topple him. However, this creature possessed a singular vulnerability. It could not soar. The Jew tribe had never displayed the ability to fly. Initially, Yang Chun had pondered this matter, believing it to be a mere aversion to flight. Now, it became evident that they were utterly incapable of it. An opportunity presented itself. Yang Chun smirked and began to flee, opting to evade a direct confrontation. His speed was extraordinary, surpassing the sound barrier, while the relentless Johnny Gus thundered after him with great strides. Cursed, cunning race. Johnny Gus's thoughts reverberated ominously in Yang Chun's ears. Concurrently, a formidable energy began to coalesce at the center of Johnny Gus's gaze. Yang Chun's scalp prickled as he swiftly dodged, yet he felt an unsettling sensation, as though he were being locked onto. Was there no escaping this? Desperation surged within Yang Chun. If he could not elude it, his body would surely be unable to withstand such a devastating blow. His only recourse was to utilize the terrain to diminish the attack's force. Yang Chun darted into the mountains and rivers, and in an instant, a black-red beam surged forth, obliterating everything in its path. Although Yang Chun initially had a significant lead, the speed of that beam far surpassed his own. Even at half the speed of light, he could not outpace it. The mountains and rivers appeared to have been cleaved, creating a long chasm, and that beam of light focused intently on Yang Chun. Yang Chun moved at half the speed of light, on a planet nearly 50 times larger than Earth, yet that beam relentlessly pursued him in a curved trajectory. Yang Chun roared in fury, and within moments, he reached the rear of Johnny Gus, forcefully colliding with him and dragging him into the path of his own emitted crimson-black beam. Johnny Gus, fearful of the power of his own light, found himself caught in Yang Chun's sudden assault. The two tumbled, both collapsing to the ground, but due to Yang Chun's smaller stature, Johnny Gus bore the brunt of the damage inflicted by his own attack. Yang Chun's body pierced Johnny Gus like steel spikes, using him as a shield to protect himself. Enraged by this turn of events, Johnny Gus frantically reached out to grasp Yang Chun. Yang Chun rose to his feet and continued his escape, while Johnny Gus was left battered and torn. Fortunately, their bodies were resilient enough to withstand the backlash, though Johnny Gus had certainly lost half of his vitality. "Oh, such is the way of things." Yang Chun continued to flee, remarking, "To combat the Fear Clan with their own gifts is akin to lifting a stone only to drop it upon your own foot." Johnny Gus seethed with anger. Enduring the wrath of the ancient Dragon King, zealousness, was one thing, given his immense power. But to be provoked by someone as evidently weak as Yang Chun was intolerable. In a fit of rage, Johnny Gus surged forward and seized Yang Chun, who was taken aback by the astonishing speed displayed by Johnny Gus despite his injuries. Though he utilized his body to shield himself, Yang Chun sustained considerable injury. Although his biotic skin possessed the ability to heal slowly like liquid mercury, such recovery demanded a significant amount of time. Damage to his physique was inevitable, and it was precisely this vulnerability that Johnny Griggs seized as an opportunity. "I shall crush you." Griggs seemed to laugh maniacally, his eyes narrowing as he exerted force with a single hand, intent on shattering Yang Chun. Surrounding Yang Chun was a protective shield. In truth, his physical form remained unscathed. However, Griggs was grasping the outer layer of this shield, which, akin to an eggshell, was not particularly resilient and was visibly cracking at an alarming rate. Yang Chun found himself ensnared by Griggs' formidable grip, rendering him immobile. Even with the shield providing some leeway for movement, he found himself unable to escape the confines of that palm. Was this akin to the five-finger mountain of the Buddha? Yang Chun clenched his teeth, discomfort by the constraints of this binding force. If he could not dismantle such a rule, escape from his grasp was impossible. Desperation surged within him as he watched the protective shield shatter with a resounding crack. An overwhelming force crashing upon him like a relentless tide. "Stop!" The Dragon King, Zalatzes, suddenly interjected. "You, of the Fear tribe, have already been defeated. Do you not realize it?" Defeated? Griggs continued to grind his teeth, intensifying his grip. Regardless of victory or defeat, the insatiable thirst for bloodshed in his mind forbade him from halting. "I said stop." The fury of the dragons reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as countless mighty dragons violently tore Johnny Jess's body into shreds. Chapter 115, Homecoming. Although Johnny Jess's body was fragmented, his remarkable survival instincts did not succumb to the dismemberment. "You have already fallen. Your legs are on the ground. Will you still defy me?" The ancient dragon king Zaralysis coldly remarked, "No one dares to oppose me when I command them to cease." Johnny Jess roared defiantly, "I, the fearful clan, fear no adversary." The Dragon King retorted, "You mindless destroyer, you have lost, yet still wish to contravene the rules of the game. Truly a pitiable race. Yang Chun, you have been granted an opportunity. You have outwitted an opponent who surpassed you, though your strength played a significant role as well. During the contest, I was pleased. I relish such instances of the weak triumphing over the strong. However, in the face of absolute power, your petty schemes and cleverness hold little weight. Now express your thoughts. You shall determine their fate." The ancient Dragon King Zaralysis' laughter echoed, shaking the mountains. "My request is simple. Annihilate them," Yang Chun replied calmly. "Should the inhabitants of the fearful civilization be spared, the Source Star system will undoubtedly face turmoil. With the Dragon Clan intervening, any investigation would trace back solely to them, leaving my name unscathed. Even if the Dragon Clan were to utter my name, it would merely be a name to me. The dragon race remains oblivious to its own origins, unaware of which galaxy or species it belongs to. The name may be genuine, but what significance does it hold if everything else is fabricated?" The old Dragon King harbors great admiration for Yang Chun's decisive choices. A hesitating victor would earn his disdain. Such a person is not worthy of the protective words he once uttered. "Children, have you all heard? Slay them." The old Dragon King's casual command sealed the fates of 100 fearful tribesmen. The dragon race, this enmity, this hatred, shall surely be avenged. Johnny Jess roared in defiance. Yet, swiftly, a colossal dragon tore through his vision, extinguishing his very essence. The most formidable aspect of the fearful tribes lay in their eyes. Yet it is also their most vulnerable point. Once injured, even the mightiest body succumbs to death. Their eyes are akin to the human brain and heart. Alas, humans are frail, adorned with weaknesses in the presence of such a race. The dragons howled as they charged toward the fearful tribes, and at that moment, Yang Chun addressed the old Dragon King Zalazius. "I am aware of your formidable nature, Great One, yet it may bring you trouble. Those fearful tribes might seek retribution against you. Yang Chun spoke humbly, for human communication is often laced with a tapestry of words, some appropriate, others not. His remarks evidently pleased old Dragon King Zalasius, who exhaled nonchalantly. Even if their ancestors were to come, I would fear them not. Their ancestors are but timid tortoises, daring only to flaunt their power on their own planet. I, the magnificent Zarathus, have traversed countless galaxies over the span of eons. My power remains unyielding in the face of any challenge. Even the mightiest of civilizations dare not threaten me with ease. Zarathus spoke with a haughty air, yet he possessed the merit to do so. Yang Chen nodded, as the carnage gradually subsided, leaving the remaining 99 members of the frightened tribe entirely decimated by the dragon clan. Remarkably, not a single dragon had perished. Indeed, the overall strength of the dragon clan far surpassed that of the frightened tribe. With all matters resolved, the old dragon king gazed upon his progeny with pride. The colossal dragons circled around, as if to flaunt their might. Yang Chun maintained an exceedingly humble demeanor, despite being the embodiment of celestial will. He understood that the old dragon king could easily extinguish his life should he choose to. "Thank you, noble dragon king Zarathus," Yang Chun expressed. "I am deeply grateful for all you have done, and I shall not forget your kindness. Now that our crisis has been averted, I shall take my leave without further imposing on you." The old dragon king replied, "Your civilization has surely been obliterated. Where do you intend to go at this juncture? Other mechanical civilizations may be willing to shelter us." Yang Chun articulated, "We possess valuable technology that could complement theirs, perhaps enabling us to find refuge." He had long since prepared this response, unperturbed by any risk of exposure. "Then you may depart," the old dragon king remarked. "It is a pity that the mechanical civilizations cannot benefit from our kind. Otherwise, having you assist my clan in constructing a better home would have been quite advantageous." Upon departing from the planet of the Dragon Clan, Yang Chen promptly activated the ship's warp system, eager to escape this star system. "Yang Chen, I witnessed everything just now," Il exclaimed with excitement. "You were incredibly brave. What can I say? It was all out of necessity. I had no other choice. I merely happened to be fortunate. If it weren't for the fact that the chief of the Fear Clan fell to the ground in the end, it would have been my demise." Yang Chen replied with a wry smile. "I truly came perilously close to death." However, Yang Chen found it peculiar. Despite narrowly escaping death, he felt no emotional upheaval, as though he were indifferent to his own existence. As the ship warped away, the Fear Clan had already transmitted a signal before their demise, detailing all that had transpired with the Dragon Clan. The Fear Clan was utterly powerless against the Dragon Clan, yet they had only two leads to locate Yang Chen: the Dragon Clan and the Order Civilization. Both civilizations were not easily penetrable by the Fear Clan. Of course, if they possessed sufficient intelligence, they would likely dispatch members to the Source Star System for further investigation. Yang Chen and Il drifted through the cosmos, relentlessly pursued by the Fear Clan, ultimately veering far from the Source Star System. The ship had reached the speed of light, achieving half the speed of light, a significant increase from its previous velocity of merely 1,000th the speed of light. Yang Chen calculated that only a few centuries had elapsed. He had little expectation for the development of Mars. What truly mattered to him was his box plan. Chapter 116, Upgrade of the Main God System Il. Please wait a moment. We will address your inquiries shortly, but I have more pressing matters to attend to. Yang Chen conversed with Il, who nodded in understanding. Il surveyed the surroundings of Mars, noting the environment was vastly superior to their home planet, exhibiting a rich diversity. The eclectic architecture harmonized in an intriguing manner. Yang Chen approached a restricted area accessible only to him and Lily. Unbeknownst to him, Lily was engrossed in watching a screen and did not notice his arrival. "Why are you so engrossed?" Yang Chen remarked. "I feel as if I could contemplate for 1,000,000 years and scarcely conceive of such ideas." He tapped his nose, acknowledging that these concepts were not his own, but rather the wisdom of predecessors he had appropriated. Naturally, he would never admit that this was not his own merit. After all, the Earth of the past had long since vanished, and Lily could not possibly be privy to such information. By the way, let's set that aside for now. How are the humans that were sent in faring? Yang Chen inquired. Lily shook her head. Over the years, several tens of thousands have been dispatched, spanning multiple generations. Yet life for humanity has been arduous. Even with my adjustments to the difficulty and an increase in the accumulation of reward points, it remains a challenge for the human race to secure additional rewards. Rewards? I am referring to their evolution. I hold no concern for material rewards, Yang Chen replied, frowning. There seems to be an issue with your operations. What I desire is to push them to their limits, even if it costs the lives of 100 million. As long as one individual begins to evolve, our concept shall be deemed correct. Lily, feeling a bit embarrassed, touched her lips and said, "Oh, then let us increase the difficulty." With a sense of resignation, Lily commenced her operations on the computer to enhance the subsequent challenges and the acquisition of reward points. Merely doing this is insufficient. We must also initiate a team battle. Curiously, Lily inquired, upgrade the main deity? Did you acquire any new civilization's legacy this time? Yang Chen responded with a mysterious smile. You shall know in due time. This is truly a treasure. However, unbeknownst to them, even more daunting tasks await in the future. Yang Chen began integrating the mental power system into the main deity to facilitate further advancements. This initiative aims to provide humanity with a more diversified exchange system, such as a mental power connection system. Naturally, Yang Chen introduced the mental power system in his own manner, establishing stringent requirements for those who could exchange for it. It could be said that perhaps only 1 in 10,000 individuals would possess the capability to engage with the mental power system. After more than a month, Yang Chen finally accomplished this task. Lily complained to Yang Chen, "You have chosen individuals without talent. It is exceedingly difficult for them to succeed in their evolution. It would be better to seek out those with genius. Every talent is inherently valuable. If there are no geniuses, every individual has their own worth." Yang Chen suddenly became serious as he conversed with Lily about the tales he had heard within the civilization of the sequencers. These stories evidently left a profound impact on Lily. Was it true that humanity had once been so formidable? No wonder we are gradually being eclipsed by the human race. I had always thought this was merely a coincidence. Lily smiled, as if feeling a bit shy. High-level civilizations. One must at least attain the 5th tier of the cosmic hierarchy to be regarded as such, and we remain oblivious to the true pinnacle of the universe. Subsequently, Yang Chen shared everything he knew about the Dragon Clan with Lily. Although he appeared nonchalant, the sense of defeat he harbored within was no less than that of Johnny Geiss, perhaps even more so. A yearning to grow stronger had reached an almost unbearable intensity. Would success be within his grasp? Yang Chen was engaged in an experiment, tinkering with some apparatus. Lily inquired curiously, "Hasn't the Lord God already completed its upgrade? Why haven't you activated it yet?" "Once this experiment is concluded, I shall unlock the Lord God," he replied. "What experiment?" Lily pressed closer, her face nearly touching Yang Chen's. "The Dragon Clan gene experiment. It's a remarkable endeavor. I painstakingly extracted the blood and bones from the deceased dragons." Even the old Dragon King was unaware of Yang Chen's undertaking. Before departing from the Dragon Clan's planet, he had made a special detour. The old Dragon King's word was law, and none dared to impede Yang Chen. Besides, he posed no threat to the Dragon Clan, so his passage was granted. If fortune favors me, I might just replicate the forms of those colossal dragons. In truth, from certain perspectives, the Source Star is indeed a remarkable fusion of exceptional individuals and extraordinary land, not only for the human race, but also for the other indigenous species, which far surpass those found in external galaxies. Thus, the Source Star truly possesses astonishing power. Regarding the civilizations that Yang Chen encountered, their strengths were excessively singular, lacking the diversity that the Source System offers. After several months, Yang Chen finally succeeded in simulating the existence of a dragon, albeit a diminutive one, which was still vastly inferior to the true dragons. However, it proved sufficient to deal with humans. With a mischievous grin, Yang Chen integrated the small dragon into the main god system. Additionally, This time he enhanced the system with a team battle feature, much like the practice of raising goo, where one amalgamates various insects to engage in fierce combat until only the strongest remains. Yang Chen deemed such actions necessary for the future of humanity. He believed that as long as it contributed to the advancement of the human race, he would not shy away from sacrificing countless ordinary individuals. Ultimately, the main god space began to operate once more. Zoe continued to thrive, while only a few descendants of the magical civilization remained, all of whom were absorbed into the main god space, albeit with drastically different outcomes. Chapter 117. The choice of Yang Chen's concern for Zoe and the descendants of the magical civilization was nearly equal. However, Lily held a particular fondness for Zoe, perhaps due to the affinity of life forces. After all, Lily's power of rebirth from flames also governed the principles of vitality. Therefore, their compatibility was notably high. The civilizations of magic and the elven race are uniquely permitted by Yang Chen to utilize the main god space for practice and training. Thus, they possess an understanding of certain regulations governing this space. Under Lily's guidance, they are capable of exiting it. However, once the horror film commences, they are no longer bound by Lily's control, which is why so many descendants of the magical civilization meet their demise. With the reactivation of the main god, those seasoned individuals who were initially alive were indeed annihilated en masse following the adjustment of the task's difficulty. Consequently, Yang Chen and Lily are compelled to draw more individuals into the main god space, perpetuating this cycle until someone achieves a breakthrough. Presently, I ponder the notion that the monsters and specters depicted in these films may very well represent civilizations that humanity's ancestors once confronted. Yang Chen remarked to Lily as he observed the unfolding films. Even with her extensive lifespan of tens of thousands of years, having traversed numerous experiences, she finds these cinematic characters far more intriguing. Your thought is indeed audacious. Yet, are not these creatures of your own creation? Lily replied. It could be considered a form of transgenerational inheritance, or perhaps a manifestation of the subconscious expressed through external appearances. Yang Chen surmised that the directors could not possibly possess such imaginative prowess. Even the writers and artists might have been inspired by entities that once existed in humanity's collective memory. Thus, these recollections surfaced in their creations, giving rise to these monsters. However, Lily could not comprehend this line of reasoning, and so Yang Chen refrained from elaborating. Nonetheless, the emergence of dragonkind and other civilizations indirectly reflects this very truth. Evolution does not adhere to a singular trajectory. Perhaps the legends of humanity hold a grain of truth. It is conceivable that in ancient times, humanity was divided into several factions, some devoted to the cultivation of immortality, others to technology, and still others to the divine or the enlightened. Yang Chen felt a slight yearning for such a state of purification, though he pondered when he might lead humankind towards such an endeavor. Unbeknownst to him, he had positioned himself in a lofty role, as if commanding the entirety of humanity. By the way, Yang Chen remarked, entertain yourself for a while. I must escort a friend to Earth. After months of delving into the genetics of the dragon race, he had completely forgotten about Il. He wondered where Il might be wandering at that moment. With but a thought, Yang Chen could locate anyone he desired on Mars. Presently, Il was frolicking with small creatures in a city of a certain civilization. Yang Chen found him and said, "It's time to go. Let us journey to Earth and see if your reincarnation as a human holds any promise." Once aboard the spacecraft, which could traverse at the speed of light, they swiftly arrived at any corner of Earth. Upon reaching the World Tree, Illinois stepped out of the vessel, and as he gazed upon the lush forest, his eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. "What is it?" Yang Chen inquired, his curiosity piqued. Il shook his head and replied, "My memories. It seems our world once resembled this. Could it be that you were once subservient to humanity? In truth, many races within the Origin Galaxy are indeed subordinate to humanity, such as the elves, dwarves, and those of magical civilizations. The individual bears a considerable resemblance to the human race, yet the differences are not insurmountable. These variances may stem from divergent evolutionary paths. Uncertainty looms, as everything has become rather nebulous. IL, consumed by melancholy, reflected on how the former brilliance starkly contrasted with the present, akin to the difference between a vibrant existence and a mere pestilence. Yang Chun engaged in a dialogue with the world tree. If I were to perish here, would there be a chance for rebirth? Moreover, would I return as a human? The world tree regarded Il and replied, one may certainly attempt it. As the embodiment of the heavenly principles, I possess the ability to govern such matters. However, humanity is quite unique. Hence, Il, overhearing the exchange, interjected without hesitation, it matters not. Should I fail, so be it. If there exists even the slightest possibility, I am willing to take the risk. Yangchen nodded in agreement, saying, then we shall meet again in due time. Behind Il lay a control center, reminiscent of the human brain or heart. Yangchen opened the hatch on his back and extracted the entity within, causing Il to immediately lose all signs of life. The world tree sensed a dissipating consciousness and deftly seized it, subsequently inquiring of Yangchen, shall I nurture it here? Souls that return to the world tree in death are transformed into fruits. This occurs for two reasons. Firstly, these individuals possessed immense heavenly fortune during their lifetimes, and secondly, it grants them the opportunity to reincarnate as humans with the ability to carry this fortune anew. Of course, the duration of their existence as fruits depends on the world tree's disposition. The longer they persist, the greater the fortune they may carry upon rebirth, ultimately leading to higher achievements in the future. I believe it is unnecessary. Let him develop on his own. If his will is sufficiently robust, he may rise from obscurity. The world tree nodded, its consciousness transforming into a fruit, which immediately ripened and fell to the ground. Upon landing, the fruit morphed into a wisp of azure gas, drifting towards the horizon. Your disciple has been with me for quite some time. Shall we allow him to reincarnate? If I wish for him to possess no aptitude for cultivation, can you accomplish that? The world tree inquired curiously, to render him devoid of cultivation talent? What are you contemplating? He is indeed a fine seedling. Do you recall the plan I mentioned? It is exceedingly difficult. To date, no individual has succeeded. Thus I require those who once bore great fortune but have reincarnated as ineffectual beings. This would enhance the likelihood of a breakthrough. Yangchen was compelled to be resolute. After all, the future of the human race remained precarious. You must contemplate this carefully. I can indeed fulfill this request. But should he continue to carry immense fortune into his next incarnation, he would undoubtedly surpass the achievements of his previous life. No, Yangchen asserted firmly, trust my judgment. Prepare more individuals like him. The world tree was at a loss for words regarding Yangchen. Though both were embodiments of the heavenly Tao, their chosen paths of evolution differed starkly. The world tree hoped for gradual accumulation through generations, believing that when the limit of accumulation was reached, it might erupt with tremendous energy. In contrast, Yangchen's approach involved relentless strife among humanity, a consumption-based evolution. It is difficult to discern who is right or wrong. Only the final outcome will reveal the truth. Yangchen engaged in a conversation with the world tree regarding the issues surrounding the Fear Tribe civilization and the sealing of the entire source star system. The world tree, now aligned with humanity, harbors no trepidation of harboring ulterior motives, and all these secrets were divulged by Yangchen. Chapter 118. The adventure continues. The world tree exclaimed in astonishment at the perils faced. Had it not been for the dragon tribe, Yangchen would likely have been in grave danger. Yet, Yangchen was acutely aware that even in the absence of the dragon tribe, other races might still emerge to take his place, though the repercussions would be dire for those lesser tribes. The dragon tribe, however, completely dominated the Fear Tribe and showed no fear of provoking them, which could be deemed the most favorable outcome. The attack from the Fear Tribe would not be imminent, as both parties had agreed upon this. However, when confronted with the rules established by the higher civilizations within the source star system, they found themselves somewhat powerless. Yangchen's box plan had already emerged as one of the viable strategies. Within the confines of this box, there are no constraints on evolution. Nevertheless, the extent to which it can accommodate these evolving humans or the limits of evolutionary rules it can endure remains a challenging aspect to ascertain. The rules governing the box have transcended the level of second-tier civilizations, so theoretically, as long as the humans within the box commence their evolution, they should at least attain the status of a third-tier civilization. Yet, the crucial question remains whether humanity can indeed achieve this evolution, which is still an unknown variable. I must take my leave. The box plan must continue. You too should ponder solutions in your own manner, but above all, heed this warning. Do not violate the rules set forth by the higher civilizations. Once they become aware that we have comprehended all there is to know about the source galaxy, I fear we shall never be granted a second opportunity. The world tree understands this principle as well. It is naturally reluctant to disturb such a fundamental rule. It is not merely the higher civilizations we must consider. Even a civilization of fear would find it exceedingly difficult to resolve such matters, let alone when there are 3 Tier 3 civilizations overseeing the source galaxy. In recent years, Earth has rejuvenated itself, giving rise to an increasing number of demigods, yet the pace has slowed considerably, nearly reaching the brink of civilization's end. The world tree comprehends the implications of a civilization reaching its conclusion. It either breaks through to a new stage or faces self-destruction, for it can no longer evolve, leaving only the possibility of annihilation. However, it is still premature to speak of destruction. The martial civilization is still in its youth, and they have ample time ahead of them. Finally, Yang Chun has encountered the former Chu Nianchen, now known as Li Qiu, and Il, who is now called Lin Jinshan. Although neither possesses the ability to learn martial arts, both are renowned for their exceptional talent, quickly grasping other subjects. According to Yang Chen's original intentions, both individuals have been brought into the main god space. Their performance in the initial mission was commendable, earning them numerous reward points. Recently, it seems that the caliber of humanity has been improving. Yang Chun and Lily share a knowing smile, aware of all that transpired during the film mission. Over the decades, those hapless individuals continuously thrust into the main god space seem to have finally awakened, increasingly adapting to all that the main god space entails. Whether in team battles or tasks, humanity has begun its gradual march towards evolution. They have finally grasped the understanding that in the initial stages, one cannot solely rely on enhancements. It is essential to depend on their own strength. Yang Chen remarked. Thus, the presence of the astute is indeed invaluable, as they can guide those with combat talent but lacking in intellect. I find great pleasure in witnessing the emergence of such sages. Lily commented, in recent years, millions have perished. Only now does it seem to improve slightly. Yet, should the difficulty of tasks rise even slightly, their situation will become perilously precarious once more. There is hope. If humanity embarks on evolution, we too shall have our chance. Yang Chun had endeavored to create his own immortal fantasy or other mythological systems from Earth, but each attempt ended in failure, leaving such concepts absent from the box plan. Currently, Yang Chen's sole hope rests on the potential of humanity's genetic lockability. It is said that within the human body lies an abundance of genes, which can manifest terrifying powers under varying eras and environments. However, these genes are shrouded by a force that has rendered humanity increasingly fragile. Yang Chen firmly believes that in humanity's most potent era, there existed individuals capable of unlocking these genetic barriers. Although the technological prowess at Yang Chen's disposal is formidable, it remains impotent against the genetic locks of humanity. This is the most clandestine force concealed within the human body, one that can only be successfully awakened by the individual. Yang Chun sighed in melancholy, lamenting the loss of the two individuals who once held the greatest promise. Though this consciousness resides on Mars, it is still guided by the world tree, transformed into new life. Yang Chun found himself compelled to look beyond, fixating on the box plan. Yet his efforts bore no fruit, which inevitably dampened his spirits. I yearned to explore other galaxies to absorb the essence of more civilizations. Finding allies would be a splendid outcome. Ultimately, Yang Chun resolved to pursue the Cosmic Exploration Initiative, placing the box plan on hold. For continuing down that path for a millennium or even 10,000 years would yield no results. Together with Lily, he embarked on the adventure. Having already traversed the realms of the fearful civilization, and the Dragon Clan's domain was now within his coordinates. Thus, these two galaxies were not the targets for Yang Chen's reference. He needed to venture towards other unknown galaxies. There is indeed a place whose existence I have discovered. Yet I am uncertain if it aligns with what those directors once proclaimed. Lily inquired, "What are you talking about?" "Where to?" After setting the coordinates, the spacecraft initiated a jump, departing from the source galaxy, and then began charging, adrift while awaiting the accumulation of energy for the next jump. With a mysterious smile, Yang Chen remarked, "That is quite a sought-after existence. If fortune favors us, we might truly forge an alliance with humanity." "An ally?" Lily pondered, nodding thoughtfully. In the vast expanse of the universe, countless civilizations are reluctant to witness the development and flourishing of human civilization. Yet, there exist planets that have either received assistance from humanity or were originally part of human civilization, but have evolved into entirely different forms for various reasons. As Yang Chen navigated through the cosmos, having just departed from the source star system, he unexpectedly encountered a minor predicament: space pirates. Space pirates are an alliance formed by various nomadic races, primarily engaged in plundering resources from other stellar civilizations, and, alarmingly, even abducting individuals. Civilizations with little means of defense often fall victim to their relentless assaults, resulting in the capture of both people and vessels, which are then sold off for resources. The universe lacks a universally accepted currency, leading to a plethora of diverse items and exchanges. Nonetheless, within any interstellar moving system, a semblance of order typically prevails. However, before Yang Chen and Lily could enter the star system, they found themselves targeted by roving space marauders. Chapter 119. Space Pirates, Space Pirates? Lily exclaimed, her brow furrowed in indignation. How dare they attack us? They must be seeking death. Yet, despite her fierce words, Lily lacked the capacity for survival in the cosmos. In simple terms, her physical condition did not meet the necessary criteria for resistance. Yang Chen's spacecraft was devoid of external offensive systems, rendering them unable to retaliate against the onslaught of the pirates' beam projectiles. Fortunately, the spacecraft boasts remarkable performance, exhibiting an exceptionally swift evasion speed, complemented by a protective shield that operates continuously, preventing it from being downed by these cosmic marauders. If we were on solid ground, a mere flick of my wrist would ensure their demise. Lily stomped her foot in frustration, realizing there was little she could do in this anxious predicament. Yang Chen nodded in agreement, stating that the prowess of these space pirates was quite ordinary, with a civilization level presumably low. Thus they would soon be able to shake them off. Yang Chen's spacecraft was intentionally moving at a reduced speed to conserve energy. But the relentless pursuit of the cosmic pirates showed no signs of abating. Let us simply eliminate them, Lily declared with a vengeful spirit. Let us find a random planet, land there, and swiftly eradicate them. Yang Chen responded calmly. Some planets might not offer the necessary conditions for our survival, yet you, being a semi-divine phoenix, should manage just fine. The spacecraft descended to a randomly chosen location, and Yang Chen handed Lily a breathing apparatus, saying, if you feel uncomfortable, you might want to use this. The device was compact, yet the air within was sufficient for a regular person to breathe for several days. As for the radioactive substances and various bacteria in space, they posed no threat to Lily. Her internal temperature could exceed 10,000 degrees, rendering any fungal or radioactive material ineffective against her. As the spacecraft landed, the vessels of the cosmic pirates followed suit, but before they could touch down, Lily waved her hand, summoning an immense black flame that engulfed the entire surface of their spacecraft. The combustion is insufficient. Indeed, it has a significant impact, Yang Chen casually remarked. Lily's technique possesses far greater power on Earth than it does now. However, the material of the spaceship cannot withstand the frenzied scorching of the black flames and has begun to melt gradually. The beings within the vessel have no opportunity to escape. Should they emerge, they would be instantly engulfed by the inferno, while remaining inside merely subjects them to a slow roasting. A rescue spacecraft had just burst forth from the flames when Lily, with a flick of her hands, conjured a long whip of golden fire that cleaved the vessel in two, reducing the two peculiar civilizations within to mere ash, transforming them into space debris. Simultaneously, the massive ship was completely melted, reduced to nothing but ashes. Just as Lily asserted, within a minute, no more. No less, she had annihilated the entire band of space pirates without a single survivor. Let us proceed. It was a straightforward task. What was that about avoiding trouble? Can this truly be considered a hassle? Lily chuckled. If another 100 such cosmic pirates were to appear, I could dispatch them all with ease. Yangchen, with a resigned nod, acknowledged that Lily was already the pinnacle of combat prowess on Earth, and even throughout the solar system. She could be deemed the zenith of martial capability, even during the existence of other civilizations. Yet, this was only within the source galaxy. Now that they had departed from it, Yangchen dared not act recklessly. Countless races in the vast universe surpassing the fearsome and even the dragon clans existed. As Lily and Yangchen's spacecraft continued its journey, it appeared that her actions left no trace. Yet, in reality, a distress signal had still been dispatched to the lair of the space pirates. Those who dare to threaten the people of Masoli are courting death. Brothers, arm yourselves and let us annihilate that spacecraft. 10 formidable vessels emerged from a desolate asteroid, racing at light speed towards Yangchen's ship. Unbeknownst to him, a signal transmitter had long been installed aboard his craft, incessantly flashing to guide the cosmic pirates. With the aid of this transmitter, the 10 ships swiftly caught up to Yangchen, and before he could react, a barrage of cannon fire erupted behind him. Goodness, have I stirred a hornet's nest? How could so many have pursued me? Yangchen exclaimed, startled. He immediately began to inspect his vessel, only to discover the treachery at hand. I should have checked earlier. He muttered, scratching his head. This is troublesome. I need someone to go outside and retrieve that device. With energy reserves too low to execute a single space jump, Yangchen felt a sense of helplessness as the pursuers closed in. I'll take care of it, Lily declared. As long as I have that device, I can fight in space. Donning an oxygen mask, she boldly opened the hatch and soared into the void. Yangchen shook his head. The girl's strong-willed nature was something he could not counteract. Once outside, she transformed into her true form, a magnificent phoenix measuring 10 meters in length. With wings spanning approximately 15 meters, a third of the ship's size. Yet, amusingly, she still wore a breathing apparatus. With wings unfurled, countless golden feathers morphed into sharp blades, launching towards the enemy vessels. The ships retaliated with beams of energy, rendering Lily's assault ineffective. Fire of annihilation. Lily, in a fit of fury, ignited in golden flames and charged directly at the ships. One vessel, unable to evade, was reduced to ashes by her incandescent wrath. Ignoring Yangchen's warnings, she continued her assault and obliterated another ship. However, she suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over her, struck by a beam of light. Her golden feathers became stained with blood. Strange, my body. Lily transformed into her human form, and Yangchen held her, as golden flames continued to engulf her. With her wounds gradually healing, the rules had changed. In this universe, she fought without the means to absorb energy, relying solely on her own strength to recover. After unleashing 2 powerful attacks, she felt utterly drained. Yangchen remarked, I intended to caution you about this, but I did not anticipate your reckless charge. Let this be a lesson learned. Although Lily had encountered a setback, she was not gravely injured. After all, a phoenix reborn from flames cannot be easily harmed. Their flames possess supernatural healing abilities, allowing them to be reborn even from the brink of death. Have I gotten myself into trouble? Lily asked, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Yangchen assisted her to her feet, saying, trouble? Perhaps not entirely. This is merely the consequence of opposing our adversaries from Masori. Chapter 120. Playing the fool to catch the tiger. The chain lashed onto Yangchen's ship began to drag it. There was only this one vessel capable of spatial jumps, and Yangchen lacked the means to construct a ship capable of such feats. Even with the ability to traverse at the speed of light, reaching certain destinations remains an insurmountable challenge. Thus, without the spacecraft capable of spatial leap. Yang Chun would feel as though he has lost his very legs, rendered incapable of movement. It is imperative that this vessel remains unscathed. Let us first observe their actions and words. Adapting to change is the current survival strategy. First, allow Lily to replenish her energy, and then ascertain the strength of these pirates. It is crucial to determine whether this represents the entirety of their forces, if indeed it is their full strength. Yang Chun believes their complete annihilation poses no issue. His willingness to employ lethal force stems from the certainty that these pirates lack any formidable backing. They are devoid of a civilized race behind them, and thus, their elimination would be final. Unlike the repercussions of offending a civilized species, which may incite relentless vengeance from an entire race, leading to persistent torment even if one does not fear them. Therefore, if one must strike, it should be total, leaving no remnants behind. This rationale elucidates why Yang Chun permitted Lily to attack freely at that moment. The spacecraft, tethered and slightly decelerated, eventually arrived at the lair of the cosmic pirates, a cluster of asteroids, after several days. Within this asteroid belt lies a relatively large asteroid, where the cosmic pirates typically conceal themselves. As there are no nearby celestial bodies, the asteroids remain anchored in place, rotating like planets, unaffected by gravitational disruptions. The vessel was secured, and Yang Chun and Lily were compelled to exit the spacecraft. The adversary confronting Yang Chun was a grotesque leader of the cosmic pirates, possessing eyes and nostrils, 3 hands, and a singular leg. His appearance was exceedingly peculiar, with one leg positioned centrally and one hand positioned behind him, as if it were an extraneous appendage. Fortunately, the translator Yang Chun had created was capable of interpreting any language, seemingly universal across the cosmos, thereby resolving any linguistic barriers. However, this pirate lacked a mouth. It appeared that communication was achieved through vibrations generated by the hand on its back, a rather intriguing phenomenon. Moreover, the small planet they inhabited astonishingly produced its own air, creating a self-sustaining cycle, truly a marvel. Although the air was merely ordinary, Lily's energy restoration rate here was remarkably swift. You dare to attack the Masori pirates? I shall sever your heads. The creature screeched, wielding a weapon that resembled neither a knife nor a hook. Yang Chun was nearly amused by its appearance, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the various pirate species were a motley assortment, yet individually weak. He could not fathom the source of their audacity to threaten him. I ask you, Yang Chun inquired, what gives you the temerity to threaten us? Did you not witness the destruction of your vessel just moments ago? He chuckled. Are you not afraid that we might simply annihilate your entire lair if you dare to bring us to it? Indeed. His words struck fear into the hearts of the pirates, who exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly having overlooked this critical point. Particularly notable was the woman beside Yang Chun, whose true form was immensely formidable. She could obliterate a spaceship with a single strike, let alone their diminutive physiques. What manner of beings are you? Though pirates are often fearless, they inevitably feel troubled when confronted by a race far superior to their own. Yang Chun, of course, could not openly declare himself as a member of the human race. Instead, he casually remarked, "We belong to the mechanical race." This revelation would have driven any other mechanical beings to madness, yet Yang Chun remained unfazed, fully aware of the law of the jungle. This universe resembles an endless dark forest, where every civilization has the potential to be both hunter and hunted. Forgive my curiosity, but to which destination do you intend to sell us? Yang Chun inquired during his dialogue with the pirates, biding his time for Lily's strength to return. Once Lily regained her powers, he would swiftly eliminate them all, thus ridding the realm of their menace. Perhaps to the Solar Flare Nebula, where the solar civilization has a penchant for your kind of robots. Lily clenched her fist, signaling her imminent recovery of strength. Yang Chun sighed, perplexed by the pirate's lack of cunning. Such bluntness seemed ill-suited for a life of piracy. Shaking his head, he watched as Lily wasted no time and sprang into action. 2 torrents of flame erupted violently, showcasing Lily's ability to harness 70% of her power in this moment. With her full strength, she could stand toe-to-toe with the towering leader of the fearsome race, but even at 70%, her prowess was formidable. A multitude of cosmic pirates succumbed to the inferno. Yet one peculiar creature, having 3 hands and a single foot, managed to endure within the flames. He silently endured the searing flames, and gradually, his body began to transform. It grew increasingly immense, sprouting numerous fingers that resembled tendrils, extending and thrashing to extinguish the fire. The composition of his form was intriguing. It seemed as though, akin to a spring, the greater the external pressure exerted upon him, the more his body would expand. Yangchen remarked, "No wonder he shows no fear." Lily scoffed, "I wonder just how far he can inflate. I intend to make him burst like a balloon." With that, she charged forth. Although the air here replenished her strength at a slower rate compared to the cosmos, it still provided her with sustenance, unlike the vast emptiness of space. In that realm, Lily would never dare to wield her power so recklessly. In response to Lily's relentless assault, the 3-handed, 1-legged cosmic pirate wielded its tendrils with astonishing speed, obstructing her movements. Even after severing countless appendages, they would regenerate, much to Lily's disdain. "Burn," she commanded, unleashing black flames that consumed relentlessly, akin to a relentless parasite. The golden flames exuded a masculine vigor, while the black flames were insidiously treacherous. The fusion of their powers rendered the pirate incapable of opening its eyes. Countless tendrils drooped, lacking their previous wildness. "Let us see if you can survive this." Lily's fury was palpable, and the unfortunate pirate became her punching bag. The pirate, who had long reigned over this domain with such prowess, had now encountered a formidable opponent in Lily. A heavy heart bears unspoken sorrows. Chapter 121, The Palace Complex. The sinister power of the black flames proves far more challenging to contend with than the domineering golden flames. Although the dark flames continuously augment the strength of the cosmic pirate, he endures the torment of their corrosive essence, suffering excruciating pain. "Dark flame, void realm," Lily commanded, conjuring a multitude of dark flames that enveloped the cosmic pirate in a shroud of black mist. At that moment, the pirate's form was completely obscured, leaving only a swirling mass of fiery darkness in view. The black mist flared and billowed, constantly shifting in shape, as the cosmic pirate struggled within, unable to break free. "When did you come to grasp this technique?" Yang Chun inquired with a smile. "The ability to ensnare foes is indeed formidable. Not only does it ensnare, but its lethality is also exceedingly terrifying," Lily replied confidently. "I assert he will undoubtedly be unable to escape my dark flames." Lily could sense everything transpiring within the dark flames, which was the source of her unwavering certainty. The tentacles enveloping the cosmic pirate's body fought against the searing of the dark flames, yet they were overwhelmingly potent, even as his form incessantly fortified and expanded. The outer tentacles had crystallized from the intense heat, rendering them fragile. Any slight touch would cause them to shatter. Meanwhile, the flames continued their relentless encroachment from within, leaving the cosmic pirate, with his single leg and 3 arms, with no hope of survival. After approximately 1 minute, all the tentacles surrounding his body were obliterated, and even his form began to crystallize. The void dissipated, revealing the cosmic pirate, a towering figure that stood before Yang Chun and Lily, reminiscent of a grand sculpture. Soaring to a height of 30 or 40 meters, Lily approached the cosmic pirate, her fingers gently tapping against it. In an instant, the entire statue crumbled and collapsed. Behold, it was as simple as that. Stretching languidly, she accentuated her exquisite figure, a form that would surely cause countless men to swoon. Having concluded their business here, it was prudent to depart swiftly to avoid prolonged entanglements. Yang Chun felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelids, as if foreboding misfortune loomed. But wait, there was no need for haste. This was the lair of cosmic pirates, undoubtedly rife with treasures. Lily's eyes sparkled with the gleam of a treasure seeker, reminiscent of the first time Yang Chun encountered her, when she too had gazed at the Serpent Lord's riches with unwavering focus. Yang Chun followed Lily with an easy gait as they ventured deeper within. It was evident that these cosmic pirates possessed some aspirations, for their dwelling was not a mere cave or open campsite. but rather a structure that resembled a cluster of palatial buildings. The largest palace was encircled by smaller houses, evoking a sense of celestial bodies orbiting a grand star. The small houses likely harbored no valuable treasures, thus, they would proceed directly to the grand edifice. Lily dashed up the staircase with the agility of a child. Yang Chun chuckled softly, bemused by her childlike exuberance, completely disregarding any semblance of decorum. Arriving at the entrance, he noted the palace's construction materials were extraordinary. His hand brushed against the surface, feeling the icy coolness and remarkable solidity. Lily exerted all her strength, yet could not budge the imposing door. In desperation, she resorted to conjuring her solar flame to attempt melting it away. However, as soon as her flames made contact, they extinguished unexpectedly. This was the first time Lily had encountered such a phenomenon. Her flames could burn even in the vacuum of space. This place was indeed extraordinary. Yang Chun intervened, cautioning her against acting impulsively. He circumnavigated the door, scrutinizing it from all angles. It bore neither a keyhole nor any technological means of access, resembling merely a stone slab obstructing their path. Attempts to push or pull it yielded no results. It appeared that this location was not the lair of cosmic pirates, but rather a remnant of another civilization. It seemed that the pirates had discovered this site, yet were unable to unlock the door. To facilitate continuous study of this palace, they had chosen to remain, treating it as a gathering point. "What shall we do now?" Lily asked, gazing at the formidable door. Neither her solar flame nor her dark flame had proven effective, leaving her at a loss. Perhaps this was the work of a civilization exceeding level 5. Treasures of immeasurable value might lie within. Yang Chen suggested, "Let us first disguise our spacecraft, and then devise a plan." He began by scattering the vessels of the cosmic pirates in all directions before anchoring his own ship upon an asteroid. Utilizing a significant amount of floating dust for camouflage, he ensured that from a distance, the site appeared merely as a modest mound. Only then did he feel a sense of security. However, this place is a gathering spot for cosmic pirates, and it is likely that few are aware of its existence. Nevertheless, caution is always prudent. "We can now take our time to explore this collection of palaces," Yang Chun remarked with a smile. "It is evident that gaining immediate access to the main palace is out of the question, yet there may still be opportunities with the smaller structures. Let us proceed at a leisurely pace." Standing before the cluster of palaces, Yang Chun felt an inexplicable sensation, as if the layout of these edifices was arranged in accordance with the configuration of the Big Dipper. The grandest palace resembled the North Star, exuding an exquisite elegance. In total, there were 8 palaces. If they were indeed aligned like the Big Dipper, then this palace must correspond to the first, Tianshu. Yang Chen hesitated before the palace, contemplating whether this could be a legacy left by the ancient ancestors of humankind. With treasures scattered throughout the vicinity of the source star system. Regardless, he was convinced that this palace harbored significant secrets. Therefore, whether or not it was a remnant of humanity's venerable sages, he was determined to unravel the mysteries concealed within the fog. Upon reaching the Tianshu Palace, Yang Chen gently pushed the door. There was no response. How curious, why is it not opening? According to Yang Chen's understanding, he should be able to gradually unlock the seals of the palace from this point, and there should be some reaction. Yet, there was none at all. "Lily, why don't you give it a try?" Yang Chun furrowed his brow and beckoned Lily to attempt it. Lily, too, found her attempts to smash, touch, and push ineffective. What a peculiar situation. Yang Chun repeatedly uttered the word strange. Could it truly be that the great powers of the human race left this behind, and without human bloodlines? Even those who comprehend the 7 stars and 8 trigrams cannot gain entry? Yang Chen sighed, lamenting that his body was merely a biomechanical construct, lacking a true corporeal form. Had he possessed one, he might have accessed the legacies left by ancient masters. Now he stood at the threshold of a treasure trove, yet returned empty-handed, completely barred from entry. Alas, he decided to leave a mark instead. With a resigned smile and a shake of his head, he utilized the spaceship to set a coordinate, vowing to revisit the matter when the opportunity arose. The absence of a human body truly hindered him from accomplishing many things. Chapter 122. The joy of exploration. You are indeed a treasure seeker. Setting aside our spaceship's energy concerns, how do you expect me to tow this small asteroid with our diminutive craft? Yang Chen shook his head, realizing that all his previous endeavors had been futile. However, there remained hope for Yang Chen and his companions. At the very least, this location was off-limits to non-humans. Even if discovered by other races, they would be unable to transport these riches away. Moreover, the site was so inconspicuous that it would likely escape notice. Only the luckiest of the aimless cosmic pirates might stumble upon such a place, yet ultimately they would serve merely as a means to enhance Yang Chen's fortunes. Even if he was not yet in a position to don this metaphorical garment, in time, opportunities would arise. Even if Yang Chen himself could not unlock these palatial structures, he could select elite humans to attempt the task. Lily pouted, filled with reluctance, gazing longingly at the magnificent palaces. Lily harbored a deep-seated resentment, feeling exceedingly vexed. After the spacecraft had traversed over 10 light-years, it once again executed a jump. Since their departure, she had been yearning to inquire about their destination. Yet Yang Chen remained enigmatic, never divulging where they intended to go, which only intensified her curiosity. Moreover, Yang Chen had never ventured to this place himself. Yet he was resolutely determined to reach it, adding to the mystery. I say, you'll understand when we arrive, Yang Chen chuckled as the spacecraft continued its journey. With time on their side, Yang Chen took the opportunity to land the vessel for resupply and knowledge gathering whenever he encountered civilizations, provided there was no danger. The first-tier civilizations looked upon Yang Chen's spacecraft with envy, even expressing a desire to study it. However, Yang Chen naturally declined their requests. That star seems reminiscent of Earth, Lily remarked, pointing towards a distant planet. Your vision is remarkably keen, Yang Chen replied with a smile. Indeed, it is a cerulean planet. I wonder if any civilizations exist upon its surface. With a grin, he steered the spacecraft towards the planet, treating the exploration as a leisurely excursion. This azure planet was more than twice the size of Earth. As the spacecraft touched down, it promptly began to assess various planetary metrics. The presence of air. Could this be considered an ocean? Yang Chen and Lily stood at the edge of the sea, inhaling the fresh ocean breeze. The environment here strikingly similar to the earthly civilization Yang Chen once knew. The air here is significantly more pristine than that of Earth in the past, and the sight of the vast vegetation suggests that the environment remains largely untainted. The computer detects signs of biological activity, prompting the spacecraft to initiate its self-shutdown sequence. A cacophony of sounds surrounds Yang Chen and Lily as bizarre vehicles encircle them. Unlike Earth, the civilization on this planet possesses an unusual appearance. Although they walk upright on two legs, their faces bear a resemblance to insects. Additionally, they sport a large exoskeleton on their backs, leaving one to ponder whether two cicada wings lie hidden beneath it. However, their bodily structure does not resemble that of insects, as their skin is not hard but rather supple. Their mouths resemble the grille of a vehicle, featuring cross and vertical patterns. Extraterrestrial beings, relinquish your spacecraft and accompany us. We assure you will not be harmed. Forgive me, but may I inquire about your species? Faced with this cockroach-like race, Yang Chen remains unfazed. Although they can detect his presence and possess peculiar war machines, the fact that he was not attacked upon landing indicates a lack of advanced capabilities within their civilization. At the very least, they do not appear to have substantial aerial combat prowess. We are the Cockroach Clan. You have no right to ask further questions. Come with us. This race is exceedingly arrogant, yet Yang Chen never anticipated that they resembled cockroaches. Well, Yang Chen possesses a commendable temperament. Had it been Lily, she would have erupted in fury long ago. These inferior insect creatures bear some resemblance to the previous insect race, igniting an indescribable rage within Lily. If they intend to fight, let it be so. Yang Chen discerned that these cockroaches had no intention of amicably resolving their predicament. They sought to seize their bodies for experimentation. Lily unleashed a torrent of flames, igniting even the vast forest behind her. The chitinous exoskeletons of the cockroach race crackled and popped, a gruesome sight to behold. However, Their vitality proved remarkably resilient, akin to that of actual cockroaches. Despite Lily's restraint, merely casting forth a handful of flames, these creatures endured the scorching for an extensive period before succumbing completely to the heat. This civilization is truly grotesque, Lily remarked disdainfully. As the inferno spread through the forest with alarming severity, seemingly intent on reaching even farther expanses. TSK, with such a blaze, you are on the brink of annihilating the entire ecosystem of this planet. Yang Chun observed the relentless flames. Expressing his helplessness, they will likely harbor an intense hatred towards you. Lily retorted dismissively. What you say is true. Weakness is the original sin. What purpose does their hatred serve? They might as well loathe their own ineptitude. There is indeed a point to that, Yang Chun exclaimed emphatically. In a fleeting moment, Lily transformed into her true form and soared into the sky, just as a missile, trailing a long tail of flames, hurtled toward their position. Yang Chun gazed upward, astonished by the intensity of the cockroach clan's vengeful spirit. It seemed he had misjudged their capabilities. They evidently possessed aerial combat abilities, seemingly intent on capturing them alive. Now, having ascertained their strength, they aimed to annihilate them. Following the emergence of the first missile, at least 10 more appeared from all directions. Yang Chun, taken aback, thought to himself that this was indeed a grand display. The potency of these missiles was likely comparable to nuclear weapons on Earth, with an explosion capable of leveling everything within hundreds of kilometers. Lily, embodying the essence of a phoenix, radiated with golden flames. With a resounding cry, she unleashed swirling fire tornadoes that engulfed the missiles, causing them to detonate in the sky. Moreover, the very force of those missiles was absorbed by the fire whirlwinds, rendering them utterly harmless. Lily, there are more. So many more. Yang Chun cheered for Lily from below, harboring no intention of intervening himself. Chapter 123. The cockroach clan. Lily furrowed her brow, having already sensed the incoming missiles. Her perceptive abilities had long surpassed Yang Chun's. She understood their threat without needing his warning. Thus, she summoned a series of fire whirlwinds that enveloped and melted the missiles, rendering any potential explosions completely ineffective. In the face of magic, such low-tier technology proved to be utterly futile. Yang Chun beamed as he observed Lily engaging in combat against the missiles, reminiscent of a grand cinematic spectacle. The special effects surpassed those of typical science fiction films in their realism. As Lily dispatched the missiles, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Although the air here resembled that of Earth from a bygone era, it still fell short in replenishing her internal energy. The flame storms she unleashed against the missiles appeared effortless, yet they consumed a substantial amount of her vitality. Now, it remained to be seen how their adversaries would react. Yang Chun inquired, will they courteously invite us to discuss matters, or will they persist in bombarding us with countless missiles? You're not a masochist, are you? Lily retorted. Why not just leave? What are you doing here, enduring the bombardment? Enjoying it? Yang Chun shook his head. I am certainly not a masochist. Then let us depart. This civilization is rather primitive and holds no value for reference. We should hurry, Lily remarked as she boarded the spaceship. While she possessed a combative spirit, she found little interest in such trivial skirmishes. If she so desired, she could transform into her true form and unleash fiery devastation, engulfing the entire planet in flames. However, to Lily, this vibrant planet was a sight to behold, and she was loath to annihilate it. After drifting in the cosmos for an extended period, encountering such lively planets was a rarity. Most were desolate and lifeless, their beauty faded away. Overexposure to such bleak landscapes could lead to a sense of oppression. This was precisely why Lily refrained from obliterating this planet. Yang Chun glanced and remarked, perhaps we should observe more closely. Let us venture into their city. I find it intriguing how similar this environment is to that of Earth. It may hold astonishing discoveries. They might also realize that their attacks yield little effect, hence their retreat. Come, we have pinpointed the location of their cities. Yang Chun continued, 2 cities on such a vast planet, yet it remains largely undeveloped. With all the cockroaches congregated in one place, it is rather unsettling to consider. The thought of a multitude of cockroaches crawling together is indeed quite horrifying. As the spacecraft ascended, an array of peculiar flying vessels began to trail behind Yang Chen's ship, leaving him to ponder their intentions. Now, this is intriguing, Yang Chen chuckled. It resembles the escort ships. Our treatment here is rather esteemed. Who knows, perhaps I shall reward you with a couple of missiles, leaving you overwhelmed. Lily reclined on the oversized sofa, her expression one of haughty pride. The cities ahead gradually enlarged, revealing an opulence that seemed beyond the capabilities of the cockroach race. Do you not see how the architectural style of these cities mirrors that of Earth? Lily tilted her head, scrutinizing the screen before responding. Not at all. They are vastly different. Yang Chen, somewhat exasperated, replied, I had shown you the previous generation of Earth. Oh, in that context, it does bear a resemblance. Lily acknowledged with a nod. This elucidates the reason for my decision to remain. Although the shapes of their vehicles may appear peculiar, the nature of their operations bears a striking resemblance to those manufactured on Earth. Even contemporary aircraft exhibit similar oddities in form. Yet their internal structures align closely with those I am familiar with. Thus, I ponder whether this place could have once been a cradle of human civilization. Lily, resting her chin on her hand, contemplated. So what if it was? It is no longer. Perhaps human civilization has been eradicated by these roach-like beings. Their physical prowess far exceeds that of humans. If they desired to annihilate ordinary people, it would be a trivial task. Yang Chen shook his head. Do you not perceive their intellectual deficiencies? He continued, unperturbed. Any being possessing even a modicum of intelligence would refrain from such brazen assaults against us. They would likely seek to negotiate or elevate us as honored guests, which is befitting the attitude of a lower-tier civilization towards a more advanced one. They seem oblivious to the absence of any military backing behind us. Their unprovoked aggression could very well lead to their own annihilation. Moreover, the combat prowess displayed during our initial encounter failed to intimidate them. Rather, they resorted to deploying their most formidable weaponry against us. Only after realizing their efforts bore no fruit did they retract their assault. It raises the question, is their fear not simply a manifestation of foolishness, but something more profound? Thus spoke Yang Chen. Lily tilted her head and remarked, if we analyze it that way, what do you think they will do once we arrive in their city? And what are your intentions? My objective is quite straightforward, to uncover clues related to this planet and humanity. As for their plans, they hold no significance for me. After all, you can effortlessly eliminate these cockroach beings, can't you? Lily scoffed. Oh, so you regard me merely as your enforcer? I disdain you. No, if you are unwilling to take action, I shall do it myself. For both Lily and Yang Chen, these cockroach beings posed no formidable challenge. With a little time, they could be dealt with entirely. After docking the spacecraft at the landing pad, Yang Chen increasingly felt that this place must have once been a bastion of human civilization. It was not overly distant from the source star system, and Yang Chen's ship had only made 2 jumps, making it highly probable that human civilization had once radiated to this location. Just as the ship steadied, a cockroach, flanked by 2 or 3 others, slowly emerged from behind. While the ordinary cockroach beings possessed human-like skin, they were predominantly a shade of brown. However, this particular cockroach was entirely golden, gleaming like a nugget of gold. Truly unsightly. Lily remarked candidly, that golden hue is utterly discordant. Yang Chen, exhibiting a level of composure far superior to Lily's, remained silent, observing the cockroach. It was evident that this creature must be the king of the cockroach beings. An outsider. Unexpectedly, the crisp sound of the cockroach clan turned out to be a feminine voice. Why have you come to our planet to ravage our environment? Yang Chen crossed his arms and replied with a smile. Clearly, it was you who first dispatched soldiers to attack us, even attempting to abduct us. We are merely acting in self-defense. Yet now you accuse us of destroying your homeland. What logic is this?